What's up, everybody? Before
Fucking
we
you in
start
the ass at the
this
same time is too much.
there was
the cross-examination of Alex Murdaugh's former law partner. Now, let me tell you something. There's different. Everybody has a different style of lawyering, right? Everybody has a different style. I know a guy who does the fire and brimstone on everything, and it works for him. It would not work for me. I'm not that guy, you know. But you have to be careful. And once in a while I do it, but only if I know that the jury is going to come along with me. Let's take a look at this cross-examination.
You would. Would you take a shotgun to hunt up?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr.
Pokemon Unite! Riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or using birdshot?
You would shoot birdshot.
When you're hunting birds, you don't use a slug. Number one, you're not going to hit anything if it's in the air. And number two, if you do hit it, there's nothing fucking left in the air.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they would shoot at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. You don't. The dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
See, so the difference between cross-examination and direct examination, I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. Direct examination is, I ask you a question, and it's open-ended. So, what was your day like today? How did you start your day out? Well, I had some cereal, blah, blah, blah. Cross-examination is the opposite. You control the question. You control with questions. You had cereal for breakfast, didn't you? You know, and that's the difference. The more he gets into this, and you're dealing with a lawyer, so you need to just deal with stuff that they're not going to argue with.
It's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day?
The other thing is that you have to watch out. You can't be a grandstander. You can't be up there, oh, this is my show. This is my time to shine. This is, you know, you saw how, in our last video, how the defense lawyer did a direct examination of the expert. I mean, he was kind of in the background and let the expert tell the story. When you're on cross-examination, you're a little bit more out front. In fact, you're a lot more out front. But you can run the risk of alienating the jury with your personality. And that's what happens here.
Primarily.
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, you know, it could be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp,
Yes.
and you were unarmed.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have, in fact, ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog. A appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where you plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never,
See, I mean, where's this going? I mean, if I'm wondering where this is going, the jury's kind of probably rolling their eyes.
done that with Alec, and that I recall, but it could have in the past, but I don't have a recollection.
Where they planted?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct, they had a duck pond.
Right, and then
Who gives a
others
shit?
would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed. Right. Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think.
See, I mean, even he thinks that his questioning is stupid at this point.
Yeah,
Okay, but, you've never rode around like that with him, looking at different plantings and, that you remember?
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Ellis.
Okay, and would you're not telling this jury that they would do that without they could, would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea of what they had with them or what they were doing.
I'll testify they were looking for. Ready? Go! It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure. Like I said before, I've shot a lot of hogs and get right up on them. Yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
This is so ineffective. Why would you ask him about the rest
Nigga,
of the
let me grab him.
I'm saying it would be some indication they would not ride around the property without an ambulance. Let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of. You would agree with me that what your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. Maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
In that situation, that's a traumatic experience. The surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and
So where he's going with this is you saw the same Alex Murdaugh that you saw in your clients who saw their spouse killed. That's where he's going with this.
what happened there? Oftentimes, those folks misremember or get time because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong.
The prosecution object here is beyond me because it's like it's really not relevant.
Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details.
Rule number one, cross-examination. You don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. And when you're dealing with this person, he's trying to get his own rules, but he's really not coming up.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview him that night, do you?
Typically, you don't because you don't know it. This happened.
Old days they used to do that, but they don't do that. Right?
That would be very rare.
Very folks.
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded highway patrol will try to as they can. Dash cam, sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements.
see, this line of questioning really goes irrelevant. And that's why the prosecution probably isn't objective.
Say the witnesses saw it happen. Correct. And so when you interview those people, you have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he said later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your
You're on fire!
He's trying to explain Alex Murdaugh's inconsistent statements through this witness. And this is a witness that Alex Murdaugh stole from, his partner, that they kicked him out of the law firm. Somebody they lied to.
Right, you're right.
That I don't want to. You don't want to go with it. And he's going to take the fucking deal.
Let me ask you this.
Now watch. This is going to be heated. And it's going to be stupid because when you get your dander, when your ego gets in the way of as a lawyer, you can make mistakes. And this is classic mistake.
If you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole,
So now he's from trying to have him trying to have this witness bolster Alex's credibility because this is how sometimes things happen, which didn't fucking work for him, to now he's going to attack him, which just, you go from like, okay, you're going to help us, now you're not going to help us.
you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Harper.
How much have you paid so far?
We have,
How much have you come out of pocket?
when you borrow it, you got to pay it back. And I couldn't tell you how much as it's
Yeah, I'm garbage.
as we sit here today. But if you would find that I would come in here and somehow shade the truth in any way because of that, yeah, I would take 5 cents with that, Mr. Harpoon.
You're on fire!
I have no clue one way or the other.
Feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money.
That just came out of fucking nowhere. All the questioning he did before that didn't work. And this whole line, he's going down. It's not helpful to his client. But he hurt his ego because he wasn't coming along with his questioning. So instead of just moving on to another passive, something that will help him, he's asking all kinds of questions that aren't going to help him.
His clients, what he did to his
The final stretch!
so many people.
You're in trouble!
But you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you
That is an incredible answer. How can you attack a guy like this? There's nothing to be gained by attacking him.
Jeff, you are dead wrong. If you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about 2 people who are really murdered, then
You think he did it?
Why the fuck would you ask that? Do you think he did it? I'd object to my own question if I asked that. That is just ridiculous. I mean, number one, it's objectionable from, your own standpoint. But you think the prosecutor's going to object to that question? No, give your opinion.
I don't have any kind of benefit of the materials you have.
Don't give up!
Your anger stole money. You confirm that even called.
It is not. I don't admit upset, that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any
It's so
feelings
bad.
because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very
Lucario's
angry
definitely
about
not my
it because of
dude.
what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, very deceitful.
Why would you? Honestly, you're giving him
What a goal!
forward into more assassination evidence, and it doesn't push his ball down the field at all.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger.
You keep trying to push the question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
5. What a goal! 3, 2, what a one! Time's up!
I came to the scene of these murders to support my
What
partner.
does it matter? We got destroyed.
I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom.
Why would you go down this road with him? You know,
You lose.
this is a scenario of somebody that probably hasn't tried cases recently. That's my guess. And he's probably there because of his name. And this is such an ineffective cross-examination of this guy. This guy is sympathetic as hell. And he's been through hell, both financially and when he went to the scene.
I was there. I love Paul very much. I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's just to walk around with anger and hard to even walk around with it with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function, I've got a family, I've got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not. Other than what was said by Alec in court,
You've never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
Where's he going with this? I mean, get out of there. I mean, if you're a defense lawyer, if you're not asking questions that help your case, you don't ask the questions. That's rule number 102. Number one, you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. And number two, you don't ask too many questions.
And even though it's cost your firm and it's cost millions of dollars, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it.
Fuck
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian.
Why would you go down this road again? To just, even though he ripped you off, even though he stole, just nothing good came from this cross-examination. And this is just, I wanted to show you this because this is just an example of what not to do. So we'll keep following the Alex Murdaugh trial, and we'll, there's a lot more. The judge did order a site visit or a viewing of the property, so we'll kind of see how that plays into their thought process. And now you've got something for them to think about. Possibly a second shooter. You've got 2 firearms. You've got none of which I think were recovered, and you've got a very horrific scene and some physical dynamics that the defense expert testified to. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, and we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Ready? Go!
You ain't coming home till 2050. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. You know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. In the 3 hour lockdown, niggas that were
I tell everybody they're safe. I think our citizens are safe. I think my drinking water is safe. Everybody in the case, let's go what we're getting right now.
We're at the town hall meeting here in East Palestine where hundreds, if not thousands of residents have gathered to ask their questions. They've basically forced the mayor into having this targeted town hall.
Many people been almost 2 weeks since a freight train derailed in this small Ohio town, spilling hazardous chemicals and igniting a fire that burned for days. This is the first time officials are directly addressing residents about what happened. Norfolk Southern, the company that owns the train, was supposed to be here too, but at the last minute, they bailed.
There was reports that they were scared for their safety before they got here. There's police everywhere. Why can't we get in?
I will get your question. They will respond to you. I will ask that question on your behalf.
Fucking kidding me, bro?
The train derailed on February 3rd at 8:54 p.m. It was carrying 20 cars of hazardous materials, including vinyl chloride, a highly flammable toxic gas that causes central nervous system problems and has been linked to a host of cancers. In the days after the accident, Norfolk Southern worried the vinyl chloride could explode, so they did a controlled burn, potentially releasing phosgene, a gas used as a chemical warfare agent in World War I. Videos soon spread widely from residents, who were afraid and unsure of what they'd been exposed to.
Still smells like chlorine. It leaves like a bad taste in your throat.
Many reported rashes, sore throats, nausea, headaches, and respiratory problems, as well as seeing sick animals and water covered in a chemical sheet.
There's no way that's safe.
It stinks in here. Oh my god. I noticed the smell right away. I can smell it cleaner.
Zsuzsa Jenes lived less than a mile from the derailment. This is the first time she's been back home to let independent contractors hired by Norfolk Southern test the air for any harmful chemicals still lingering. The company has been working with the EPA to run these tests and has cleared over 550 homes in the area.
It smells like a chemical concoction in here. I'm literally dizzy. Oh, I would not come back in here. Not like this.
This is going to be your copy. We had non-detections of VOC throughout the whole house.
What would you attribute that smell to? Because I know damn well that was not a normal smell that we have in the house.
Smell is... I'm not sure exactly what it could be. A lot of homes are different.
Even though her home was deemed safe, Jenes plans to keep staying at a hotel 20 miles outside of town, where she brought her 9-year-old son Maddox after the night of the accident.
About 3 in the morning, I thought I was losing my mind. I thought I started smelling something. I started getting a pretty bad headache. I started getting really dizzy. I felt nauseous. My eyes were burning, my nose was burning, my throat was burning. Not even 5 to 10 minutes later, I heard something, I heard a sound, and I said, I think that was Maddox. So when I walked in there, he was shaking really bad, like violently shaking, kind of tremors, like not just a little bit, it was like bad, and he was projectile vomiting across the floor, and he was saying, I need water, I can't breathe. And then his eyes looked like he didn't know what was going on. He looked so scared, and I said, we gotta go, we gotta get out of here.
What kind of answers are you hoping to hear? What kind of information do you feel like you need?
I just like to see a lot more transparency with just local and state governments directing people, giving us assistance. Right now they're saying, oh, our team said they didn't test anything in the air. Well, let's talk about the soil. Let's talk about this residue. Why are people getting sick if it's fucking safe? Why are they getting sick?
You don't believe it?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I definitely don't trust Norfolk or the team that they hired. I don't think they should have been given the ability to hold the reins on the narrative.
James Babizak, a toxicologist who studies chemical exposures, says residents are right to remain skeptical.
Some of these residents are being told, it's safe to come back, we've tested your air, and you should have no concerns, you can come back. Some of them are distrustful of that information.
Right. That's an obvious distrust. We don't really know what chemicals are left in the ground that may migrate over time to eventually contaminate a person's well or affect a child playing in that vicinity on that ground. So if we don't know what the chemical is that we should be concerned about, then it's very hard to predict what the sort of long-term effects will be.
Would you move back if you were in one of these homes and you were told it was safe?
That would depend if I had a young child or if my wife was pregnant. That might put another level of what I'm going to do about this. But by the same token, I need to also consider what my resources are. I mean, can I really afford to spend a week or two more in a hotel and not be in my home? Maybe I work in that town. Do I really have the opportunity to leave my job? Do I have another place or not have another place to stay?
These are bad choices, though.
They are bad choices. I mean, or at least they're not choices that people would like to be able to make, right? 5 rail cars of vinyl chloride is significant, and how much vinyl chloride is left in the ground? That's the big question. That would be a question that if I was living there, I would want to know.
That answer could be a long time coming.
Just one quick question. We're just going to run it.
2 weeks after the derailment, the first cabinet member finally arrived in East Palestine, alongside state and local officials, in an attempt to reassure residents.
For those areas that we have deemed safe, we believe that because the science and the data proves that. But that is not to discount any experience that any resident has had.
Is there a plan for long-term testing for people who are worried that they might not be having health effects right now, but something might show up in 5-10 years? Is there a plan to continue monitoring this area?
There's 2 phases. This is the emergency phase. We are, as we speak, working on the long-term remediation plan. That will include a sampling plan for surface water, for drinking water, for air, all of the things that you're talking about, and for soil as well.
The final stretch! You're in trouble!
The wreck in East Palestine was just one of more than 1,000 derailments that happen every year. Less of an accident than a tragic inevitability. Workers say there's a direct line from these incidents to the aggressive ways railroads have slashed costs, largely through a method known as precision scheduled railroading. PSR is supposed to be about maximizing efficiency by reducing how much time trains spend sitting in the rail yard. But in practice, railroad employees have told Vice News it's led to longer trains, fewer inspections, and smaller, more overworked crews. Norfolk Southern, which made a record $3 billion in profit last year, implemented PSR in 2019. It also successfully lobbied against new safety procedures for certain trains carrying hazardous materials. Scott Wilcox was a locomotive engineer for Norfolk Southern for 18 years before he retired in July.
Don't give up!
The railroad's a tough place to work to start with. It's demanding. You're on call 24/7, 365. It seemed like the last several years that things got worse. It all had to do with this precision scheduled railroading that they came up with a few years ago, cutting jobs, cutting costs, doing everything they can to save a dollar.
How did you feel like it changed the environment?
It made it a lot more stressful, hostile at times. The railroad, probably 100 years ago, came up with safety first. When precision scheduled railroading came out, they gave us a list of priorities that we were to work by. Safety is fourth.
What came ahead of safety?
The almighty buck. Efficiency, not delaying trains to do things that should have been done.
5,
With the cuts in staffing, there's fewer car inspectors. It used to be the car inspectors would
time's up!
have 5 to 8 minutes to inspect a car. Now they're down to something like 30 seconds a car.
From 5 to 8 minutes to 30 seconds?
And if they're taking too long, they hear about it.
So the company was prioritizing profits over safety in your experience?
Yes. If we're gonna get a handle on situations like this in East Palestine.
Fucking shitty.
Safety's gotta be first.
It's really hitting you hard.
That Ohio shit's crazy, but that whole Vice thing, I'm not a fan of Vice. Used to be a fan of Vice. Not a fan of Vice anymore. The overnight
Hey everybody, welcome to
brisket.
Barbecue by Banks. I'm Aaron, and today we're going to do a brisket. A little bit different this time because we're going to do an overnight brisket with a pellet smoker. So if you want to see how this thing turns out, you guys come along with us and stay tuned. So when I do briskets, what I like to do is take this plastic wrap and just wrap my counter. And this does two things. After I'm done trimming and seasoning, then I just take this plastic wrap and I usually wrap that brisket back up in this plastic wrap and put it back in the fridge for an hour or so, because I like to put my brisket on be my plan of attack. Well, we know we're going to have to cut this decal off, and then we got to determine, are we cooking this fat side up or are we cooking this fat side down? Now that's really going to matter how your cooker's set up. So it actually looks, I use the external one, use the internal.
So there was a dude who was it on SoundCloud? I forget where you could see how many downloads he was getting, and I was one of 5. And he had hit me up. He had just gotten out of prison, and he was talking about how hard it was to transition. And I did like into regular life, and I listened to his first episode, and I DM'd him. I said, "This is really fascinating." And then the next episode, he's like, "Man, I only got 5 listeners, but I know Bert Kreischer's one of them." And I was like, "Oh fuck, now I gotta listen to every episode." But yeah, no, I mean, I know what you're saying.
Every episode for him going like, "You know what I'm talking about, Bert. Hit me up."
But I remember when I started this podcast, it was because of Segura and Joey. Segura came out. Segura told me all the shit to buy. I bought it. I hooked it up. And then it was Easter, and Joey Diaz was over, and my dad was there. And Segura just went and handed everyone a mic, and then went over and hit record, and he goes, "Don't edit it, just post it." And I was like, and then my dad called me and said, "You gotta edit it." He was like, "Joey Diaz said some horrible." I mean, this is back before anyone knew what cancel culture was. And Joey said the most cancelable things you've ever heard.
We didn't know. We just said today. I go when we're performing for like this cult people who know who we are and want to hear our exact thing. It was like that's what hit us in the guts. Is like when people who didn't like this started listening just to see what's going on, and then you're like, you go back and you're like, oh, but we were just like being 3 assholes like in a basement, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're holding over the fire for these things you said.
What were the things you just laughed at? Like I remember laughing at things, like on Rogan, and then you just hear laughter in the back, and everyone's like, I'm not too in the weeds, but like certain comics were trying to take down certain people, and they'd be like they did it to Joe when Joey talked about getting his dick sucked, and Joe laughed, and then they're like, "Can you believe you laughed at that?" And you're like, "We're being outrageous."
Yeah,
like, that's part of the thing.
Yeah. The best was when Brad Williams was like, "Yeah, I fucked a sleeping girl while it was Carlos Mencia at one point." And they go, "That's fucking crazy legal." He goes, "I'm lying. I never get laid." That was the best. I made it up. I'm an idiot.
Back then, we didn't. We all knew. We had a conversation like, "Yeah, this is gonna get crazy one day," and we continue to say the things we said like assholes. But it's just
you
too
guys
late.
were fun. You guys were fun to watch from afar. There was a dude. I can edit this out if you want. There was a dude that I followed. He's a comic, I think. I don't know his name.
The biggest bummer one is
Here's the after
Louis, and he's just like,
oh yeah, I defended Shane and he blocked.
I don't know. He does like he was somebody who like just he was going after Shane. It was like he'll say a sexual assaulter and
okay, first of all,
I'm saying he's honest to God one of the people who I've got to know in comedy for the years I've been doing it. Where I'm like, that's an awesome one for me because I'm like, I just love this guy. When I was younger, I just thought his comedy was hilarious. I still think he's hilarious.
It bums me out that fucking Shane. Obviously, Shane's one of my favorite human beings alive, and Louis. I just had Louis on Two Bears. I love Louis too. I mean, those are like really great
I love the fact that like we've all like even the media just like, all right, fine, Louis. ahead of
he'll still get the stuff he gets.
I think he'll always have haters now. I think Louis will have a full comeback to television, award, like Academy Awards, movies. I think he's
that can never be repaid is that he got taken out in his prime money-making A-list years.
And
so
his
all those years...
green-lit, if you walk in the room,
And
your
so
idea
that-
is green-lit.
He has to dock his yacht half the year now.
But here's the here's the thing also with a person like Louis. Louis like he can always make insane money, staying low key in the sense of just like staying at like the Oscars and all that stuff. And probably if I were him, I'd be like, am I gonna put all that work in the movie? I mean,
The money is at this point. Louis, I think Louis.
All that money you spent, that movie, that Black and White,
Grace Nuts and Call Her Daddy or something.
Yeah. Just like it's erased from history.
That's a podcast.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it's like erased from history.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, like, I think Louis' personal greatness, like, he was considered by everyone as the best comic, right? And he was winning awards for the best TV show. He was getting into making movies. Like, he was going to start winning awards in those movies. I think that it's almost like a fucking athlete where it's not even about the money, it's about greatness, it's about championship race, it's about being the best. And I think Louis has that. I don't know Louis that well. I know him well enough. I did Joe List movie with him, and I've had the privilege of hanging out with him a handful of times. I think he's
I don't remember
brilliant.
seeing that scene.
Yeah, it was deleted. It's fine.
You're in the credits though.
Well, I wonder how many Luis Gomez is
That's me. I'm him in that Rebel Wilson movie, and they deleted my 2 scenes, and I'm 8th listed in the credits. It's hilarious.
But Louis, I think Louis, the reason he would want to go for that is because, I mean, that's why he did
legacy shit. Like,
just you want to be the fucking best. You want to see numbers don't really mean shit. He'll go to the arena. Yeah, I know for that. He'll do it for movies, for television shows.
The Grammy.
I think he got nominated again, to be honest with you, for Sorry.
Yeah. There was almost like a thing with him that was gonna come to a head either way, even if it wasn't for all the shit that came out. Where it was like he was adored by like the Huffington Post crowd. Like they loved him, even though his comedy was like so fucking raw. And now you see, like after that, even like Chappelle, who never had a fucking scandal like that or anything, but he'll get shit from all those guys. They almost were gonna have to turn on Louis, whether that came or not, because like the rules changed where you're not allowed to do offensive comedy like that anymore. So like at a certain point, they would have had to be like, actually, we don't really love those 5 specials that we told you we loved. Like, we actually think they're problematic.
Are so astute. I listened to Rogan on the flight here today, and it's really fascinating, those 2 men, because Rogan starts talking about polar plunges, and Louis starts pointing out, do you realize how ludicrous that is? Like, when you talk about life, there are people who are slaves making iPhones, and you're talking about polar plunges and sauna. And he goes, he was just the average American, and it was like such a really interesting conversation of watching Louis.
Especially because Rogan is like his thing. If you sort of like picture the elevator picture of what Joe Rogan is, it's like he's the everyman. He's the guy that everyone can see himself in, but it is also like he does shit that nobody's doing, dude.
Well, he's at the front lines of longevity.
He's like, you want to be a better man? Go hunt a moose for dinner.
Yeah, just kill your own dinner, choke somebody out at a high-level black belt, go do a polar plunge.
Just today, I broke a guy's arm. I killed a mountain lion with my bare hands.
It's just sort of, but it's like not an everyman, but that's still sort of his thing somehow. I have no idea how.
He was a. I don't want to sound like I'm talking shit about Joe. He was a hardcore everyman as a millionaire. Like, he didn't give a fuck about watches, didn't give a fuck about like cars, but never flew private, thought it was a waste of fucking money. That's like the Joe I knew. And then $375 million later, it's like
the final stretch.
I watches too.
Yeah, he goes, hey, what time is it, huh?
I think that should be what you do. You should give a Rolex to your first 3 guests. Are we the first 3?
We would always remember this.
I want you to have this. I was trying to give you a Super Bowl ticket, Jay. You're still sitting on
Oh
it.
shit, who was it? I heard a story recently. Someone said Kid Rock came into the room, hanging out with them. Oh, it's Shane. It's Shane. Yeah, they gave a fucking Kid Rock gave a guy his watch. And said something, goes, hey man, here you go. He gave it to a person. And the guy was like, wow. And then they look at the watch, it's like an $18 watch. And they go, oh yeah, he just does that. Like, even if it's funny, like, people want the watch.
Rogan gave it like on the podcast. He's like, you took it off the intern. And I was like, to Lex Friedman. And so everyone, I think everyone who's watching Joe podcast, like, hey, watch?
Yeah. Hey Joe, thanks for having me. What time is it? Shit. Is Lex Friedman the one that had the thing with Kanye?
We've been on for a while now.
Is that that's the guy that had the thing with Kanye, right?
No. Yes, he had. Yeah,
well, he was like, I gotta tell you, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't get it with the Jews thing.
Well, that's not his voice exactly. It's much more robotic. It's much more like Friedman. And I don't understand why the individuals.
He's just a machine.
Lex Friedman's he's an interesting dude. I got really deep into him. He
Superman's arch nemesis.
His podcast with Mark Norman's fascinating because he really gets into Mark Norman's autism, and you like really breaks down like what makes Mark tick.
He's like, Mark, let me ask you a question. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. So 7, 8, 9. Just starts getting him on the fritz.
Can I tell you secret time? What the one complaint I hear about Mark Norman from almost every LA comic?
Rapist.
That things know me.
That's where I was going with it too.
What?
Sociopath?
No, it's his crowd work stuff.
What's the problem with it?
I've had so many comics bring it up to me. They're like, you know Mark Norman? And I was like, yeah. He goes, he posts these crowd work clips. I got people yelling out shit at my shows because Mark does work, him and Sam as they do like a Q&A. So
everyone does that. It's not just Mark. That's like a thing. You're just probably disconnected from like the younger comic generation.
Is that what they are?
That's a new. No, but they're every young comic. Every young comic.
You heard it?
I've heard complaints about not Mark. I've heard complaints that everyone's just putting out crowd work.
It's not good crowd work. Mark's is good. Mark's is good.
Really
Sam's is
good.
great. These are brilliant comics.
Yeah.
But the thing that young comics do now is they put out these crowd work clips, and it's really bad baseline bullshit crowd work, and it's just to get content out, and it's just sort of like, you know, it just makes the average comedy come off like it sort of sucks, you know. Comedy, like stand-up comedy, like look, we have something to improvise on. We have podcasts. We figured out the medium, and maybe there'll be another medium. The whole crowd work in a club thing is sort of like, unless that's what you do, if you're headlining, you want to kill 15 minutes, 10 minutes, you're doing an hour, like to talk to the crowd, figure out some new shit.
Don't sit on a stool. Stand up.
You're fucking doing an 8-minute set in a bar, dude.
And when it comes to gloves, get fingers on them, right?
Bert, it's not another blunt.
Yeah, please.
It's not always full glove weather.
It's not always full glove weather. No, I've heard a bunch of people going, hey man, you're friends with Mark, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what's up with the crowd work shit? I got people yelling shit on my shows. I go, that's what he does, though. That's what he does. Here's the thing that bothers me a little bit, because I've gotten this critique from a lot of comics, is every comic should know you can't tell anyone what to do on stage. The second you go on stage, whatever you want to do is whatever you do. And you can't critique a comic. I've had comics ask me to keep my shirt on. They go, hey man, if you going up, can you keep your shirt on? And I'm like, what?
Wait, in what capacity did they ask you? Like they're on the show
they're on after me. And they go,
like at the store or something.
Yeah. I've had comics at the store that ask me not to tell certain
lately?
No, not late. Well, I haven't been to the store lately. No. Oh, yeah. Last 5 years, definitely last 5 years.
I told some young female comedians to not wear underwear. Is that like the same thing?
Yeah.
No, Tim, I don't like when people say that. I was like, I do a lot of crowd work, but you know, I'm with you, so I won't. I'm like, do you really too?
I got a lot like local hosts of the show ask me what topics they can't do. Which is like, there must be a lot of people telling them there's topics they can't.
Well, you know, that was one of my
there's a lot.
favorite things that made me laugh.
What a shitty thing to do to like a young comic who's like probably they're excited to be hosting a weekend at a real comedy. They probably have 10 minutes of good material, and you're gonna be like, oh, stay away from all these topics.
You
like,
gotta ask Metzger about when him and Doug Sunier opened up for Screech.
Doug Sunier? I haven't heard that name in so long.
It's a decade.
I have the funniest Doug Sunier story. Wait, Doug Am I thinking of the right guy?
Redhead?
Canadian redhead guy?
No.
Not Canadian.
No,
he's
Doug
Boston.
Signiere's from Boston.
He's not.
Yeah,
he's not
yeah,
Canadian,
Boston.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Doug Signier.
He used to open for Schimmel for a while.
Yeah. When we worked at the Boston Comedy Club, this is a long time ago. So I apologize.
I'm glad you have this because I don't remember what I was going to say. But wait. Let me finish that because it's fun what we were saying. Screech's wife comes in the room before the show to Doug Signier and she goes, "All right, guys, real quick, no jokes about Walmarts, grandmas, or farts. Have fun out there."
Walmarts, grandmas, or farts?
No jokes, because Screech is going to cover those. So you can't do that. Screech?
I can't believe Jared's still in jail.
Subway Jared is still in jail, really.
What did he even do? I defended Jared. I don't remember why. I was like, you know what?
Trafficking.
He had child porn on his computer first.
Trafficking.
Maybe I shouldn't have defended Jared.
Trafficking is really weird. It's basically sending someone. I could be wrong. Sending someone a ticket and going, "Hey, why don't you come over to Boston? I'm in Boston this weekend."
If they cross,
straight lines.
But she was underage?
Yeah, she was underage.
Well, I think that's
really
the
issue.
That's the issue. That's the issue. But
sure, I fucked a child, but I didn't import that.
Locally sourced everybody.
Locally sourced. She crossed an imaginary border.
Brutal. I can't believe Jared's still in jail. Like I think about that.
I knew it was gonna be this big a deal.
You think he got fat again?
They make him wear the big pants still.
In jail. Hey, do you have a picture of Jared Halston?
Now? I wonder, there must be a picture of Jared now.
He's got
That'd be great if he's got like Max Cady fucking like scales of justice on his back, just cranking out fucking chin-ups.
He's got fucking white supremacist tattoos.
Segura was almost this guy.
He was almost the subway, right?
He was almost Jared.
Wow. Okay, thank God for Christina P, I guess, huh?
But just to be clear, you mean the spokesman for Subway?
Yeah.
Because supposed to be Jared has a whole different connotation now.
Oh shit! This is what happens when he doesn't have Subway sandwiches. They make me shave my face and eyebrows so I can get skull fucked.
I have no face.
Dude, is that a Louis joke where he's like, how good is
Yeah. It must be so great. Let's just steer clear, guys.
What did Jared do for real? Like, I know that he must have fucked
I
a lot.
thought they found shit on his computer. That's what I thought. He had like a hard drive.
I have no interest.
What did Jared Fogle do?
I'm so glad I don't.
Says here.
Yeah.
Like when people say to me like, "Oh, I don't really drink," I always look at them like, "That must be nice." Like I think where they go, "I don't really care about it."
Child sex tourism. So that means he did.
Oh, he was just visiting.
Like he went. Yeah, he went to like. Fucking, that's great. It's like Venezuela to fuck 13-year-old baby boys.
Convicted of child sex. What is child sex tourism? Can we find out what exactly what happened to Jared?
That's going to like
he went overseas.
Vietnam and fucking children. They just let out Gary Glitter for that? He just got out.
Wait a minute, hold on. You can't go to a place where it's legal to have sex with a child?
We were just in.
That's crazy. Hold on, wait a minute. Tourism person engaging in prostitution of children, which is commercially facilitated child sex abuse. Wow, dude. By the way, I legitimately...
I'm not on Kid Fuck Island, though.
I'm not...
You can do
it!
I was playing on Kid Fuck Island rules.
But I assumed that... I figured that was a loophole for pedophilia.
When in Kid Fuck Island, right? So it's
When
the
you
Kid
go to
Fuck
Somalia,
Islanders.
they're like, no, you can fuck the kids here.
Yeah, well, there's like Vietnam or like... Thailand, right? With baby boys.
13-year-olds are wearing fucking fatigues holding machine guns in the forest. You can find a 14-year-old there.
Oh, I would assume so, yeah. You took me off this. Where's General Butt Naked from?
Well, the south side. Why would I know better about this?
You always know shit about history and like the world.
I don't know where you can fuck kids. I mean, that's not my specialty.
I'm working on a book about the behind-the-scenes world of pedophilia world.
And also, that was a General Butt Fucking Naked, no?
No, General Butt Naked is a real dude.
Oh, that's...
General Butt Naked is now in, if I'm not mistaken, he is exiled and living in like France.
Okay, so in Book of Mormon, there's a character
General
called
Butt
General
Naked.
Butt Fucking Naked, and I'm assuming that now it's a parody of that. I didn't realize that.
General Butt Naked. So he was the one that would make his people wear wigs. They would be totally naked to scare them, and then they would eat the livers and the hearts of their victims.
The original Wilson.
General Butt Naked is I think he's from Liberia. Liberia is where slavery was created, correct?
Bert knows anything. Something. This isn't my. Close to any. You were smart, dude.
So where did they send the slaves back to? When there was they gave after they fucking outlawed slavery in the United States, they gave them an African country. They said you guys can go there. It's really interesting.
Niger?
No.
Dude, chill. Dude, chill. This is Bertcast. Chill. Was it probably Niger? It's a real place, Lewis. Look on Bert's evil globe.
And so they gave them place, and American slaves went back, and the first thing they did was enslave the locals. Yeah, you are.
You said that you're the first guest here, Lewis. Don't set it on fire. They enslaved the locals?
I think so.
I should Cannibal Holocaust?
Everything is drunk history. General Butt Naked. Can you tell me something about that, Halston?
Baby Butt Naked. Preacher, writer, and former warlord. His actions were the first white man to live in the Damn, man.
They fought without clothing, and
I would. That's my biggest.
Isn't it
fear.
crazy that this is
The final stretch!
Also, new games keep coming out.
You're on fire!
You know what I mean? Well, this one's pretty. You know what I mean? There's a warlord out there, and still also like movies get made.
One of my biggest fears is to be like have my house robbed, and this happens all the time. In the nude, because I sleep naked.
I sleep naked too.
Always. Every time.
You know what I do more than anything? I go to a hotel room by myself.
What?
I fucking make naked angels in bed. I love that. But at home, no, man. Someone else has to see me.
I had a hotel in Vegas one time. I just driven in. I was doing Joaquin had a room. Do you remember Joaquin? Vegas had a room. Las Vegas Comedy Club. And I had a hotel room, and it was hot as fucking shit. And I got totally naked and laid in my bed naked. And I just driven in. Show's in like 3 hours. Totally naked on top of the covers. And the door opens, and it's a dude with a backpack and a bag, and I'm naked. And I'm just laying on the bed. He goes, I think this is my room. I'm like, you still want it? I'm gonna get another room. And he just walked out. It was the weirdest fucking...
Shane stayed in my room in Tampa. He got locked out of the condo. So I'm still in the hotel room. And he made some damage for him. And then got down to his complete underwear. It just was weird. I don't know why. I know it's not that crazy, but I just thought it was. I just did think it was weird. I know it's not that crazy, but.
No!
No, I mean,
no, it's good.
I'm just saying I would absolutely, especially with somebody that, if I was going to sleep naked in a hotel room and a friend was staying over, I would dress like I was trying to impress a chick. Like I'd wear shorts.
My biggest fear is that I get robbed and I'm naked, and then I have to fight a man naked, and then either be murdered naked or
no, but that's just too expensive.
You ever see, what's his name, Lenny Bruce? Picture of him? He put up the picture of dead Lenny Bruce when they found him after a drug overdose. It's one of the things that made me stop doing drugs. Because I was like, I know this is going to be my life. This is going to find my naked, flabby ass and my little fucking dick.
Where is it?
It was like a death photo. Where he's like,
You lose.
naked in a hotel room.
Did you just dream this? Maybe it's a fake photo.
No, type in naked.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. There's one where it's like a good shot.
Is that what you call it?
All right, put in hot dead.
Yes.
Hot dead Lenny Bruce.
Put in Lenny Bruce cock.
Naked dead Lenny Bruce. Maybe that. Add naked to it.
I was thinking about that today if I wanted to be eaten by an animal.
With cats, that's the ones that'll do it.
Like crazy?
That looks like dead Lenny Bruce.
This is what made you stop doing drugs, Lewis? Were you on a lot of drugs when you saw this?
Hey,
Lewis, this is really great for Bertcast.
Are you looking? Are you thinking of Che Guevara?
Maybe. I don't know what's happening.
Naked and dead is a bad way to be found.
Oh my my dick would be so pathetic naked.
Well, for me, I found out.
It's at least
I
hard
said-
because anytime I'm conscious, I'll be making it a little fast.
yeah.
If you're ever seeing my dick,
It's been prepared.
it's been prepared.
Yeah. Oh,
If
yeah.
I'm dead, there's no prep, doggy.
That's
It's
why I
just
said
a little
if I ever
fucking
end up in a coma, kill me. I don't want people to see what's happening while I'm in a coma.
One time I had my bong in my bedroom. My roommate Forrest had 2 girls over, and I just fell asleep. I had the bong in my bedroom, and then I fell asleep jerking off. So I was just sleeping with my pants down.
Not even off. Pants down is way worse than pants off.
Yeah, dude. And then they climbed out because they had to get the bong out of my room because I was sleeping. They climbed out on my fire escape. And 3 of them came to the window and looked and laughed at my naked dick. My little
Passed out.
passed out dick.
Jerked off. It was really asleep.
Oh, dude, it was fucking pathetic.
I've never passed out jerking off.
Yeah.
I've been jerking off and it went away, and I was like, just not that into me, I guess. And I was like, I've had that a lot. I think it's blood pressure issue.
Stop jerking off.
Where it's not happening.
You just give up. Yeah, I've
in
done that a
Brazil,
few
I was like hungover. If I was really hungover, I would jerk off in the morning.
Jerking off in Brazil, you can go there for child sex.
Did you ever hear the story Patrice told about going to Brazil and having sex with prostitutes?
Patrice
would have been canceled today.
He would have been canceled though. He'd have had a cult of people that
He would have had a mat. You would get canceled if you're a body.
No, the stuff he did good.
It would have been interesting to see what he would have done.
It would have been great.
I think about. That's like the best way to go with that Lockton syndrome.
Bro!
Yeah.
Bro!
You can't talk to anyone, but you.
Bro! You fucking piece of shit!
No, that's. Yeah, just like the Metallica video.
I can remember anything.
It's
Kill me.
Patrice.
Just kill me.
With Patrice.
Talking in SOS.
He's saying over and over again, kill me. Kill me, kill me.
I didn't expect that to happen.
What was the most heartbreaking shit ever? There's a clip of Patrice.
That the first winner of the Metal Grammy was Jeff Grotzol,
and he's sitting there in the audience. There's this clip of Patrice where he's saying, I don't know what it was like on O&A or something like that, but where he's talking about how his worst fear is not being able to talk.
I heard.
And I think he was saying more like not being able to like give my opinion or something. Like his worst fear. I think he meant it in the context of like if I, am making a movie and I'm signed with some company and now I can't say what I want to say. He just says the words like my worst fear is not being able to talk. And it's just fucked up.
It just sucks to be.
No, I would love that. Then I can know what people really think of me.
Do you want to be resuscitated?
If
DNR. Do not resuscitate. Order like if you get.
No,
if you're a vegetable, let you die.
Resuscitate all day, every day. Just find a way.
Thank you.
Find a way.
Thank you.
We didn't get to the moon by not resuscitating motherfuckers.
Thank you.
Bring me back,
Fucking
bitch.
Leanne, we had to do it in the room. I used to shit about this.
Are you talking about
Fucking resuscitate. Oh, resuscitate. Let Gary Shibo me. Like, keep me there forever. Forever. And suck my dick every day.
What if you feel it?
I don't care if I can't feel it.
Yeah, I don't care. I would just think, because
what if every day you're just sitting there, you're that bored, just stuck in your own head.
Just go, if you can't resuscitate me, bury me in the pet cemetery. When it comes back, you live with that.
And suck its dick.
I want Leanne just to go, pull the blood. I don't care. Pull the blood. That's Leanne. And I was like, oh my God, do you want to be buried or do you want to be cremated? Can I tell you how much anxiety this gives me right now? Right now? Because I think about death all the time. And I think about the idea that it will go black. And I will not be
but it's your fucking, it's you, so it'll be a night show anyway.
I did this. I'll be honest with you.
Stroke mid-animal fire. He landed bad.
You loved it when he was alive.
I did this podcast in London with this guy, True Geordie. Do you know him?
Yeah, True Geordie's great.
He's great. And he asked me a question. What a fucking moron. Like, what a real, actual. He goes, what do you want to be remembered for when you die? And my answer was, I just want people to go.
That's not bad.
This would be more fun if Bert was here. Like, either of our shots. And I hit me up like, you know what, it's a journey thing? Or like, you know, it's like changing. is still there. That's it. Like,
I went the wrong way with my ult.
Yeah, I felt like
I
a
killed
moron.
a stupid
I was like,
turtle.
I didn't have the good clippable moment. That
Well, I was gonna say,
brilliant
you
first
know,
moment.
to cure something. You're like, what are you gonna cure in your life?
Yeah.
You really have to go back to school pretty soon.
Yeah.
Cure some fucking.
Hey, you guys remember Burn that fucking ass comedy tour? And then for some reason,
First year about hair lips. So like in the middle in like El Salvador, that
because some people want to get
Look hot, right?
Joaquin
Joaquin
Phoenix.
or yeah, it could be hot on a dude, but never on a chick. Never see, like, look at that hot hairless bitch.
Pull it up. I never said, dude, that chick looks sexy with a patch on her eye.
Well, you can put a mustache over it, so it looks like.
Well, you know what? I used to do my first experience with hair lips. This is before people had cell phones. Like when I was like 19 years old, you know what I did? I went online and it was like a going to the site. There was a bunch of different hair lip kids like that. And I printed a picture and I cut it out and I used to keep it in my wallet. And I used to tell people, oh, my niece is adorable here, and I would show people the hair lip baby and watch them uncomfortably react to it. For me, for no one else.
She goes, she's gonna be a stunner, huh? Heartbreaker right here. You gotta go.
This poor bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know it's hard, one of the hardest ever laughs. I was in Amsterdam, and I go, we just got high. We sit down for dinner, and I go, what's good? He goes, well, pasta. Our pasta is really good. I said, I'll do that. He goes, you want hair in it? And I was like, huh? He goes, you want hair in it? Right? He goes, no. Who's hair in it? On my pasta? He goes, yeah. It's really good. You should get it. And I was like, I think I'm good. He goes, I'll put the hair on the side, and if you want, you can put it in. And I'm like, are you fucking with me? And I'm high. It comes out, it's rabbit. That's what hair lip is from? No. It's because that's what a rabbit's lip is. Yeah, that's why I was interested in telling you
I thought it was because it looked like their lip was split with a hair. I mean,
no, it's hair lip because
That was just a fun thing to call people. Hair lip.
What was the
what up, gopher teeth? Elephant stomach?
No. What's the joke? The guy walks into a bar. It's hair lip. You never heard that joke?
I don't know.
The bartender, guy with a hair lip walks into a bar. Bartender's got a wood eye. And then, I'm fucking.
Right there, hold on. That should be a clip.
Alright, it's on the crowd when Norton would do something to a bomb. Carl would go, no. Let's enjoy this moment. Let him live in it. This podcast is brought to you by Helix. Helix Sleep is a premium mattress brand that provides tailored mattresses based on your unique sleep preferences. Their line includes 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury mattresses made for adults, and even a mattress made for kids. So how will you know which Helix Sleep mattress works best for you and your body? Very easy. Take the Helix Sleep quiz, and you can find your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes, and your personalized mattress will then be shipped directly to your door, free of charge. I'm telling you right now, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping it in your house. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty to try out.
The final stretch!
Everybody is unique and everyone sleeps different. That's why Helix has several different mattress models to choose from. Each design models of memory foam, layers, optimal pressure relief, and sleep on the side like models with a more foam for essential support for stomach and back sleepers like Leanne, plus enhanced cooling features to keep you from overheating all night long, like if you're going through menopause. And if your spine needs some extra TLC, then every Helix mattress has a hybrid design. It's the perfect combination of comfort, out that I am a side sleeper, and so I now have a side sleeping mattress because I sleep on my side, and I feel fantastic. No more waking up. You can do it. Is my liver falling apart? Not only is this the best mattress I've ever slept on, but the setup was so ridiculously fast and easy that it literally took me more time to take the sleep pills than it did for me to set up the mattress. That's insane. Helix mattresses are delivered in a box straight to your door for free. Please, Helix mattresses are American made and come with a 10 to 15 year warranty depending on the model. Don't take my word for it. Helix has been awarded the #1 mattress picked by GQ and Wired magazine. It's even recommended by multiple leading chiropractors and doctors in sleep medicine as the go-to solution for improving your sleep. Take Leanne's word for it. She freaking loves it. Helix is offering up to 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/Bert. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now. I remember when I was a kid and I started shaving.
2,
I go
1.
to a razor. And my dad
Time's up.
lit me up. He was like, "Do you have any idea how much these cost?" I remember saying to my dad, "Why do razors cost so much? Why isn't someone making incredibly?" Get it. That
reunion thing that
We
we
did a
did.
hologram
seanced,
Geraldo. We seanced stuff.
Yeah, that was great. We're doing something pretty cool. We can't say it, obviously.
You
It's a little reunion thing that we're doing this year at Skankfest. That not announced yet.
Mike Tyson and that girl that accused him of rape.
Face
to face
in the ring one last time.
Who's someone you want to get for Skankfest that you haven't been able to get?
Cosby.
He's on tour right now.
We're reaching out.
Is he actually on tour? Is that official?
I remember he said he was going to do it, but
I would go see him.
on it.
Can we go see him? Would you guys go see him?
100%. I would. I'd be so interested to see
Bert
what
would
he's
have to
doing.
disguise.
Oh no, I would
go in blackface.
I would, yeah, slide in. Man, I hope he talks about his brother Russell. I would love to see. I would love to see.
He's crazy.
You know he's going to talk about it.
He has to.
No way.
Yeah.
I bet he doesn't talk about it. I bet he doesn't address
at
it
all.
He has like 2 hours. How do you do 2 hours and not address it?
He's not that guy.
Would you see Cosby?
I would go see him just to see what
100%.
it's like.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, 1,000 times yes.
We could just buy tickets.
I don't even understand what would be the moral issue with that. It's not like he's going to rape more people because I bought a ticket.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I just want to see it.
I want to see it. I think he's just planning to tour. I don't think they're actually officially on tour. If he went on fucking tour, would Ticketmaster sell his tickets? Like, there would be, I would love to see how they do that.
Everyone relax. He can't fuck anymore.
He can't rape. If you get raped by Cosby at this point, you are weak.
You wanted it.
You wanted it. The fucking.
It doesn't even matter how you were dressed.
This is crazy, dude. You got raped by Bill Cosby.
Well, he offered me a drink. You took the drink. It's Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby. I woke up 5 hours later. He was on the floor because he tripped over trying to take his sock off.
Bill Cosby's like, I see, because he got that wonky eye. He's like, I see 3 of them. Like, rape the one in the middle. Rape the one in the middle.
At this point, you're just rooting for Cosby. It's like an underdog story.
Oh
God, look at him crawling up my legs.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Dude, Andrew Wyatt confirmed to Variety that the community is looking for spring songwriters to start touring. Andrew Wyatt. I mean, dude, Andrew Wyatt. God bless his soul. How does he have an agent and I don't?
How much would it cost us to
It's
get
crazy.
You know, there's got to be someone at fucking WME who's like,
I want to go into.
We never thought Robert Downey Jr. was gonna come back.
I want to walk into a show with the girl who played Sandra or something. I want to come in with somebody where we turn heads.
Raven Simone. Louis came to I was in Minneapolis. We were right next door to each other.
What the fuck is going on?
I texted him and I said, "Hey man, come over if you have one show and I have 2. So come over and hang out. I have a drink from your tour." He came over. We're having a drink in between shows, and I go, "Hey, do you wanna get for me?" And he was like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess yeah." And by the way, he's always been kind to me. I was like, what am I gonna back on you? And I was like, no, yeah. I go, maybe. I don't care. I go, it doesn't bother me. He goes on stage, and I realized he wasn't asking if I was sure because it had been canceled. He was asking me when he was Louis fucking CK, and I couldn't follow him.
No.
I fucking took my shirt off and I'm like, Louis has a shirt. He destroyed for fucking 10 minutes.
With his fucking shirt on.
With his shirt on. With his fucking shirt on. He destroyed so fucking hard. It was insane. I went out and it was
You should have. The reaction was so bad. You put your shirt back on. There you go. Put it back on. Take it back off.
Oh, maybe you guys didn't see.
Dude, that was my favorite thing in the world. Was the vlog shows in New York when they were supposed to do the reintroduction of himself. Like it was so planned in the show. Dave, you've seen this before, dude. It's so planned into the show. They're gonna do this. Like no matter what, the audience could have gone. I mean, fucking batshit when they first came out, losing their minds, screaming it, and they always come out and go, "Man, y'all gotta do better than that, man. I came to. I did laundry for this. I got something. I got babysitting for my kids. Y'all gotta do better than that." And then to go back on stage, and be like, all right, motherfuckers, not coming to the stage and dance. Like it was built in.
Yeah, it's a solid bet.
I
let my family know.
I think personally, probably my favorite Skankfest story. My favorite Skankfest memory is Louis C.K. doing the festival. He did it in the midst of his.
It was his first American.
First
time in Europe. He's done like Paris a few shows.
So he came.
But
So he came. Whatever this is, 2018, 2019, whatever the year was.
19.
And he came. He just came. Well, because Joe List was.
That's what all of those girls said.
He
said it first.
came,
He said it first.
but he
It
asked.
wasn't gonna go on.
He asked if we wanted him to come, and then he came. So I think it's cool. But he's so Joe List was there.
I asked Steve-O if he wanted to see my dick one time, and he goes, yes, and I go, well, wait, that's not consent anymore.
No,
we need to really make this clear. I go, you have to beg to see my dick. And he goes, please see your dick. I said, harder. And he goes, I want to see your dick so bad. I was like, all right, here you go.
That's the new standard now. But so he came just because List was there, and I think Joe had told us, he was like, hey, he wants to like pop by, but it was just like he's gonna pop by and like hang out. So, and he came, and it seemed like you could feel on him that he was a little bit uncomfortable. It was such a weird thing to watch because you're watching like the greatest comedian of our time, debatably, being uncomfortable in his skin around like us at our little thing that we do. And I think when you asked it, you were like, dude, you want to go on for a little bit? Or someone at...
No, he said no at first.
He said no, and then he
watched
saw
it
like
tell.
the crowd was like, it's scary.
That's when he watched it tell go.
The greatest comedy crowd ever, and Tell goes on. And then he was like, fine, I'll go up. And I remember watching him, just being like, this is amazing to see. This like one of the greatest comedians ever, being a little bit like, all right, this is the first time I'm going back up since after all this. And he went on, and it was maybe 4-minute Louis chant before he told his first joke.
Can I tell you what's beautiful about this? So I don't want to. They fucking give it on such a level. We don't have to say it. I'm seeing a person pick up their cell phone. Nobody started recording a set. And it's like this one video was Louis recording him on stage, and he cut it as soon as he grabbed the microphone. And that's what TMZ picked up on. But it was like a really fucking like just incredible moment. And you just like, a lot of people for that as well. By the way, we lost the venue. So the venue came out and did the public
By the way, the venue loved it. Staff from the venue were racing. You saw staff members racing from behind the bar to come out and watch
Take pictures with him.
They were like
Jumping
so excited.
and cheering when he was cheering.
Everyone.
They released a statement because his girlfriend was these local city publications. It doesn't even matter. Like for a venue to get so nervous so quickly, like they were like, oh, we did not know he was going to be in. They brought him in through the back door, and we were like,
They wrote that the staff felt.
The staff felt uncomfortable. You're like the ones who were jumping for joy. They felt uncomfortable.
They lost their minds with excitement. I watched it.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: the amount of press that came with that, and people don't realize like the negative press, it's just as valuable as the positive press. So it created like a big conversation back and forth about, is it okay for Louis to come back? The relevancy of Skankfest. I mean, I think that was one of the moments that legitimately put Skankfest on the map. Holy shit, it's something that people, you have to be there because you're going to see some amazing moments like that. That's what Lewis always did. They were like, bullshit.
But
by the
just
way.
as a comedy moment, it was like to watch him, and he destroyed, and it was so funny. Like he had just, I think he did the bit and ended up working onto his next special where he addresses the whole situation. And it was like, he was like, well, how was your year? It's like, oh, and he said the thing where he goes, well, here's what I learned. If someone asks you, if you ask if you can jerk off your friends over, if they say yes, still don't do it. And like that whole thing, it was just so funny. And it was great. And you could kind of see like this comedy legend kind of having like his spirits picked back up by that crowd. And I was just so,
With
that was
humility,
just,
too.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And like, here's what's funny about the Louis thing is like, we all knew the rumors about Louis for years, right? And
We thought it was so cool.
Listen, the rumor was.
You remember when Stanley
Hold on, but listen, the rumor was worse than the reality. So the rumor was that Louis like held the door closed, wouldn't let these girls leave, and everyone was so cool with it. Everyone still wanted to work with him. All these bitches, there's a lot of chicks who like came out against Louis.
Well, everyone was like, "Oh, ginger guy, I'll do it."
Yeah, but then the story came out when he asked, and he like, it was more about him using his power and his position.
I have to say this only because I'd never worked in at a business before. But when I did the movie, there was a day where it just kind of dawned on me. I wanted to say something like, "Hey, you can't do that. Like, we're all working. Like, don't." But it's Serbia, so there's different rules, you know.
Yeah.
Like, there is different. I mean, Me Too did not hit Serbia the way it did America, and it dawned on me. And I've said this before. I don't know
You
if
still
I've
take
said
what's
this.
rightfully yours out there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was driving home that day and I was like, oh yeah, there's a really fucked up ask. Like at work, it is a really fucked up ask. At work, we're supposed to be safe. And I was like, oh yeah. And I don't think I put as much weight on it when it came out because I was like, but he did ask. And then once it was in a work environment, I was like, oh yeah, you're not allowed to ask.
Yes, and it's fucked up. I agree that it's creepy and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
However, he's a fucking little freak. Dude, people, I like fucking in public. Like, honestly, like, I like to, me and my chick, sometimes we'll just be in a fucking public place, like, let's just go. Let's slide in.
You realize how that could be.
Mr. Gomez, this is a PTA meeting.
But I'm just saying, like,
how's James doing in math?
But however your freak flag flies.
Yeah.
So that was sort of where I think it falls into the category of kink shaming. I think Louis.
Well, okay, and then Army Hammer. I looked at him and I was like, that's
so
not,
what? He likes to eat a bitch every day.
but I couldn't understand.
Fire!
And I don't do all the research, so I just read the fucking headline and then I go, if that's your thing, then
Yeah, maybe you should like people are freaks. And women are freaks. Women are freaks. You know what I'm saying? Women are freaks just as often as men are creeps. People have their own weird sexual kinks, and they like to get off in whatever way they like to get off. And I always sort of chalked it up to that because he was asking for consent. And here's the reality: no, I run a few businesses now. I run Gas Digital. I run Skankfast. We have a few businesses that have sprouted off of it. If one of the dudes that was a higher up started trying to hook up, even if the chick was into it, I'd go, whoa. Don't let me fucking see it. Not at work, right?
Yeah.
So that's the responsibility. It's like you have to sort of like, look, you make your bed and you lie in it. If you really want to fuck chicks you work with, well, you might give it some shit. So and that's where we're at, I think, in society, where it's like, look, I'm a creep.
Time's up.
I was just saying, thank God that I don't want to be a creep.
But I'm on the same page as you. Thank God I don't care enough about pussy.
Yeah.
But if alcohol could me to you.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you'd be
the things you've done to alcohol.
I lie to myself sometimes. Like I got on the plane today. I was like, no booze. I'm gonna be partying with these guys later today. We're gonna do 2 shows. No booze. Guy comes by and goes, can I get you a drink? And I go, doubles over the rocks. And I went, what am I doing? I go, it's just one big guy. And then I drank it and I go, that one didn't put a dent. And he comes back and goes, can I get another one? And I just went, uh-huh. And I didn't even know I did it. And I was like, oh, this is fucking not, this is replying to in the DMs going, just come to my show. That I mean, like, if you're addicted to pussy, that's what you do.
I get it.
And
yeah, I was addicted to, I mean, you know, I guess I still am addicted to pussy. I just have a regular pussy. I don't know. I literally, I have no idea.
Pussy for me was I never was drugs and very.
It was pussy. You and I, we have the
a
same with drugs too for me, and alcohol and all of it. Really, really. Put it in front of me. I'm gonna want to fucking.
Was your
record it.
Was your first experience sexually good?
Yeah, it was cute. It was like a relationship.
Was it
in life ever? You mean like virginity?
Losing your virginity.
It was a goth girl. It was to Pantera Cemetery Gates on repeat for like 3 hours because I couldn't come. I was wearing a condom.
You couldn't come.
Couldn't come.
Oh, that's an interesting.
Puerto Ricans don't understand condoms and their dicks get confused.
It was crazy. And then I think I never wore a condom again after that. I was like, this is nuts. I'm
They're
not
born
doing
to
this.
breed, you see. I hate to get all Jane Goodall here, but they're born to breed. I've lived amongst them.
Hey, if someone's listening, can I get another beer?
Oh, can I have another beer also?
Yeah, another one here too.
By the way, this bourbon's great, whatever it is.
I don't know.
I see it on the can of St. Augustine, is it?
Wait, for real, do you like the setup?
This is great.
Do you like it?
Shut up. You have a mansion that's your podcast studio. You make me sick.
No,
it's not a mansion. It's just
Whatever.
Gas Digital is like a shithole basement.
I hate my life.
I remember going to Gas
Does your
Digital.
podcast studio have a pool? I'm going to throw this glass
Gas
against the
Digital
wall.
does. Gas Digital's double the size. It's amazing.
Yeah, we've doubled the size since you've been there.
For real?
But it
Bought
is
the
great.
place next
But this
door.
is, well, I went to Segura Studio, your mom's house studios.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They really inspired me. I was like, wow,
That's
the
a great-
way
that's a
they
great
have it
studio.
now.
Oh yeah, Dr.
I
Drew.
look,
Yeah.
I look at it like I don't have any interest in adding podcasts. If I don't have an interest in
Give me a room, please. If you give the Legion of Skanks a room here, if you decorate it as the Legion of Skanks West Coast Studios, we'll be here all the time, dude. We'll do crazy shit for you.
I love it. I love it. I love
Let's
it.
go.
You guys are doing.
We need an underneath floor in the walls.
And even though you're the head of the network, you can hit on any of us anytime you want to.
I just learned about him. I've known about this guy for a while. Adam22.
Yeah,
we had him on.
Dude, he has the most brilliant podcast in the fucking
I
world.
know. It's better than Jay's podcast.
I just lost the AVN award to him. I went to the AVN award.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
He has him and his. So for anyone that's not listening, him and his girlfriend Lena the Plug.
Yep.
Interview a porn star and then fuck her.
Yep.
She holds.
I'm a subscriber to their OnlyFans.
Talk about a fucking workaround.
Girlfriend
This
holds
guy's
his
a
wiener.
fucking genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, his girlfriend holds his wiener and guides it into some other chick's pussy.
Oh, is that?
Dude, and then he
oh my god.
Yeah, he fucks some pretty high level ones too. So
I've jacked with plenty of that.
yeah, and we had him on the pod. I started jacking more.
He's got a nice piece.
After I met him, I started jacking more to it because then I could put myself there. I was like, I know his personality. I can sort of.
And it's all on his OnlyFans. It's been fucking these porn stars. What do you think he pays them? Do you think he pays them or
I think he probably pays them whatever their rate is for a daily porn. They probably get paid the standard.
Yeah, a couple grand.
Whatever their version of like you know. Yeah. A couple grand.
No Jumper is the name of his original.
He was on Skanks and he's great on Skanks.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, he was very honest. He was like, dude, I had like apprehension because I heard about this podcast. After I said I was going to do it, people were like, dude, don't do that podcast. Those guys are fucking lunatics. But
Crazy world that people are warning this guy
Yeah,
about
he's
our
like,
podcast.
just fucking, like, you suck on camera.
He's covered. His face is covered in tattoos.
You're made for this. Like, what do you?
Someone showed me. Mark Small showed me his podcast, and I was like, wait, hold on. So they do an interview with a porn star, and then he is fucking hilarious.
Great dude.
He is so funny. You know who was with me in Boston? Was Mark Smalls and Chris Porter.
Chris
Porter?
Yeah.
Murderous drugs. I was backstage and trying to hiding, just come up on the stage, and I'm listening to him destroy with his rape joke with the fucking place is going. But yeah, this is a great fucking workaround.
His actual podcast, No Jumper, there's always.
He interviewed the
water in his face the other day.
For real?
Really? Somebody on the show.
Yeah? What did he do? Try to get like a bitch? Got his dick sucked by two hot chicks?
Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna slip right now. Hun, get one of your slipbag friends over here. I'm gonna dick her down while you fucking dive your wiener into her butthole.
Did you just throw a bottle of pussy juice in my face? Sorry, that's the only liquid I
Oh,
use.
thank you for that. I was feeling hot from getting fucked by 2 hot chicks.
What was he before? Spit in one of your friends' assholes. I'm coming home hot.
I saw her eat a girl's asshole, and I was like, oh, they really go after it.
Yeah, she'll suck an asshole for sure.
You get called up at gunpoint.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my god, that's not what you do with a gun.
He's smiling though. Why is he laughing?
With a gun.
Real.
No.
Also, if you're gonna fight a little, fight a lot.
There should be a t-shirt, dude. I agree with you. If you make the decision that you're gonna fight the guy with the gun, go for it. Stop being so easy. Fight a little, like fight a lot.
Stop it, silly pants. Get that gun out of my face. You're being a goofball. What are you doing? That is more poetic for life. If you're gonna fight a little, fight a lot.
Fight a lot. That's a fucking brilliant statement.
That's crazy what I was just watched.
Yeah, that's
I know you're like sort of fight back.
Definitely don't play with the gun. Like, you either let him freeze.
You think if you're gonna fight, what are you talking about? Trying to put his finger in the barrel like a cartoon?
Have you ever had a gun pulled on you?
By a cop. That was a great old Dave bit where he got robbed by these young black kids in his neighborhood, and then he ran upstairs to go grab a knife.
It's not bad, it's a story. I used to tell it on stage.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
I've been friends with gun only, but never.
I got jumped. I was living in Brooklyn at the time. We were friends. Oh yeah, we were friends. I was doing stand up and shit. I might have come from Jay's earlier that day or whatever. I don't even remember, but I was coming home.
The one that I'm aware of very much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I was at your house the next time. Yeah, we were all friends.
Oh, I dropped you off at that. No, you went to the store.
What was it that? I don't even remember that part. But I guess I was walking back. You know, it was like late night after the club. It's like 3 in the morning or something like that. And I was walking up my block, and there was like a group of kids on my block. And if I remember, I first veered off. Because like they looked suspicious to me, and I was like, "Fuck, like that doesn't look good."
You deserve to work yourself up like Rocky. Like, what do I do? Bitch.
No, literally, that's it. Because I walked around and I was like, I'm fucking set. And I remember looking, and there was a kid I thought was following me. This kind of thug-looking dude following me as I was walking. And so I circled my block, and then I came to the bottom of the kid. I stopped and smoked a cigarette and just stared back at the kid, and the kid just passed me. And I was like, all right, first off, I'm being a pussy. Like, I'm scared to walk home, and I was thinking this kid's following me, and this is ridiculous. Like, I was like, fuck it, I'm going home. And so I walked back up the block, and I remember walking up the block, and they were gone, and then they came back. I saw them like at the top of the block, and then I looked back, and I saw the kid who had passed
Just stay
me.
still.
No, so this kid had passed me.
How should I act dead?
Come back.
Do I act big or dead? Is it a bear? What do you do?
James gonna speak sign language too.
I don't know. One or the other. Either way, well, if I pick the wrong one, I'm dead.
Well, I didn't do either. I looked back and I saw the kid who had passed me. I'd circled back and he was following me back up the block. So at that point, like I knew. I was like, oh, this is 100%. I'm getting jumped here.
Yeah.
And so I just like I started walking up toward my house. I got right to the front of my apartment building, and they all like converged and jumped in front of me. And he pulled out a gun, and then they like started coming up on me. And one of them grabbed me by the neck, and I slapped his hand down. I slapped his hand down, which was just a completely instinctual thing. Like, and then I slapped his hand down, and then the kid like cocked the gun and put it up to my head, and I was like, I was like, got me, you got me. And I was like, all right, up to your head. Yeah, I think he did. And that was at that point I was like, you got me. And then I remember I put my hands up, and he had the gun in my head, and I felt what felt like 75 15-year-old black hands in my pockets. They just took everything.
Dave started coming.
Long fingers.
Wait, how did
The final stretch.
did they take anything?
No, nothing good. He was fucking 20 minutes.
I was broke at the time. They took everything. They took I had my passport on because I had lost my license. So I was using it to like get into bars and shit. So I'd lost my license, so all I had on me was the passport as like an ID.
Yeah.
So I fucking had that on me. That sucked. So they got that. They took my cell phone. They fucking took it. They did. I remember once they all ran off looking, and my keys were on the floor like a few feet ahead. So they had taken my keys out of my pocket. But at least they had the decency to drop those. Yeah. They had to get into my but yeah, it's
They didn't hit you, right?
They didn't hit me. I didn't hit you. They didn't kill you. They didn't. I said I almost it was almost better they had the gun, because like if I had tried, these kids would have just fucked me up. Yeah, I
guarantee they had put a jungle gym down the street and guys like, shut up.
I was thinking like the Outsiders, where Pony Boy, the man with the yellow hat comes to round him up. Jesus, Bert. This show's gotten edgy in the new studio.
And the guy
I
goes,
like new studio, Bert.
the guy goes, his passport was going to expire in 3 months anyway. We're doing him a job. He would have never gotten around to renewing it.
Doesn't even look like him anymore. He's a new picture.
But the bit is really funny. So Dave, where he's upset, he runs upstairs and he gets a knife.
Oh, so the thing is, like, it's like in the moment you're kind of like, it's not. People think it's like it's not scary in a weird way. Like in a weird way, when someone pulls a gun to your head, it's almost like it's very calming, and you're like, okay, look, I want to get from point A to point B. It's like
So
it's like
frustrating.
perfect clarity in your life. Point A is this guy with a gun to my head. Point B is he does not.
5,
And I want to do whatever I can to get
Well,
to
it's
that.
not that scary.
2,
where you're saying like
1.
fearful in the moment because
Time's up.
when your immediate reaction, which it should be immediate submission, you're like, I'm gonna do like this guy doesn't want to just kill me. Clearly, it's like he wants it, so I'll give him
I
whatever.
was like,
Not even
like
thinking
talk to him,
about
like, dude, come on, you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Well, it's
You're
I
gonna
wasn't
kill
even.
me over a passport.
It's
I'm not worth it, man. I'm not worth it.
You lose.
I mean, I did not have much. I do remember at one point he goes, I was so broke
my
at the
subway
time.
card had 9 punches on it.
So he goes, I was so broke at the time too. This is like 15 years ago or something like that. But it's like he goes, he had the guy with the gun yelled at me at one point. He goes, what's the PIN number? And I was like, what? And he goes, the PIN number to your credit cards. And I go, I don't have any credit cards.
Oh man, that's fucking sad, bro.
That's pathetic, man. You should probably get your life together. Start with a Discover card and build slowly.
I was like, there's a Chase card to an overdrawn account. Like you're taking negative $200
You just picked the
from
wrong
me.
guy.
Yeah,
Like,
you're actually accruing my debt now. You gotta pay those off, buddy.
Fannie Mae will be in touch.
So I was nothing, but it was like maybe $20 or something.
How
in my wallet.
funny is that their short-sighted racism of just seeing a white guy going, they'll have tons of money.
She goes, you need to wait a while.
It was a nice neighborhood. So Dave lived in a nice neighborhood.
It was
Slope.
it was in
coming up
Prospect
the
Heights.
side.
It was the Prospect
It was
Heights.
the place that we lived in.
Yeah, but no, this was a different place than that.
Okay.
This was the place that you moved into for a very little bit. Yes,
Yeah.
that was that place. Sterling place.
That
yes.
place almost ended mine and Dave's friendship.
Yeah, that's
Why?
a whole different story.
Why?
But I will.
Because-
Let me just
because
finish this one
alright,
because the
I
funny
will
part.
tell why.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the funny part of so it's like you don't feel anything when the gun's at your head, but then as soon as they ran off, and they also ran, like which almost like fills you with. So then all of a sudden it all
That's
hits
what they
you.
do, Dave.
They ran and so fast. It was like, that was a record-breaking
You can't
time.
make those guys walk.
And then I was just filled with rage.
I just realized, I just want to be very clear because I know this is playing throughout the house. I have an employee who's a black dude who I have not yet met.
He's probably running right now.
No, he's right now he's getting to know my podcast very intimately. He's like, so this is what we do.
Listen, it's nothing against any employee of
No,
yours, but
no,
like, was
no.
he in
Oh,
Brooklyn in
great.
2009? Because if so,
Yeah, please. Thank you.
I'm saying, do you have a security system here? I didn't realize that you had a black employee.
No, the few times I've had gun pulled on me, one I was in high school and we were doing a scavenger hunt, and the dude pulled up and took a gun and put it into our window, and because we had stolen his he had lawn jockeys. It was one of the things he was doing all over the fucking Florida. And so we stole him, and then or a bird bath maybe, and he
So his bird bath.
and whatever we stole, we tried to steal. We didn't get it, but he chased us down, and he had a
shot for a bird
And
bath.
by the way, it was the most fascinating chase gun moment you could ever have in life, because We were in a station wagon. He was in a CRX. I wish I could tell you the exact streets. I think it's Bay to Bay, and we got on Bayshore. But what would happen is he was behind us, and we were at a light, and he would try to get out of the car to come up and get to our car, and we would just take off. It was like middle of the night, so he was right there. So we get back in his car, and so we were playing this game of chicken, and all of a sudden we go to get on Bayshore. Bayshore is the longest continuous street I think in sidewalk in the world. It's on the water in Florida, in Tampa. And we're going to take a left on Bayshore, and he's behind us, and he's like trying to, and so all of a sudden he gets right here, and then he pops out of his car, and he goes to run, and we're like, punch it, and this dude Fritz punches it, and I swear to God, his car goes, doo-doo, doo-doo. And I swear to God, he goes, and it turns over, he starts, and the guy gets on the side of the car, he's on the side of the car, and he's in the back seat window where I am, and he's like, and we're opening the door, and we knock him off the car going down to Bayshore, and he falls off, and we run over his leg, and then we just kept going. Like, we pulled into a parking lot in a hotel, and we sat there shaking. We were in high school. We're like, and for the next week, anytime I saw a CRX, I was like, motherfucker! But that was I wish I could articulate it better, but it was like the most thrilling chase you've ever seen. I had friends go on me all the time in Florida. All the time. Just all the time. It's still
I grew up in New York, in the suburbs of New York. People didn't have guns. That regularly. So it's for a long time it's been difficult to get a gun in New York. So luckily I didn't have that. I remember there was a bully, this kid Nick Giaculli. I'll say his name on Birdcast. Oh shit. He's out there. He's probably listening.
That's a ticket sale I
Congrats,
lost.
Nick.
We got a shirt for you. If you're gonna fight a little, fight a lot.
He had a bow and arrow, dude. And he fucking one time he just like.
Did you grow up in a tough neighborhood in the 1400s?
No, he was in Rockland County, New York. It was white trash where I was at specifically, like North Rockland area. White trash. With a lot of fucking just like people that would fucking, and this kind of bow and arrow, dude. He pointed at me. It was the uncomfortable feeling, like you ever something to a rubber band? You're just like, dude,
Someone will pass me the road and they go like this, and they keep going like this, and you're like, hey man, you either gotta throw it or not throw it. And no matter when they throw it, you never catch it.
But it was the most like, because all it took was him to slip for a second. He was gonna murder me with a bow and arrow.
Which seems, if it murders you, it's way worse than being shot.
It's so slow. Bow and arrow that kills you. It's a 16-hour death. You're lying down.
You gotta do that thing where you break the edge of the arrow off. You don't even know why, but you're supposed to do that.
I was saying to someone how fucked up I grew up. I'm gonna try to do this as a bit, but it just comes off very weird. I was saying to someone like how rough it was, and it isn't until your neighborhood. My neighborhood was just red-ish, and so like their first day there, the big kids came up to I was the little kids, I was like 10, came up to us and like, hey, we're gonna hunt you. We're like, huh? Yeah, we're gonna get to the town and then we're gonna hunt you guys. You guys are dangerous. I don't think we were ever hunted, but like, no, it wasn't, and so we hid. It wasn't like,
because all you can do is run. You can't disagree with like 10. No, and then if you run, you technically agree.
I was fat enough that I would be like, all right, you got 10 seconds to think of it. You got to lawyer this up right here and be like, hey guys, you don't want to get involved in this. People, where does it go? You're peeking out.
No, I lived in a very highly like racist white trash neighborhood. So they would play manhunt, and it would just be me because I was a brown kid. And they would hunt me, and it's hilarious when you think about it.
They called you a man. That's cool.
Yeah, a man
like
hunt.
Pig hunt.
They would hunt me, and the other thing was like tag with everyone else.
My scariest gun ball is the Kareem story.
Don't give up!
Put a gun into your asshole. That was not scary. I was gonna say every gun story is a Kareem story. You want to get technical? Technically speaking.
Wait, who's Kareem?
Kareem Green. Very, very funny. Years ago, did a gig in Maryland. We met a girl at a bar who sounded like she wanted to fuck us both. And we were like, at an age, we were like, sure, that sounds great. And what she actually did over the course of like a long story was setting us up to get robbed by two guys in the street. And like Kareem got out of the car, which I told him not to, and then they grabbed him. And like, I don't know if the gun was loaded, never went off or anything, but like the guy was waving a gun around, and Kareem like fought a guy with a gun. He was gonna fight a little, fight a lot, but his mistake was he knocked the guy on the ground with the gun. The guy still had the gun though, and Kareem goes, "Come on!" That's why I was always the exact split between our personalities right there. He was like, "Come on!" I go, "Come on, man! You've already won. You're not dead, and that guy's got a gun."
Guns are.
Me and Luis went shooting in Texas. We went to a shooting range, and I've never done that before. And we shot AR-15s. It's like 9mm or 45s, and I thoroughly did not enjoy it.
Yeah, after 15 minutes, I was like, where'd Jay go? He's just literally gone. And I walk outside, he's sitting on the curb smoking a cigarette. It was, I don't know how to describe it other than it was violent.
Unnerving.
It was very violent. I understand
They're
why.
way louder than you think they're going to be.
Yeah.
It's loud.
It makes you go like, anytime you see a movie where anyone shoots anyone, you're like, the whole fucking neighborhood knows about this.
And it also, it's very crude. Like when you see like the mechanism for like, you know, the actual like the clip with the bullets in it. It's just
doesn't feel like it fits right.
Like whatever it is, it feels like I thought of the technology for guns before I shot a gun was maybe a little more like intricate, but it's like a hammer smacks into the back of a bullet that has gunpowder in it and fucking fires that thing out, and it's a slug and it shoots out of the front of it. Yeah, it's all like whatever it is, it's kind of crude and it feels like it doesn't feel safe.
Yeah,
it feels like this technology was invented, and it was like 50 years ago. And like I feel like
it's pure death.
I feel like it's gonna explode in my hand and my face is gonna blow up.
It definitely. The first time I ever shot guns was in East LA.
What's the difference between us and Joe Rogan? By the way, the conversation we're having right now, the gay ass conversation. We were all scared.
I went shotguns in East LA and I had like a fucking, I don't know, because as a comic I just put on like Allen Iverson jersey and some khakis. I was like, I'm gonna roll in like Snoop Dogg, right? And I go in, I don't realize that the dudes shooting guns at this place are all fucking gangbangers. They're all fucking gangbangers. Yeah, like literally shooting guns. And I walked in and I was like, the
final stretch.
Like just highlighted.
Don't give up.
Put the headsets on. I walked in without the headsets, not knowing how loud it was gonna be. And all of a sudden, you're just like. It's loud and I'm dropping bullets everywhere. I have that little thing and I'm like, and I had a panic attack. I started crying, and I had to leave. And I didn't have a panic attack, but I was generally after I was getting like tense. I was like, I don't like it.
I've done
the other guys hot.
It was like hot on your forehead. So hey.
We shot.
All I kept thinking about too was I don't know, except for Lewis. I didn't know the other 4 people in there shooting.
And that's the fucking crazy
thing. They can just make a decision. Like, you go, why would they just turn the gun and shoot you? And I go, because there's a bunch of other people in here with guns. I go, if they're shooting, they clearly don't give a fuck. They don't think you're leaving.
There's kind of one bullet that goes really fast.
What happened to fucking Kyle, the
American Sniper?
They take a guy with PTSD out to shoot, and then he just kills him. Did that one happen?
So I've shot maybe 5-6 times. Right? We went to Vegas at one time, like to the desert. We just shot up fucking cans, and it was really fun. Yeah. Bobby Bernstein set that up.
That sounds fun.
That was awesome. It was fucking. We'll do it next time we go to Vegas.
That's not where I want to do it. That's not where I want to do it.
It was really cool.
No, I want to be in a gun range.
I was like, what that is. I've shot a half dozen times at least, right? To this day, like if you have guns here, right, and like, oh shit, there's people outside, they're trying to break in and fucking kill us. I don't know that I would have the wherewithal to figure out how to load it, set it, like fucking, and go and defend myself.
No, that's why I went to Terran Tactical. Have you been to Terran Tactical?
I haven't been, but
so
I see all my comic friends go to Terran Tactical and look like fucking
3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
Time's up. I want to bring my gun, so I know that I can use my gun. And then he looked at my gun. And he goes, I'm gonna give you a better gun. It's the same gun you have though. It's just better shaped. And I was like, okay, and it was much better. I was like, oh, I want that one. It's like fucking $2,300. And I was like, whoa. He like customizes guns, and Terran's a fucking badass. But
you win.
The crazy thing is, having a gun holstered out pop, 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 chop it out, put another one in, pop, 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 pop. It's really fucking crazy because once you get into rote, you go, that's the thing. The question is,
tough.
Are you the person that could kill someone? My wife? Yes.
You can kill your wife.
No, I would. She cheated. If she cheated on me, yeah, I would. I'd kill her and my daughters.
First the daughters in front of her.
And the cat and the fucking dogs. I'm killing everybody. I'm cleaning the house. So no, but Leanne could kill someone. Leanne would have no problem killing someone.
I think if I felt that threatened, I could, but I don't know. But I will say it's funny because how afraid I was and just like unsettling with the guns. If I owned a house, for sure, I want to own a gun.
Oh, I have. Well,
I'd like to have. I was going to ask you as a homeowner, are you wanting to get a gun?
No comment. But yeah, I think I could very easily kill someone if I felt like my family was threatened.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, but just like
hold
not
on.
in that
I'm
situation.
going to tell you.
Do it easily, but
hang on. So we were redoing our old house, right? You remember the house when you were there?
Yeah.
When we were redoing it, and so
you killed a guy?
No, a homeless guy tried to break in to our front. So we had the front.
So you killed him?
No. So I have my dog.
You raped him.
The dog killed him.
My dog raped him.
And then you raped the dog.
And then I raped the dog.
Classic Bert.
And then I killed them both.
Classic Kreischer.
Secret time. So
Secret time.
I had a gun. I had a gun.
Secret time got dark.
Secret time I raped and killed my dog. Cut this. But
Also edit out the dog's name.
Remember Puddles?
I had a gun that shot pepper spray. So I was during that time I was buying a lot of fucking self-defense stuff. But I had a gun that shot pepper spray, and so I had this gun and my dog, and the guy's trying to break in. And he's trying to climb over the fence, and the fence I think he was just out of his mind. And my daughters were there. The dogs went crazy, and I'm like, hey buddy, you need to turn it around. And he was like just talking crazy, and I pulled it looks like a gun. I pulled it out, and he said to me, and I went, okay. And I was like, first of all, this is pepper spray. Second of all, I don't want to put pepper spray on him. Because once I put pepper spray, it escalates to the next thing, which I already know I'm not willing to go where he's willing to go.
By the way, if you're pepper spraying him, you're pepper spraying yourself and sort of everyone in the vicinity.
Yeah, everyone in the vicinity.
Really?
And so, but when he said, please, I was like, okay, not only do I not have the balls to pepper spray someone, I definitely don't have the balls to kill someone.
Yeah.
And then Leanne's like,
give me the gun, faggot.
Yeah. Leanne would have
First she sprays it in her own mouth, the shell's not for you.
When I bought my gun, the guy goes, how many bullets do you want? And I was like, I don't know.
For me.
I go,
Little murder suey.
He goes, I bought a shotgun and I bought a Glock. And he goes, so what you wanted with the shotgun is you want bird shot and then buckshot. It's two different. One, he described them. One of them scares him, and the other one you got to replace walls. And so I said,
bird shot is like you'll fucking shoot him, and then he's like, fuck. He's got a bunch of little BBs all over.
So with your shotgun, you have two things of bird shot, and then you have buckshot. So you load it up with two of those. So you're like, bam, scare you, bam, scare you. Now you're dying. And so then I got my Glock, and he goes, how many bullets do you want for your Glock? And I said, oh no, what do you want? And he goes, well, and then he answered, hollow points.
Cop killers?
It's hollow points, right? It's hollow points. She goes, hollow points. You don't kill someone, you don't shoot someone to hurt them, you shoot them to kill them. Like that's why you shoot them.
What if they're wearing a vest? I think she knows all this.
She goes, so I go, yeah, I take hollow points. And he goes, how many? Give me like 10 kids. How many people do you plan on killing? I don't know. He goes, just giving you a heads up. You probably will never use one hollow point.
That probably gets you on a government list. You might have any
Mr. Kreischer, can I ask you a question? Are you going to war?
Is this specifically to tear through Kevlar, right?
I would, if I was going to shoot somebody, I would have die. We're going to take a kill shot immediately through the skull. I wouldn't want to shoot him like,
twitch, man.
shoot him, and then they're like begging, like, please, why, dude?
Yeah, don't be like, I was just trying to feed my family.
Why would you murder me? Why would you murder me? I was just trying to steal. I wasn't trying to kill you.
Tell my wheelchair daughter I tried.
Oh, dude, that's why.
Watch, give it to my son.
That's why I would never go hunting, because I feel like I would shoot a deer and I would shoot it and I'd have to watch it die slowly.
Oh yeah, you go over and goes, it's dead, and it's up like.
You fucking shoot a deer's leg off.
So Joe Rogan would hate me for that reason. If he was like, let's go hunting, like, I don't want to touch a dead animal. So he's like, grab it by the hooks. Such an opposite
dead
girl
animal, my
about
word. I do not want to deal with a dying animal. Like, I'll tell you about one time my mom, like, we had these food shops, right? And fucking my mom, the mice.
Watching the family dog die on the strap.
This is so sad.
Those are so sad.
Just watching, I hate mice, I hate rats, but just watching them suffer, where they're stuck to it like,
Well, that's what happened. So it was on the glue trap. My mom was, even though she was a fucking junkie hooker, she actually had some humanity in her because she felt so bad that this mouse was in the glue trap. So I remember she took her kitchen gloves and she's trying to tear the mouse off the glue trap, and it's like skin is being pulled off its face, and it's like just twitching. It's like foot was left on the glue trap, and at one point she like got it off, but it was like covered in glue, and it's like just twitching, and she threw it in the dirt. So she was like, maybe if I get it in the dirt, it'll like get covered in enough dirt that like the glue will
some
stop
grip.
being sticky.
Dude, smart.
So she's rolling it around in the dirt.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
So it's the last minute.
We had a problem with rats in our old house, and so
rats,
like legit rats. They were in the attic, and so Leanne got a guy to come out and he put traps everywhere. But more importantly, he closed off the attic so they couldn't run the show. I remember Ida and I saw a rat run down there. And then you could hear it. And then they all fucking, it's just heartbreaking. Jimmy just got accepted to med school. I hope they have a little rat paw. I love you.
Not me, man. Vermin like that, you can kill it and make their families watch with their eyes shut. Any mouse or rats, I can't feel bad.
It's one of the best episodes of Rick and Morty is where he goes down to the sewer cities and just starts killing rats. It's just like one animal. Rats and cockroaches you can murder. I mean, in front of me.
I don't understand people who collect cockroaches. That's weird. There's a girl I saw on a video who collected cockroaches. Did you know it's a cockroach, not a cockroach? When I grew up in Florida, I thought it was a cockroach, like a shitload.
You also think it's a tattoo.
It is a tattoo. In 2006, I thought it was a papa roach. They just did a show at Shakey's Pizza, Halston.
Shakey's Pizza?
Papa Roach's brother, little brother.
They should have done it at Papa John's. That would have made sense.
Uncle Roach?
What the fuck? No, nephew Roach. His brother is a really great content creator. He's really good on TikTok. He does it for dance. He does all their stuff. I met with him. I think Halston knows him. I met with him. He was really fucking talented.
You're on fire!
I remember as a kid laying in my sister's bed.
We all do.
And a roach was crawling on the ceiling. I was like, what is that? And I fucking had a hard time sleeping for about a year.
My dad would come to town to go stay at my uncle's house in South Philly. His house, like, sleep on the couch. Nowhere to see. When the lights went out, you'd see roaches coming everywhere, and then it was like when the lights came on, you'd see them scattered. I mean, like dozens of them. Like it was just.
Welcome to being a Puerto Rican, Jay. That's how I grew up. That's why it's just higher existence.
That's why the lights on. They love so much. They wrote. That's why they all sing La Cucaracha.
Wait, hang on. What is that? Jesus Trejo just explained it to me. That song, the lyrics are. What are the lyrics?
The cockroach. The cockroach. Da 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 da
da. La cucaracha. Hey, we pulled the lyrics. It's a weird song. We were in.
Cucaracha, la cucaracha.
It's a white person type in
your mother's ass.
What are the lyrics? La Cucaracha. Little Wikipedia. Wikipedia right there. Right there. La Cucaracha.
The cockroach cannot walk.
Oh, he's got broken legs or something. It's a sad. He's used to singing it to me.
Damn, dude, Mexican culture sucks that much that they would have sung with a cockroach.
Also, they don't know what melody for the sad
My legs are broken.
I cannot fucking walk. La cucaracha.
What goal? What goal? You're in trouble.
And his mom was fleece Christmas, and he was wearing it, and it's also what happens to be what every ballet guy wears is a red fleece. And we were at Jerry's Deli on Beverly Melrose, and someone threw him his keys, and he looked at me, he goes, "You think I'm a fucking Mexican?" And I was like, "Yo, Eddie,
dude, chill.
No offense, you kind of do look like, shut the fuck up." And he's like, "I'm not a fucking Mexican." He threw his keys on the ground, and then there's a dude in the exact same vest, and the exact same fucking fleece he's in, and he just grabs the keys, and I was like, "He's right there, please." Like, Jesus Christ.
It's okay. I'm a Mexican.
What's the
actual lyrics?
Yeah, what are the lyrics? It's from
They gotta be on the page somewhere.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
The final stretch.
The
Don't give up.
The cockroach can no longer walk because she doesn't have, because she lacks the two hind legs to walk. The light was with my, I couldn't see the last one. Two hind legs. The two hind legs. Wow, that is a really shitty song.
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
And this blew up as like their most famous song.
People eat cockroaches.
I think
Yeah, La Bamba was
And then
pretty
Selena,
good.
something Selena.
Oh,
La Bamba, is that-
I went. You do not fuck around about Selena in San Antonio.
Yeah, they're
That
serious.
is. They have a Selena statue.
Shit on the Alamo. Talk about Selena.
I'm into Selena. We all bought shirts, and I listened to her while I was jogging in San Antonio. She was fucking awesome.
Suck.
She was fucking legit.
You're super into Tejano music?
Yeah. So when they were redoing that,
You've gone
our
deep
house,
dive Tejano?
Yeah, when they were redoing our house, the dudes doing our house would listen to Norteños music, Tejano music, and what's the other fucking one? And they would put me to sleep perfectly because I wasn't listening; I was hearing. Like because it was in Spanish, I wasn't listening to the lyrics; I was just hearing, relaxing.
Is that what they meant? White man can't jump?
I think that's what he meant.
You could hear Jimmy, but he wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that?
White man can't jump.
I remember that movie, but I don't know the phrase.
There's a whole thing about how he can listen to Jimmy, but he can't hear him.
He's white.
Because he's white. Wesley Snipes tells that to Woody Harrelson.
About Jimi Hendrix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not the same. It's like I used to have a joke. It's like brown noise, not white noise, but brown noise. Because I would listen to the Mexican guys talking Spanish, and it would calm me down. It would calm me down, and I could fall asleep.
Hey, can you quiet down that brown noise?
No, it was like white noise, but
A brown noise machine.
brown
Just
noise
turns it off.
because
It's Mexican.
Cucaracha, he cannot walk because he has no
What was the
hind
other
legs.
music they would listen to? And it would calm me the fuck down, and I would listen to them talk, and they'd
Los
laugh,
Friendly Boys?
and I would just I find myself smiling, listening to them listen to music and bullshit, and I wasn't listening to them, but I was hearing them. Does that make sense?
Sure.
It was just noise because it was a different language.
Sure.
And so if it was English, you'd be listening, you'd be eavesdropping.
Right,
So
right.
yeah, and it would calm me the fuck down. I haven't found anything like that. I listen to a lot of podcasts now when I sleep.
How old was Selena when she died?
I thought she was way younger, right?
Yeah, because she looks like she's
She
kind of
was
old.
23, I think. She was married.
She was 23 because
Yeah, she was 23.
she looks older.
She's got some bangers.
No.
Bailar.
No.
I listen to a lot of
I'm
them.
Enrique Iglesias.
I
all
don't know
day
any.
over her.
I don't know any Selena.
Yeah, you do. You know the one.
Yeah, you do.
Which one?
Como la flor.
I could fall in love with you, and I know It's not right.
Where's Selena? Top results.
I'm a little drunk. That bourbon fucking really got to me.
Ready? Why do I have Selena, my Selena? Why do I only have Selena Gomez?
Why do you have Selena Gomez? Is my question.
I was a big supporter of Selena Gomez. I thought she'd be an epic player. She was. Well, I think she lost her kidney.
She lost her kidney?
Yeah. Her best friend gave her a kidney, and then her best friend turned on her. She turned on her best friend. By the way, I don't actually know if any of this is accurate at all. I'm being dead serious.
I just know I saw a picture of Selena Gomez, which I'm like, she's a little chunky. I don't really know the fashion. She always.
She was beautiful. She was in Wizards of Waverly Place, Wizard of Waverly Place, and then so did George Donado, and she dated Justin Bieber, and I was like, this is the kid you invest in. This is the money maker. I think she had a bad kidney, and then her best friend gave her a kidney, and then her and her best friend just had a falling out.
Really? If your friend gives you a kidney and then you have a falling out, no matter what it is, it's your fault. She gave you a
Tracy
kidney.
Morgan break up with his chick after she gave him a kidney?
Wait, Tracy Morgan,
true?
and then George Lopez did too. Really? Yeah, they both got kidneys. What do you need a kidney for? Like, how do you know?
White people thank people for their kidneys, and black people divorce them. What makes them do it this way? Hey, fill in the blank. Don't make it one person.
Lupus is cancer.
What is it?
I thought lupus is like an autoimmune.
Yeah, but it is a version of cancer.
She had the surgery and donated her kidneys and now what? And
now they had a. Be upset.
They no longer be friends.
I think she had video of Selena touching that kidney and not taking it.
Come on, I can't do that kidney. I can feel that. Stop.
Who would you give a kidney to? Who would you give a kidney to Ari Shaffir?
If he was gonna die and I'm the only one, yes. If I was a blood match and I'm like the only friend of Ari that can give him, I would reluctantly give. Because I know Ari wouldn't give me one. Like, I don't want that Puerto Rican kid. You think Ari, Jay, you think Ari, if he's the only match, you know what? I think he would. I do. I really do.
They had a falling out. They did have a falling out. She was touching this kid.
But let me say, let's not say they had a falling out, but that's exactly what it is. Like, she said she didn't have the choices, get after the train. So that's pretty funny to take ownership over somebody. Hey, if I did give you a kidney, so why don't you not let the baby, huh? You have to make choices in your life based on.
I can kind of understand it if you're how unhealthy the choices are. Like if you're like yourself and you're like, yo,
yeah, it's a little vague.
What happens if I don't? What? I get my kidney. How does that affect my life? Besides the scar and the downtime from the surgery, in what way does it affect my life negatively?
Well, Ari's gonna make fun of you a lot. He's gonna be like, ha ha, I got your kidney.
Just wait.
Lose some weight.
I think the question is, why don't we all do it? Why don't a bunch of people just decide to give all the kidneys? Because there are people that need kidneys that are on a transplant list right now.
She's gonna fucking get cut open. It's a whole to-do.
Is it?
Yeah, where are you
It's not that bad though.
There's a black market.
Getting put down, cut open, having your kidney taken out. It's a kind of stuff.
It's not funny since you got all of our hotel rooms this week. If we fucking harvested a kidney in one of our rooms from somebody, a drifter.
Yeah,
that's gonna show up on the incidentals.
I wish you could buy hair transplants from homeless people. Like I wish you could harvest hair from homeless people who need money and be like, "Y'all give you like 15 grand. Just give me your hair." And then I get their hair, and they have to be bald, but they can get out of their.
This is 2 steps away from becoming bum fights. Like, we can just pay bums to beat each other up,
and then loser has to give me their hair. You know, that was more interesting. You guys fight to the death. Loser gives me their hair.
The winner gets $35.
When I had hair, it was fucking goofy ass hair. It didn't look good. So, hair transplants? Yeah. Is he telling people?
They said on the show. It worked.
Really?
That's
now I want to see his hair.
It looks good.
I've but Liam won't let me.
Let me see your hair. It's going.
I have a.
I was gonna say, how did it go in my
Yeah, but you don't look bad.
That's not.
Yeah, I don't.
That's an old picture.
I thought Segura got him. He was wearing hats. He was hats. And I said, you got transplants. And he fucking me. He was like, nah.
You're on fire!
And then he showed up and he was still bad. Wait, so was Soder losing his hair?
Yep.
Justin Bieber, right? Justin Bieber.
Justin?
Yeah, no, Justin Silver. Justin Silver.
Oh, yeah,
Justin
yeah.
Silver does stuff. Like all topical shit.
So Soder
I
got
use
like the
Rogaine.
shit from the back of his head plugged into the front of his head.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Space hair.
That's
I have a friend who did it. Did it earlier, and he has to get his hair done. You can't just like
Dan Tosh, like Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly. I remember Tosh losing his hair.
Yeah. Look at Machine Gun Kelly before it.
I remember Tosh losing his hair.
I think women. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, Dan does well. He's a good looking dude. But I just think women would rather you just fucking go bald and be confident of who you are than.
You're not wrong about that, but some people just can't be like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I started going bald at like 18 or 19 years
If I was
old.
gonna go bald, Machine Gun Sledge.
He went from like he doesn't really rap anymore.
Dude, I saw the most, and I mean this, the most cringy clip I've ever seen in my entire life was him doing Drew Barrymore with nails in the Drew Barrymore talk show. And her like looking at him like he's like sometimes I just don't feel like being in a good mood, you know. I gotta, and she's just like in it, and like they're having the worst. It's one of the worst. Like right here, it is. I hate it. But she's an actress. She's literally just acting right now. And if people don't comment to like, oh my god, like the way she's just really actively listening to him. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever it is, she's just.
You can't. I mean, I still think she's cute as well.
She's cute, yeah, sure. I'm sure she's a great person. Whatever it is, it just bugs me.
Oh no, her thing is like it's a bit.
Here's my fear: is that you get to a place in this career where you do those, or you do Drew Barrymore, and you do the thing. They whittle you down to the thing that, like, that is not the art anymore. It's not the thing that white people like you.
She's not. She was a legitimate actress in major movies. She was a child, a great actress, and then now exactly she's like every show she talks to people in the audience that are just like we're in a world that she never be able to touch people anymore. You know, that was sort of
well, she's pretending to be. It's not pretending, but like she's almost like pretending that she's an older woman. She's not. You're like a bazillionaire. You're not one of these.
Forget the money.
The final stretch!
She's
Hollywood.
She was a child.
She didn't go to school.
Yeah.
And she didn't go to school. So like, if you don't have that forming of going to school, just simply like not being cool, showering with other people, like there's certain things that happen that if you don't
We
have
had to shower with other people. I think that was a regional thing.
No.
Northeast, we never had to shower in school with people.
Dude,
I never had school shower.
I would have dropped out of school in the 9th grade.
Are you serious?
Me too. I never had school
Wasn't happening.
showers.
Are you fucking serious? It is one of the most defining moments of my life.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, no way.
Without a fucking doubt. 9th grade, Coach Sayo, just everyone gets done and it got splashed on you. He's like, hit the showers.
Did you hold your dick and like put back into a corner? That's what I did.
I'm gonna tell you something. If I had to take public showers when I was a teenager, my mom would have walked in my room one day and just seen my shoes and MC Hammer pants swinging from a fucking fan.
You're on fire!
MC Hammer pants just swinging. I go,
Dude,
She's just looking, he's just doing can't touch this.
I
It's fine.
fucking remember it so vividly that I had to overcome it. I had to overcome it and be confident naked because I was not confident naked.
Are you just other 9th graders, or is it like all high school?
Everyone.
Because that's the worst. It's 9th grade. It's 9th grade.
I remember walking by the showers and seeing men in there, like 12 graders, and then going like, "Whoa, that's fucking crazy! I can't believe they shower here at school," not knowing I was about to shower.
Got no clothes, went back to class.
Yeah, I think my senior year when I switched schools, I went to South too. So Philly, never playing showers there.
5, 4, go! 3, 2, 1, go! Time's up.
South Jersey, though, the school I graduated from, had showers, but I didn't even consider it a possibility. Exactly, I would just change out of my shorts and put my clothes back on.
Bro, I am so comfortable naked around people. It is bizarre because of that liberty. Because I had to get to a point where I was like,
You win!
I was like, I remember there was a lot of iterations of these conversations, but like, number one is, no one's looking at your dick. Are you looking at dicks? And if you're looking at like,
I am.
And then people would totally look at dicks. By the way,
I'm counting the amount of dicks that are smaller.
Oh my god!
It's just Lewis at lunch is just like, how about new dick today, huh?
I would
there was a guy. There was a guy
only at dicks.
There was
All I
a guy
remember
that
from
looked
gym
at
locker
dicks.
rooms was dicks when I
There
was
was
younger.
one guy who looked at dicks. His name was Hogwatcher, and they'd be like, "Yo, fucking Hogwatcher's getting in here," and so because he would look at dicks. It was
What was his name? It was like Mike Hogwasher. Was that his name?
By my senior year, I was so comfortable being naked that I've never had a problem. Since 9th grade, I had to overcome it and be like, yo, I got this dick. I can't change it. This is my dick. This is what I look like naked. Everyone is different. There are dudes with smaller dicks and bigger dicks, but I'm cool. And I mean, I can shit in front of people. There's so much shit I can do, but it's all because of All Boys Catholic High
Bert, you're a
School.
very comfortable person. I watched a clip of you on Are You Garbage the other day talking about how you, as an adult, eat your boogers.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Leanne will lose her shit. If
Dude,
she sees me eating a booger, she goes, please don't do that. And I go, I'm just sorry.
I gotta say, she's making a pretty reasonable point.
Yeah, I don't care.
You know, I like to take your side.
It's one of the craziest things that I watched that.
Hey, man, I'm team
I can blow your mind. I can blow your mind.
My
with
mouth agape.
No, I went through a period during the pandemic where I was just wiping with my fingers.
What? Stop it, Bert.
Wiping your ass with your
my
fingers? Wait, during the pandemic?
Why?
What, did you go insane? What happened? Did you get cabin fever?
There was a toilet paper shortage,
wipe
but
with
you
your
had plenty
fingers.
of toilet paper.
No, we were on
Is
the
that
road.
why you moved out of that Amityville house?
we were on the road, and I remember I had like hemorrhoid issues, and I just was like, I'm wiping so much. I'm on the road. I'm getting dry toilet paper. I was sitting in a KOA, and I just turned the sink on next to me, put a handful of water in there, and then washed my ass, and went, yeah, wait, I'm cool with washing my ass.
You gargled with your asshole?
Yeah, I just fucking washed it, and then I just went over more. And I'll tell you what, it's a much better wipe than you'll ever get.
No,
Well, you're sort of
It's not, though.
manually.
It's much.
No,
yeah,
he's
much
not wrong. I'll tell you why, Jay.
You're all wrong.
He's not because what he's doing is he's essentially doing what a bidet wishes it could do.
There
If
was
a bidet had fingers,
Like
if a bidet had
a bidet,
fingers,
another T-shirt.
if a bidet had fingers, man, we're killing T-shirts today.
there was a bidet watching Bert
Here's the
wash his
problem.
ass and going, well, we're out of business now.
His asshole's clean, but his fingers are covered in Hep C.
No, you wash your hands afterwards. But like you,
And then what? Just live. I don't know, man. No.
Hold on. Do you wash your ass in the shower?
Oh yeah.
It's the same fucking thing.
But it isn't shit.
not only do I
It's
wash
not
my-
covered in
no.
shit.
No, but bullshit. You know when you go to wash your ass. In the shower, there is
If I'm gonna
shit.
shower right after I shit, I'll give myself 2 little mini wipes.
Yeah, there. Same thing.
Just a couple little mini wipes. I'm not gonna go in and fucking
Lewis
finger
will
in the
tell you-
asshole, shit my.
Okay, I do.
Yeah,
I do
you know
that.
what? I gotta say, if I'm in the shower after taking a shit,
Yeah.
I'm doing exactly what Bert did.
it's the same
on
fucking
toilet.
thing.
You don't wipe a little first.
No. I wiped with toilet paper first. I'm not going
A
in
couple
raw.
wipes.
But
but-
yeah,
Fucking you in the ass at the same time. It's too much.
there was a dude who
Yeah,
had,
I'm
was it on
motivated to-
SoundCloud. I forget where you could see how many
Yep.
downloads he was getting, and I was one of 5. And he had hit me up. He had just gotten out of prison, and he was talking about how hard it was to transition. And I did like into regular life, and I listened to his first episode, and I DM'd him. I said, "This was really fascinating." And then the next episode, he's like, "Man, I only got 5 listeners, but I know Bert Kreischer's one of them." And I was like, "Oh fuck, now I got to listen to every episode." But yeah, no, I mean, I know what you're saying.
It's never so for him going like, you know what I'm talking about, Bert. Hit me up.
Fuck. But I remember when I started this podcast, it was because of Segura and Joey. Segura came over.
fucking little freak. Dude, people, I like fucking in public. Like, honestly, like, I like to, me and my chick, sometimes we'll just be in a fucking public place. We're like, let's just go. Let's slide it in.
But you realize how that could be.
Mr. Gomez, this is a PTA meeting.
But I'm just saying, like,
how's James doing in math?
But however your freak flag flies.
Yeah.
So that was sort of where I think it falls into the category of kink shaming. I think Louis.
Okay. You put your hair in my pasta. I'd never worked in at a business before, but when I did the movie, there was a day where it just kind of dawned on me. Like, I was watching a dude hit on a chick, and I was like, I wanted to say something like, "Hey, you can't do that. Like, we're all working. Like, don't." But it's Serbia, so there's different rules, you know.
Yeah.
Like there is different. I mean.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
That should be a T-shirt, dude. I agree with you. If you made the decision that you're gonna fight the guy with the gun, like, go for it. Stop being so. He's like half. He's like
fight a lot.
Stop it, silly pants. Get that gun out of my face. Come on, you're being a goofball. What are you doing?
That is more poetic for life. If you're gonna fight a little, fight a lot.
Fight a lot. Fight a lot. That's a fucking brilliant statement.
That's crazy what I just watched.
Yeah, I know. You're like sort of fighting back. Definitely don't play with the gun. Like, just either let him point it at you or freeze.
You think with it, if you're gonna fight, what he was doing, you might as well try to put his finger in the barrel like a cartoon.
Have you ever had a gun pulled on you?
By cops. Cops. I've had it a couple times.
I've had it a couple times.
By cops.
That was a great old Dave bit where he got robbed by these young black kids in his neighborhood, and then he ran upstairs to go grab a knife.
It's not a bit, it's a story. I used to tell it on stage.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
I've been threatened with gun only, but I never held one on.
Well, I got jumped. I was living in Brooklyn at the time.
Yeah, and we were friends.
Oh yeah, we were all friends. I was doing stand-up and shit. I think I might have come from Jay's earlier that day or whatever. I don't really remember, but I was coming home.
The one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I was at your house the next time. Yeah, we were all friends.
No, I dropped you off that night, and you went to the store.
Was it that?
You were back from the
was it
store.
that? I don't even remember that part. But yes, I was walking back. You know, it was like late night after the club. It's like 3 in the morning or something like that. And I was walking up my block, and there was like a group of kids on my block. And if I remember, I first veered off because like they looked suspicious to me, and I was like, oh, like that doesn't look good.
And then you started to work yourself up like Rocky. Like, what do I do? Am I a bitch?
No, literally, that's it. Because I walked around and I was like, I'm fucking sad. And I remember looking, and there was a kid I thought was following me, like this kind of thug-looking dude following me as I was walking. And so I circled my block, and then I came to the bottom of it. And the kid, I stopped and smoked a cigarette and just stared back at the kid, and the kid just passed me. And I was like, first off, I'm being a pussy. Like, I'm scared to walk home, and I was thinking this kid's following me, and this is ridiculous. Like, I was like, fuck it, I'm going home. And so I walked back up the block, and I remember walking up the block, and they were gone, and then they came back. I saw them over the top of the block. And then I looked back, and I saw the kid who had passed me.
Just stay still.
No, so this kid had passed me.
How should I act dead?
And come back.
Do I act big or dead? Is it a bad? What do you do?
James gonna speak sign language to him.
You're dead. I don't know. One or the other. Either way, if I pick the wrong one, I'm dead.
Well, I didn't do either. But I looked back and I saw the kid who had passed me. I'd circled back and he was following me back up the block. So at that point, like I knew it. I was like, oh, this is 100%. I'm getting jumped here. Yeah. And so I just like I started walking up toward my house. I got right to the front of my apartment building, and they all like converged and jumped in front of me. And the kid pulled out a gun, and then they like started coming up on me. And one of them grabbed me by the neck, and I slapped his hand down. I slapped his hand down, which was just a completely instinctual thing. Like, and then I slapped his hand down, and then the kid like cocked the gun and put it up to my head. And I was like, got me. You got me. I was like, all right, over your head. Yeah, I think, yeah. And I was like, you got me. And then I put my hands up, and he had the gun in my head, and I felt what felt like 75, 15 15-year-old black hands in my pockets. They just took
So
everything.
Dave started
Like you
coming.
said, long fingers.
Wait, how did you?
An extra knuckle in each finger.
Wait, how did they take anything good?
No, he had nothing good. He was fucking 20
Yeah,
million.
I was
say.
broke at the time,
Yeah,
but
you
they
get
took
all your
everything.
ID,
They took
yeah.
my
Passport.
fucking I had my passport on me, which was the biggest bitch because I had lost my license, and so I was using it to like get into bars and shit. So I lost my license, so all I had on me as a passport is like an ID.
Yeah.
So I fucking had that on me. That sucked. So they got that. They took my cell phone. They fucking took it. They did. I remember. Once they all ran off looking, and my keys were on the floor. Like, they had taken the keys out of my pocket, but at least they had the decency to drop those, so I could get into my apartment. But yeah, I actually not
pretty decent
good kids.
Yeah.
These kids had a tough life.
Good kids.
They didn't hit you, right?
They didn't hit me.
Didn't hit you, didn't kill you.
They didn't kill
I said
you?
I almost I in thinking about it, I go it was almost better to have the gun because like if I had tried, these kids would just fuck me up. Yeah,
I guarantee they ended up at a jungle gym down the street. And the guy's like, shut up. I was thinking like the Outsiders, where Pony
When the
Boy
man with the yellow hat comes to round him up. Jesus, Bert. This is going to get you in the studio.
You can do it!
Like your studio, Bert.
Because his passport was going to expire in 3 months anyway. We're doing him a job. He would have never got around to doing it.
Doesn't even look like him anymore.
You new picture.
But the bit is really funny. So Dave, he's upset. He runs upstairs and he gets a knife.
I was so. The thing is, like, it's like in the moment, you're kind of like, it's not. People think like it's not scary in a weird way. Like in a weird way, when someone pulls a gun to your head, it's almost like it's very calming, and you're very like, okay, look, I want to get from point A to point B. It's like it's like perfect clarity in your life. Point A is this guy has a gun to my head. Point B is he does not. And I want to do whatever I can to get
Well, it's
to
also
that
not
point.
that scary where you're saying like fearful in the moment because when you're immediate reaction, which should be immediate submission, you're like, this guy doesn't want to just kill me. Clearly, it's like he wants it, so I'll give him whatever.
Not even thinking
talk to him,
about
like, dude, come on, you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Kill me over a passport.
I'm not worth it, man. I'm not worth
keys.
I mean, I did not have much. I do remember at one point he goes, I was so broke
My
at the
subway
time.
card had 9 punches on it.
He goes, I was so broke at the time too. This is like 15 years ago, something like that. But it's like the guy with the gun yelled at me at one point. He goes, what's the PIN number? And I was like, what? And he goes, the PIN number to your credit cards. And I go, I don't have any credit cards.
Oh man, that's fucking sad,
That's
bro.
pathetic, man. You should probably get your life together. Start with a Discover card and build slowly.
I was like, there's a Chase card to an overdrawn account. Like you're taking negative $200. Oh god.
Fannie Mae will be in touch.
It's like, nothing, but it was like maybe $20 or something.
How funny is that their short-sighted racism of just seeing a white guy down the hill have tons of
You need to wait a while.
It was a nice neighborhood. So Dave lived in a nice neighborhood.
It was in Prospect Heights. It was kind of no, it was the Prospect
It was
Heights.
the place that we lived in.
Yeah, but no, this was a different place than that. This was the place that you moved into for a very little bit. Yes, that was that place. Sterling place.
That
Yeah.
place almost ended mine in the country.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. But I won't. Well, let me just finish this one because the funny part.
Tell why.
Sure. But the funny part is, so it's like you don't feel anything when the gun goes off. But then, as soon as they ran off, and they also ran, like which almost like fills you with. So then all of a sudden, it all hits you, Dave. They ran so fast. It was a record-breaking time.
Make those guys.
And then I was just filled with rage.
I just realized, I just want to be very clear because I know this is playing throughout the house. I have an employee who's a black dude who I have not yet met.
He's probably running right now.
No, right now he's getting to know my podcast very intimately. He's like, so this is what we do.
The final stretch! Don't give up!
2009, because of so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you have a security system there? I didn't know if you had a black employee.
No, the few times that I've done this, when I was in high school and we were doing scavenger hunt, and the dude pulled up in a CRX and put a gun and put it into our window. And because we had stolen these, we had jockeys. It was one and the things you could steal, they were all over the place. And so we stole them, or the bird bath maybe, and he
stole his bird bath.
And whatever we stole, we tried to steal it. We didn't get it, but he chased us down, and we had a shot for a bird. And by the way, it was the most fascinating chase gun moment you could ever have in life, because we were in a station wagon, we were in a CRX. I wish I could tell you the exact streets, but it was like almost Bay Shore, and we got on Bay Shore, and so what happened is he was behind us, and we were in a light, and we were trying to get out of the car, come up, get to our car, and we were just getting off. It was like the middle of the night, so we was right there, so we get back in his car. And so we were playing this game of chicken. All of a sudden, we go to get on Bay Shore. Bay Shore is the longest continuous street, I think, in sidewalk in the world. It's on the water in Florida, in Tampa. And we're going to take a left on Bay Shore, and he's behind us. And so all of a sudden, he gets right here, and then he goes for it. He pops out of his car, and he goes to run, and we're like, punch it! And this dude, Fritz, punches it, and I swear to God, his car goes doom doom doom. And I swear to God, he goes. And it turns over, he starts running, and the guy gets on the side of the car. He's on the side of the car, and he's in the backseat window.
Time's up.
And he's like, and we're opening the door, and we knock him off the car, going down to Bay Shore, and he falls off, and we run over his leg, and then we just kept going. We're like. We pulled into a parking lot at a hotel, and we sat there shaking. We were in high school. We're like, and for the next week, anytime I saw a CRX, I was like, you lose. But that was
bro.
I wish I could articulate it better, but it was like the most thrilling chase you've ever seen. I had guns put on me all the time when I was a kid.
All the time? Adults would
just all the time. It still happens.
So
I
grew up in New York, in the suburbs in New York. People didn't have guns. That regularly. So it's for a long time. It's been difficult to get a gun in New York. So luckily, I didn't have that. I remember there was a bully. This kid Nick Giaculli. I'll say his name on Birdcast.
Oh shit!
He's out there. He's probably listening.
That's a ticket sale I lost.
Nick.
We got a shirt for you. If you're gonna fight a little, fight a lot.
Do you remember he had a bow and arrow, dude, and he fucking one time he just like.
Did you grow up in a tough neighborhood in the 1400s?
No, he was in Rockland County, New York. It was white trash where I was at specifically, like North Rockland area. White trash. It was a lot of like fucking just like people that would fucking and this guy had a bow and arrow, dude, and he pointed at me one time, and the uncomfortable feeling, like have you ever had somebody take a rubber band and point it at your face, dude? And you're just like, dude, fucking
no. Have you ever had someone go past me on the road and they go like this, and they keep going like this, and you're like, hey man, you either gotta throw it or not throw it. And no matter when they throw it, you never catch it.
But it was the most like, because all it took was him to slip for a second. He was gonna murder me with a bow and arrow.
Which seems, if it murders you, it's way worse than being shot.
It's so slow.
A bow and arrow that kills
you. It's a 16-hour death. You're lying there.
You gotta do that thing where you break the end of the arrow off. You don't even know why, but you're supposed to do that.
I was saying to someone how fucked up I grew up. I was gonna try to do this as a bit, but it just comes off very weird. And I was saying to someone like how rough it was, but it isn't until your neighborhood. My neighborhood was just redneck-ish, and so like their first day there, the big kids came up to I was in little kids. I was like 10. Came up to us and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna hunt you," and we're like, "Huh?" And they're like, "We get to the count of 10, and then we're gonna hunt you guys." And they had BB guns, and then we're like, "What? I don't think we want to be hunted." And they're like, 10. No, it wasn't until we hid, but it wasn't like...
Because all you can do is run. You can't disagree with like 10. No, and then if you run, you technically agree.
I was fat enough that I would be like, all right, you got 10 seconds to think of you got to lawyer this up right here and be like, hey guys, you don't want to get involved in this. Hunting people, where does it go? You're peeking out.
I lived in a very highly racist white trash neighborhood, so they would play manhunt, and it would just be me because I was a brown kid. And they would hunt me. It's hilarious.
They call me a man.
Yeah, a man
pig hunt.
They would hunt me, and I would tag with everyone against me.
Yeah. My scariest gun pull is the Kareem story. Kareem.
I thought you say would have put a gun into your asshole.
No, that wasn't that scary.
I was gonna say
that was exhilarating.
Every gun story is a Kareem story.
Kareem Green. Very funny. Years ago, did a gig in Maryland. This girl at a bar was saying she wanted to fuck us both, and we were like at an age where like, sure, that sounds great. And what she actually did over the course of like a long story was setting us up to get two guys in the street and like Kareem got out of the car, which I told him not to, and then they grabbed him and. One guy pulled. I don't know if it was a gun was loaded. Never happened anything, but like the guy was waiting for the gun. And he was gonna fight a little, fight a lot. His mistake was he knocked the guy on the ground with the gun. The guy still had the gun though. And Kareem goes, "Come on!" That's why I always thought that's the exact split between our personalities right there. He's like, "Come on!" I go, "You've won, man. You've already won. You're not dead, and that guy's got a gun."
Guns are.
Me and Lewis went shooting in Texas. We went to a shooting range, and I've never done that before. And we shot AR-15s and some like 9mm or 45s, and I thoroughly did not enjoy it.
Yeah, after 15 minutes, I was like, where'd Jay go? He's literally gone. And I walk outside, he's sitting on the curb smoking a cigarette, shaking.
Terrifying. It was, I don't know how to describe it other than it was very
I understand
they're
why.
way louder than you think they're going to be.
Yeah. It's loud.
It makes it go like, anytime you see a movie where anyone shoots anyone, you're like, oh, who fucking knows about this?
And also, it's very crude. Like, when you see, like, the mechanism for, like, you know, the actual, like, the clip with the bullets in it, it's just...
It doesn't feel like it fits right.
Like whatever it is, it feels like... I thought of the technology for guns before I shot a gun was going to be a little more like intricate, but it's like a hammer smacks into the back of a bullet that has gunpowder in it, and it fucking fires that thing out, and it's a slug, and it shoots out of the front of it. Yeah, it's all like... Whatever it is, it's kind of crude, and it feels like not... It doesn't feel safe. Yeah. It feels like this technology was invented, and it was, like, 50 years ago, and, like, I feel like...
It's pure death.
I feel like it's gonna explode in my head and my face is gonna blow up.
It definitely. The first time I ever shot guns was in East LA.
Between us and Joe Rogan, by the way, the conversation we're having right now, the gay ass conversation. We were all scared.
I went to shotguns in East LA, and I like a fucking. I don't know, because as a comic, I just put on like Allen Iverson jersey and some khakis. I was like, I'm gonna roll in like Snoop Dogg, right? When I go in, I don't realize that the dudes shooting guns at this place are all fucking gangbangers. They're all fucking gangbangers. Yeah, like literally shooting guns. And I walked in and I was like, the fragility of life was like just highlighted to me. And I didn't put the headsets on. I walked in without the headsets, not knowing how loud it was gonna be. And all of a sudden, it was just like it's loud, I'm dropping bullets everywhere. I got a little thing, and and I had a panic attack. I started crying, and I was like, I can't be in here.
I didn't have a panic attack, but I was genuinely I was getting like tense, where I was like, I don't like it.
I've done
the other guys' shells were like coming over. Well, no, they're hot. They're hot on your forehead too. Hey. All I kept thinking about too was I don't know, except for Lewis, I didn't know the other 4 people in there shooting. And they can just make this decision. You go, oh, why wouldn't they just turn their gun and shoot you? And they go, because there's a bunch of other people in here with guns. I go, if they're shooting, they clearly don't give a fuck. They don't think they're leaving.
They're gonna have one bullet that goes really fast.
Yeah. What happened to the fucking Kyle, the American Sniper? They take a guy with PTSD out to shoot, and then he just kills him. Yeah. Isn't that what happened?
Don't give up! Shot maybe 5 or 6 times. We went to Vegas, had a great time. Like a comic brought us out to the desert. We just shot it. It was really fun. Yeah. Eddie Bernstein set that up.
That sounds fun.
That was awesome. It was fucking. That's
not where I want to do it. That's not where I want to do it.
That was really cool.
No, I want to be in a gun range.
I
was like what that is.
I've shot a head, right? To this day, like, you have guns here, right? And like, people outside, they're trying to break in and trying to kill us. I don't know that I would have the wherewithal to figure out how to load it, set it, like fucking, and go and defend myself.
No, that's why That's why I went to Terran Tactical. Have you been to Terran Tactical?
I haven't been, but I've seen all my comic friends go to Terran Tactical and look like fucking
John Wick. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah. And I want to bring my gun, so I know that I can use my gun. And then he looks at my gun and he goes, I'm going to give you a better gun. It's the same gun you have there. It's just better shaped. So I was like, okay, it's not better. I was like, oh, that one is $2,300. But the crazy thing is, having a gun holstered out, pop it out, put another one in, pop. It's really fucking crazy because once you get into rote, you go, that's the thing. The question is, are you the person that could kill somebody? My wife? Yes. You can kill your wife. No, I would. If she cheated on me, yeah, I would. Kill her.
First, the daughter's in front of her.
Well, and the cat. I'm killing everybody. I'm cleaning the house. So no, but Leanne could kill me. Leanne would have no problem.
I think if I felt that threat, that was it. But I don't know. But I will say it's funny because how afraid I was, and just like settling with guns. If I owned a house, for sure, I want to own a gun.
You're on fire!
Are you wanting to get a gun?
No comment. But yeah, I think I could very easily kill someone if I felt like that was the But not in that situation.
So we were redoing our old house, right? You remember the house when you were there?
Yeah.
When we were redoing it. And so
you killed a guy?
No, a homeless guy tried to break in to our front my dog raped.
Classic bird.
And then I killed them both.
Classic Chrysler.
Secret time. So I had a gun.
Secret time got dark.
Cut this.
I'll edit out my dog's name. Remember Puddles? I had a gun that shot pepper spray.
The final stretch!
During that time, I was buying
You're in trouble!
I had a gun that shot pepper spray. And so I had this gun and my dog, and the guy trying to break in, they trying to climb over the fence. And the fence, I think, just had a dog. And the daughters were there. The dogs were going crazy. And I'm like, hey, buddy, I need to turn it around. And he was like, just talking crazy. And I pulled it looks like a gun. I pulled it out, and he said to me, and I went, okay. And I was like, first of all, it's just pepper spray. Second of all, I don't want to put pepper spray on him. Because once I put pepper spray, it escalates to the next thing, which I already know I'm not willing to go where he's willing to go.
By the way, if you're pepper spraying him, you're pepper spraying yourself and sort of everyone in the vicinity.
Yeah, everyone in the vicinity.
Really?
And so, but when he said please, I was like, okay, not only do I not have the balls to pepper spray someone, I definitely don't have the balls to kill someone.
You can do
and then Leanne's like,
give me the gun, faggot.
Yeah.
Score, Pikachu!
Sprays in her own mouth to show.
When I bought my gun, the guy goes, how many bullets do you want? And I was like,
This
I don't
guy,
know.
One for her, one for me. Little Mursui.
I bought a shotgun and I bought a and he goes, so what you want with the shotgun is you want bird shot and then buckshot. It's two different. One, he described them. One of them scares him, and the other one you got to replace walls. And so I said,
birdshot is like you'll fucking shoot him, and then he's like, "Fuck!" He's got a bunch of little BBs all over his.
So with your shotgun, you have two things of birdshot, and then you have buckshot behind that. So you load it up with two of those. So you're like, bam, scare you, bam, scare you. Now you're dying. And so
Time's
then
up.
I got my Glock, and he goes, "What? How many bullets do you want for your? What do you want for your Glock?" And I said, "I don't know. What do you want?" And he goes, "Well," and Leanne's been like this, hollow points. You fucking
Cop killers?
No, it's hollow points, right? It's hollow points. She goes, hollow points. You don't kill someone. You don't shoot someone to hurt them. You shoot them to kill them. Like that's why you shoot.
What if they're wearing a vest? Like she knows all this.
You lose. So I go, yeah, I'll take hollow points. And he goes, how many? I said, give me like 10 cases. He goes, how many people do you plan on killing? I said, I don't know. And he goes, just giving you a heads up. You probably will never use one hollow point, let alone 10 cases of hollow points. I go, why can't you just
That probably gets you on a government list because you might have any others.
Mr. Kreischer,
That's
can I ask you a
specifically-
question? Are you going to war?
Yeah, this is specifically to tear through Kevlar, right?
I mean, I would, if I was going to shoot somebody, I would want them to die. It'd have to be like a kill shot immediately through the skull.
Oh,
I wouldn't
yeah.
want to shoot
Don't
them like
twitch, man.
Shoot them, and then they're like begging, like,
Yeah.
please,
Yeah.
why, dude? Why, dude?
Yeah, don't be like, I was
Why would
just
you
trying to
why would-
feed my family.
Why would you murder me? Why would you murder me? I was just trying to steal. I wasn't trying to kill you.
Tell my wheelchair daughter I tried.
Oh, dude. That's why
Take
I'm
this watch, give it to my son.
it's why I would never go hunting, because I feel like I would shoot a deer and I would shoot it and I'd have to watch it die slowly.
Oh, yeah, you go over to it and goes, it's dead, and then it starts going like,
Do you fucking shoot a deer's leg off? And it's
Joe Rogan would hate me for that reason. If he was like, let's go hunting, like, I don't want to touch a dead animal. So he's like, grab it by the hoofs. I'd be like I'm such a,
No,
such a
dead
girl
animal,
about
my word. I do not want to deal with a dying animal. Like, I'll tell you, one time my mom, like, we had these glue traps, right? And fucking my mom, for mice.
He watched their family
God.
dog die on those traps.
This is so sad.
Those are
because
so sad.
Just
dude.
watching, I hate mice, I hate rats, but just watching them suffer where they're stuck to it, like,
Well, that's what happened. So it was on the glue trap. My mom was, even though she was a fucking junkie hooker, she actually had some humanity in her because she felt so bad that this mouse was in the glue trap. So I remember she took her kitchen gloves and she's trying to tear the mouse off the glue trap, and it's like skin is being pulled off its face, and it's like just twitching. It's like foot was left on the glue trap, and at one point she like got it off, but it was like covered in glue, like switching, and she threw it in the dirt. So she was like, maybe if I get it in the dirt, it'll like get covered enough dirt that like the glue
Get
will
some
stop
grip.
being sticky.
Dude,
Smart.
So she's rolling it around in the dirt.
Oh my
as it's
God, oh my
dying
God,
and
oh my
twitching.
God.
So it's the last minute.
Rats in our old house, and so rats, like legit rats. They were in the attic, and so Leanne got a guy to come out and he put traps everywhere, but more importantly, he closed off the attic so they couldn't come and go. And I remember Isla and I saw a rat run down the phone line and try to get in the attic, and it was talking to its family. Like it was on the outside. And then you could hear it. And I was like, Dad, just let him in the house. And I was like, no, they're gonna die. And then they all fucking, it's just heartbreaking.
Jimmy just got accepted to med school.
Help! They have little rat paws on the thing. I love you.
Not me, man. Vermin like that, you can kill it, make their families wash with their eyes open. Any mouse or rats, I can't do
One of the best episodes of Rick and Morty is the fucking Pickle Rick, where he goes down to the sewers and he just starts killing rats because it's just the one animal. Rats and cockroaches you can murder. I mean, in front of me, I have,
either.
Ooh, I don't understand people who collect cockroaches.
That's weird.
There's a girl I saw on a video who collected cockroaches. Did you know it's a cockroach, not a cockroach? Yeah. I grew up in Florida, I thought it was a cockroach, like a shit roach.
Well,
But it's
we also think it's a tattoo.
It is a tattoo.
In 2006, I thought it was a cockroach.
They used to show it at Shaky's Pizza, Halston. Cockroach's brother, little brother.
They should have gone to Papa John's. That would have made sense.
No, Matthew Roach. His brother is a really great content creator. He's really good on like does other stuff. I met with him. I think Halston knows him. I met with him. He was really fucking talented. Yeah. I remember as a kid laying in my sister's bed, and a roach was crawling on the ceiling. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And it landed on my chest and fell. And I fucking had a hard time sleeping for about a year after that. For a fucking year.
My dad was on the town to stay at my uncle's house in South Philly. And it was a house like you'd sleep on the couch, no AC. It was hot in the summertime, and when the lights went out, you'd see roaches coming everywhere. And then when the lights came on, you'd see them scattered.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, dozens of them. Like it was just.
Yeah,
and you're
welcome,
like,
to, welcome to being a Puerto Rican, Jay. That's how I grew up. That's my whole
just
entire
Lewis's-
existence.
That's why they love him so much. They wrote. That's why they all sing La Cucaracha.
Dude,
Wait, hang on. What is that? Jesus Trejo just explained it to me. That song, the lyrics are. What are the lyrics? And you know the lyrics? It's a weird song. We were in
La Cucaracha. It's a white person.
What are the lyrics? La Cucaracha. Go to Wikipedia. Wikipedia right there. Right there. Cucaracha. It's a sad. Jesus was singing it.
Damn, dude, Mexican culture sucks that much that they want to sing a cockroach.
Also, they don't know what melody fits a sad song.
My legs are broken.
I cannot fucking walk.
And when he came out here, he got I never understood racism is thing like technically, and his mom had bought him a red fleece for Christmas, and he was wearing it, and it's also what happens to be what every valet guy wears is a red fleece. And we were at Jerry's Deli on Beverly Melrose, and someone threw him his keys, and he looked at me, he goes, "You think I'm a fucking Mexican?" And I was like, "Yo, Eddie,
dude,
no
chill.
offense, you kind of do. Shut the fuck up." And he's like, "I'm not a fucking Mexican." Threw his keys on the ground, and then in the exact same vest, in the exact same vest and he just grabs the keys, and I was like, "He's right there, Pete." Jesus Christ.
He's okay. I'm a Mexican.
What's the actual lyrics? Yeah, what are the lyrics?
They gotta be on this page somewhere.
La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha.
Porque no tiene por qué no faltar.
And it was the cockroach can no longer walk because she doesn't have, because she lacks the two highlights to walk. I couldn't see that.
Two highlights.
That's two highlights.
They could do that about a lot of animals.
Wow, that is a really shitty song.
La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha.
And this blew up as like their most famous song.
I think La Bamba.
Yeah, La Bamba was
And then
pretty
Selena,
good.
something Selena.
Oh,
La
dude.
Bamba. Is that?
I went. You do not fuck around about Selena and San Antonio.
Yeah, they're
That
serious.
is. They have a Selena statue.
Dude, you gotta shit on the Alamo before you talk about Selena.
Have you listened to any? I'm into Selena. We all bought shirts, and I listened to her while I was jogging in San Antonio. She was fucking awesome. She was fucking legit. Yeah. So when they were redoing that,
You've gone
our
deep
house,
dive Tejana?
Yeah, when they were redoing our house, the dudes doing our house would listen to Norteños music, Tejano music, and what's the other fucking one? Perfect. I wasn't listening. I was like, because it was in Spanish, I wasn't listening to lyrics. I was just hearing relaxing.
Is that what the man can't jump?
I think that's what he meant.
We could hear Jimmy, but he wasn't listening.
Yeah. What's that?
White Man Can't Jump.
I remember that movie, but I don't know the phrase.
There's a whole thing about how he can listen to Jimmy, but he can't hear him.
He's white.
Because he's white. Wesley Snipes tells that to Woody Harrelson.
It's like I used to say. Listen to the Mexican guys talking Spanish, and it would calm
down that brown noise.
No, it was like white noise, but
a brown noise machine.
Brown
Just
noise
turns it on and
machine.
says Mexican.
What was the other music they would listen to? And it would calm me the fuck down. And I would listen to them talk and they'd laugh. And I would just I find myself smiling, listening to them listen to music and bullshit. And I wasn't listening to them, but I was hearing them. Does that make sense? It was just noise. And so the thing was you listen to the stuff. Right. So calm me the fuck down. I listen to a lot of podcast now when I sleep.
She was way younger, right? She looks like she's kind of old.
23, I think. She was married.
She was 23 because
Yeah, she was 23.
she looks older.
She's got some bangers.
No.
By law. I listen to a lot of
I don't know any. Yeah, you do.
The final stretch.
Come
on, fire!
And I know it's not right.
Where's Selena? Top results.
I'm a little drunk. That
Selena.
bourbon fucking really got to me.
Selena.
Why do you have Selena Gomez? Is my
I was a loose person. She was. By the way, I don't actually know if any of this is accurate at all. I'm being dead serious.
I just know I saw a picture of Selena Gomez recently. Like, she's a little chunky. I don't want to be. I don't want to be a fat shamer. She
always.
No, she was beautiful.
She's
but
not
she was in
chunky.
Wizards of Waverly Place. Wizard of Waverly Place, and then she, so Georgia and Isla, and she dated Justin Bieber. And I was like, this is the kid you invest in. This is the money maker. I think she had a bad kidney, and then her best friend gave her a kidney. And then her and her best friend just had a falling out. The one that gave her kidney.
Really?
If your friend gives you a kidney and then you have a falling out, no matter what it is, it's your fault. She gave you a
Tracy
kidney.
Morgan break up with his chick with kidney?
Wait, Tracy Morgan, and then George Lopez did too.
Really?
Yeah, they both got kidneys. Wait, what do you need kidney for?
White people thank people for their kidneys, and black people divorce them. But Mexican do it this way.
Was that you, George Lopez?
Or any Hispanic comic. Hey, fill in the blank. Don't make it one person.
She had lupus.
Ooh.
Lupus really fuck you up.
Realize with kidney transplant.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Definitely a bot match.
Time's up.
And now what?
This
And
game
now
is
They had a
cradling me like a little baby.
Watching this life-saving BFF has the right to be upset.
Appear to no longer be friends. Why?
I think she had a video of Selena just punching that kidney and not taking care of
Oh,
it.
come on, I gave you that kidney.
So I can feel that. Stop.
You win.
Who would you give a kidney to? Would you give a kidney to Ari Shaffir?
If he was gonna die and I'm the only one, yes.
Wait.
If I was a blood match and that was the only I'm the only friend of Ari's that can give him, I would reluctantly give, because I know Ari wouldn't give me one of his kidneys.
I'd be like, I don't want that Puerto Rican
You
kidney.
think Ari would, Jay? You think Ari, if he was the only match,
Yeah.
you know what? I think he would.
I do.
I really do.
They had a falling out. They did have a falling out because she was punching her kidney.
But let me say, that's what I said. They had a falling out, but that's exactly what it is. Like she said, she made unhealthy choices getting after the train. So that's pretty funny to take ownership over somebody. Like, Dave, I did give you a kidney, so why don't you knock off the vaping, huh? You're like, you have to make choices in your life based off.
I can kind of understand though if you're how unhealthy the choices are. Like if you're like doing drugs and you're killing yourself and you're like, yo,
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
it's a
gave you
little
fucking
vague. It is
kidney.
vague.
What happens
come
if
on.
I don't? Well, all right, I give my kidney. How does that affect my life? Besides the scar and the downtime from the surgery, in what way does it affect my life negatively?
Ari's gonna make fun of you a lot. He's gonna be like, ha ha, I got your kidney.
You lose weight. You lose weight.
Lose some weight.
How much
I'm
is
doing
kidney
gay
weight?
stuff with your kidney.
Oh, just use the weight from the kidney.
I think. Why don't the question is why don't we all just? Why doesn't a bunch of people just decide to just give all their kidneys? Because there's people that need kidneys that are on a transplant list right now.
Because you're gonna fucking get cut open. It's a whole to-do.
Is it?
Yeah, where are you
It's
gonna
not that
be?
bad though.
Where's a black market?
Getting put down, cut open, having your kidney taken out.
It's a kind of
You don't
scary.
think it's that
It'd be
bad?
funny since you got all of our hotel rooms this week. If we fucking harvested a kidney in one of our rooms from somebody, a drifter.
Yeah,
that's gonna show up on the incidentals.
I wish you could buy hair transplants from homeless people. Like I wish you could harvest hair from homeless people who need money and be like, "Yeah, I'll give you like 15 grand. Just give me your hair." And then I get their hair, and they have to be bald, but they can get out of their.
This is 2 steps away from becoming bum fights. Like, we can just pay bums to beat each other up.
And the loser has to give me their hair. You know what? Let's make this more interesting. You guys fight to the death. Loser gives me their hair.
But isn't it just $35?
Would you transplant if you could?
No, I look good bald. When I had hair, it was fucking goofy ass hair. It didn't look good.
Soda got it.
Did you have
Wait, he got hair transplants?
Yeah.
Is he telling people?
Oh, it sounds like
Good chill, dude.
They said on the show. It looks great. It worked. Like so.
Really?
That's
now I want to see his hair.
It looks good.
I've wanted to get him, but
let me see your hair.
If I was gonna say, I think it's gonna go my whole.
Yeah, but you don't look.
That's I don't. That's it all.
I got some hair about him because he was wearing hats a lot. He never wears hats, and I go, "You got transplants," and he fucked me. He was like, he's like, "Don't tell anyone." And then one day he showed up. I go, "You still bald?" And he goes, "Yeah, I didn't fuck with you." I was like, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" Wait, so was Soder losing his hair?
Yeah.
Justin did it, I think. Right? He got some shit. Capricia.
Justin.
Yeah, no, Justin Silver. Justin Silver does like stuff, but like I think all topical shit.
So Soder got like the shit from the back of his head plugged into the front of his head.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I have a friend who did it earlier, and he has to get his hair done. He can't just like,
dude, Daniel Tosh did Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly?
Really?
I remember Tosh losing his hair.
Yeah. Look at Machine Gun Kelly before, after.
I remember Tosh losing his hair.
I think women, maybe I'm wrong. You know, Dan does well. He's a good-looking dude. But I just feel like women would rather you just fucking go bald and be confident with who you are than...
You're not wrong about that, but some people just can't be like that. You know what I mean?
Like, I could go bald at like 18 or 19 years
If I was
old.
going to go bald, I think I'd probably go through all that.
Machine Gun Kelly legit got hair transplant.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Good for him, though. He looks so much better with hair.
Oh,
He
yeah.
kind of looks like Eliza.
Machine Gun Slicer.
He went from like, he doesn't do rap anymore, does he? Nope.
Dude, I saw the most cringy, and I mean this, the most cringy clip I've ever seen in my entire life was him doing Drew Barrymore's nails on the Drew Barrymore talk show, and her like and she's just like in it, and like they're having the worst. It's one of the worst holidays ever. She's an actress. She's literally just acting right now. And if people in the comments are like, oh my god, like the way she's just really actively listening to him. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever it is, she just bugs me. She annoys me a little bit.
You can't. I mean,
I still think she's cute as hell.
She's cute, yeah, sure. I'm sure she's a great person. Whatever it is, it just bugs me.
Oh, no, her thing is like, it's a good
here's my fear, is that you get to a place in your career where you do those, or you do Drew Barrymore, and you do the thing, they whittle you down to the thing that, like, that is not the art anymore. It's not the thing that white people
exactly.
like you.
She was a legitimate actress in major movies.
A great actress.
Great actress, and then now exactly she's like every show she talks to people in the audience. That was like, we're in a world where she never be able to touch Drew Barrymore. You know what I mean? That was sort of
Well, she's pretending. It's not pretending, but like she's almost like she's an every woman.
Yeah,
she's not. You're like a bazillionaire. You're not
It's
one
not
of
even
these
the money.
people.
Forget the money. It's just that she comes from Hollywood.
She's been a
Hollywood
bazillionaire
royalty.
since she was a child.
She didn't go to school.
Right.
Like she didn't go to school. So like if you don't have that forming of going to school, just simply like not being cool and going and showering with other people, like those certain things that happen that if you don't have
We
them,
never
it's hard.
shower with other people. I think that was a regional thing.
No.
Northeast, we never had to shower in school with people.
Dude,
I never had school shower.
I would have dropped out of school in the 9th grade.
Yeah, me too. I never had school shower.
Fucking serious. It is one of the most defining moments. Without a fucking ninth grade, Coach Sarah, everyone was done and it just got splashed all over. Didn't shower.
I'm gonna tell you something. If I had to take public showers when I was a teenager, my mom would have walked in my room one day and just seen my shoes and MC Hammer pants swinging from the fucking thing. MC Hammer Bear just swinging. I go,
Dude, she's just looking, go, oh, he's just doing can't touch this.
I remember it so vividly that I had to overcome it. I had to overcome it. I was not naked.
Are you just other 9th graders, or is it like all high school?
Everyone.
Because that's the way
Is 9th grade real? Is 9th grade?
All 12th grade is rough. Yeah, 12. I remember walking by the showers and seeing men in there, like 12 grade, and then going like,
no way.
I can't believe they shower here at school, not knowing I was about to shower. Coach I was like, everyone hit showers.
I would have never. I swear to God, I would have never done it. In my high school, we did gym and we just got in our sweaty. We were sweaty, got in our clothes, went back to class.
Yeah, I think my senior year when I switched schools, I went to South Jersey from Philly. Philly was never. There's not even showers there.
In the whole city, even in people's homes.
Yes.
There were showers. They were not used.
School I graduated from had showers. I didn't even
change out of my shorts and put my clothes back on.
Bro, I am so comfortable naked around people. It is bizarre because of that.
Liberating.
Because I had to get to a point where I was like, I remember there was a lot of iterations of these conversations, but like, number one is, no one's looking at your dick. Are you looking at dicks? And if you're looking at, like,
I am.
And then people
totally looking at dicks, by the way.
I'm counting the amount of dicks that are involved.
Oh my God.
It's just Lewis at lunch is just like, I got a new dick today, huh?
I stare only at dicks. All I ever looked at locker rooms was dicks when I
There
was
was one guy who looked at dicks. His name was Hogwatcher, and they'd be like, "Oh, fucking Hogwatcher's getting in here," and so because he would look at dicks. It was
What was his name? It was like Mike Hogwasher.
I've never had a problem since 9th grade. I had to overcome it and be like, yo, I got this dick. I can't change it. This is my dick. This is what I look like naked. Everyone is different. There's smaller dicks and bigger dicks, but I'm cool. And I mean, I can shit in front of people. I can. There's so much shit I can do, but it's all because of All Boys Down.
But you're a very comfortable person. I watched a clip of you on Are You Garbage the other day talking about how you, as an adult, eat your boogers.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing I've ever heard of my entire life.
Leanne will lose her shit. If she
Dude,
sees me eating a booger, she goes, please don't do that. And I go, I'm just sorry.
I gotta say, she's making it pretty easy.
One of the craziest things that I watched that.
I can blow your
My
mind.
mouth again.
No, I went through a period during the pandemic where I was just wiping with my fingers.
What?
Working your ass with your fingers? During the pandemic?
What? You insane? Whatever. You get cabin fever.
There was a toilet paper. You had plenty of toilet paper.
No, we were all
Down at that Amityville house.
The final stretch.
I remember I had like fire. I'm watching so much out of the room. I'm going 5 hours ago. I was sitting in a KOA, and I just put a sink on my hand, put a handful of water in there, and washed my ass. And yeah, wait. I'm cool with washing my ass.
You gargled with your asshole?
Yeah, I just fucking washed it, and I just went over more. And I'll tell you what, it's a much better wipe.
Well, you're sort of manually.
Much.
No, he's not wrong. I'll tell you why, Greg.
You're all wrong.
He's doing this essentially doing what a bidet wishes it could do. Hold on, if a bidet had fingers,
Like if a bidet had fingers,
not a t-shirt.
If a bidet had fingers, t-shirts today.
There was a bidet surprise ass and go, well, we're out of business now.
His asshole's clean, but his fingers are covered in Hep C.
No, you wash your hands afterwards. But like you,
and then what? Just live. I don't know.
Nope. Jay, hold on. Do you wash your ass in the shower?
Oh yeah,
It's the same fucking thing.
But it isn't shit.
Not only do I
It's
wash
not
my
covered in shit.
No, but you bullshit. You know when you go to wash your ass. In the shower,
If I'm gonna shower right after I shit, I'll give myself 2 little mini wipes. Just a couple little mini wipes. I'm not gonna go in fucking
Lewis
finger in
will
the
tell
asshole, shit my.
Okay, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
you know what? I gotta say, if I'm in the shower after taking a shit, I'm doing exactly what
Yeah,
Bert did.
it's the same
on
fucking
toilet.
thing.
You don't wipe a little first.
No. I wiped with toilet paper first. I'm not going in
couple
raw.
wipes.
But you're not gonna go.
I'm
not wasting all that toilet paper.
Fucking investigatory wipe.
No,
You're
I
going
do.
like, just let's do it to do
I'm
it.
telling you, I go insane clean on it, and then get in the shower. and finger fuck my asshole with soap.
Yeah.
For another bit. Yeah, you.
I was doing that in Europe. All this through
I've
Europe.
proved. Well, Lewis has come and watched me.
I've come while watching you.
He's come while watching me, but he watched me put a knuckle up my butt and pull that paper.
No, we were all so sure Jay was going to fail.
Super confident. I'm like, there will be no shit.
Well, here's the thing. It's not about the cleanliness of asshole, Jay, because I've thought about this a lot since that happened on Legion of Skanks.
Please?
Every day. It was really about...
You relive it over and over again.
If you have to shit, there's like a little fucking shit torpedo in the chamber at the end of your esophagus, I assume.
yeah.
So if you go in there, you're sort of rubbing the tip of that shit. It's not about your asshole being clean. It's too fun to shit to.
Not me.
You're always just completely...
Finger fuck my ass right now.
Right now?
You will see it. You will get nothing out.
Can we get a glove?
Go in there.
Check right now and see if he's got a
Have
completely
you ever?
clean asshole right now.
I haven't gotten a colonoscopy yet. Have you gotten a colonoscopy?
No, they told me I'm not old enough yet.
Wait, how old are you?
40.
You're only 40?
Yeah.
Are you
like,
serious?
Shit, I'm falling apart.
I love that you started drinking again. I remember when you didn't drink. It bums me out when people don't drink.
I want to drink more, but I want to drink for something's burning.
Oh, don't worry. We can wrap this up soon. How long have we been going, Halston?
I have to piss so bad.
What? 2.5 hours?
Good show.
Oh, we got it.
We got
It's
it.
always weird how on these things you
Josh Adam
completely
Myers just
lose,
texted
like,
me, just texted the group, second-degree burn on my leg.
Text Josh Adam Myers and say, "Do you owe Bert money?"
I will right now.
I did his show and he was like, "I don't understand the whole phone money thing." He's like, "Do you have Venmap?" Or
He goes, "Hey guys, can you not post the video of the coffee story on there? I have a lawsuit. Second-degree burn on my
No.
leg."
Tell him send pics. Tell him send. FaceTime him right now. FaceTime him right now. I want to see his pictures.
Wait, hold on. What happened to him? I wasn't there.
So I'll say, Josh, me, Paco, and Lewis did the shows. And
you're in Boston.
Boston, so we were driving home. We were podcasting from the car, and we pulled up to a McDonald's drive-thru to get
This is on the podcast?
And Lewis was fading, so we were going to do his coffee. On the podcast, we were already podcasting for a couple minutes, and we pulled up to the drive-thru, and we scored a car. It was in the drive-thru. Up by Steve's, up by Canada. Josh goes, I'll do it. So we pull up to the back window in front of the drive-thru, and she hands him Lewis's coffee, and he goes off the window and goes, "Thank you, sir."
This fucking thing.
He's all up in his seat and everything. And
Hey, bro! It's so hot! Oh!
It was, dude, he just screamed, and we laughed so, my face was hurting.
The woman
It was a great day of follies. Lewis fell on the street earlier that day, which was awesome. Just walking, just kicked the curb, and just fucking rolled into it. Oh, it was so good. That's not okay.
We got, hold on. We were watching in Greece, they do a changing of the guard. I put this on my Instagram. I don't know if you're gonna be able to find it, Halston. It was the hardest we've laughed. They're doing the changing of the guard where they do fancy steps. They're like, their foot goes up, their walks, doom, and it's super slow. It's super slow. And as they're doing it, an old man is sprinting in front of them and trips and falls for like fucking 5 minutes, and we were crying laughing.
Oh, we should show that too.
Oh, that guy? Yeah, please send it to me.
If you look up Chicago comedian falls off stage first.
Oh,
Wait, hold on. What's his name?
What's that?
First thing.
First thing, yeah.
No,
First
not
thing.
Heather McDonald.
Heather McDonald.
James Austin Black.
Realization I've been talking to one. I don't think pegging is necessarily that good.
I've watched it 10 times. It's never that
That is his last step on 4. Play it again so you can see it from the beginning.
I don't think pegging is necessarily that good.
timing.
What a line to fall off and not get to resolve.
I don't think Big said, hey, good night, everybody.
It's a line that your next line is supposed to be. Now hear me out.
What's the kid's name? What's that kid's name?
I just said it because they pull it up.
Oh, the fuck. Oh my god. He'll never.
No, they said on the last. Go back.
That's the funniest thing I've ever
Go back a tab. It says it right there. James Austin Black.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the funniest thing I've ever.
Is it real or no? Is it fake?
Oh my god. It's if it's fake, then he's fucking no. It's not fake.
He really nailed it if it's fake.
If it's fake, I'll hire him to do 1 minute every show. He'll do 17 seconds at every beginning of every show. He'll change it up, and I'll be crying laughing on the sentence. He could do 4 minutes and just keep going with the sentence, and you're waiting for it. You're waiting for it, and he gets close to the edge of the stage. Here's my thoughts on the Holocaust. He gets right by the edge of the stage, like, come on, let's play it. I'm gonna do a little crowd work. What's his name?
James Austin Black.
Oh, that's real. He's only got 945 followers.
Yeah,
that's fucking real. Oh my god, I'm following him right now. James Austin Black.
Holy shit, dude.
Austin.
By the way, here's why it's real.
It.
Yeah, here's why it's real. It's not posted on his thing at all.
He hates it.
I
broke my collarbone, dude.
That is the greatest bit of content.
What is this orangutan?
That's not on his Instagram. No way. That's how real it is. That's the best way to end this podcast. Guys,
I've watched it. It'll never not be funny.
Oh, I do. Hey, do you have the Weezer clip, Austin? This podcast, this one thing made me laugh so fucking hard. Have you ever heard the Weezer? I think I should. Yeah. This made me laugh so fucking hard.
No idea what to do.
Can I see that James Austin Black one more time? That's the funniest thing. That has to be staged. It's so fucking funny.
It's just the open mic.
That is insane. Before you fall on the stage. That is the fucking.
I mean, if you really think about it, pegging's not that gay.
I've been thinking, Peggy's over there. I said, yo! But the way she's getting is gay.
Oh, and his outfit, like his outfit, is so perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Having little adventures.
I like this energy.
Chicago girls. Now, I've come to the realization with the popular one that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
That gay.
Dude, when he says the word pegging, his foot is already over what he believes is stage.
That gay.
It is just.
Just
That is
miss.
the best thing I've ever seen.
The final stretch.
Never thought
It took so long from the fire for him to hold up the sign that said, uh-oh.
Well, dude, the Pablo Francisco, when he falls to the guy's like, why don't you go take your Scooby Sir? And he just fucking beats shit hard. Is also great.
Alright, let's wrap this podcast up. We'll go eat dinner. I mean, you guys are great dinner. First podcast in the new studio. I'll
tell you right now, I couldn't think of better guys. You guys are fucking hilarious. You guys are hilarious. I absolutely adore you guys, and thank you. Stanhope's coming over.
That guy
tomorrow
just
night. I
straight
don't know if
up
anyone
threw
wants
the
to podcast
match.
with me.
We're gonna try as best we can for the end.
What time is the show? What time is stand-up coming out?
What a goal!
Stand-up's gonna be over.
Don't give up!
In Houston, he did it.
And he did one of the early
He
ones,
was like
too.
the fucking like the band leader of Skankfest. Like we had face painters. He was like covered in clown makeup the whole time.
Yeah.
He had such a
Yeah,
fucking
boy,
blast.
him and Bingo came, they saved
It was
love.
awesome.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right, let's go eat dinner, guys. Thank
Love
you.
it. Hell
Bert, you're
yeah.
the man. Love you guys.
You lose.
Fuck that guy. shitty.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It just does not stop, not even for a little bit. Welcome to Stories Written by a Current Prisoner. Here it is, your favorite journalist, Tony, here to remind you just one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please strive for greatness, ladies and gentlemen. Do not give up on your dreams. You know, take that initiative, take that first step in chasing your dreams, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, time will pass by, and before you know it, you will be where you want to be. But all it takes is that one step, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let nothing hold you back. Don't let negative influences hold you back. Don't let someone tell you, like that ain't gonna work. That's a joke. You know, don't waste your time on it. Don't listen to those type of people. If you, like I'm telling you, if you sincerely have a vision and you believe that you can make something happen, then what's stopping you? Then what's stopping you? There's two types of people in this world, man. The people who have these great ideas and they let them slip by that $1 million idea, and it just slips them by. And there's those people who actually take action behind that thought. So I'm here to remind you just one more time. Let's do this, man. Wake up. Do what you got to do to put yourself into that next level. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man, because you can make it. You can't make it.
Ready?
And I sincerely believe me, myself personally, I will be in a better position in 1 year, regardless if I have this channel or not. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you feel the same way. This is our world, man. Let's take over it. With that being said, man, let's get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being right here. Please hit that like button on your way out. Hit that subscribe if you haven't already done it. Two, ladies and gentlemen, you know, here we are just to remind you just one more time that we are not going to promote this type of lifestyle. We are not promoting any type of criminal activity, gang culture, or anything like that. We are 100% it's not Disneyland. You're not going to go there and do people. A lot of people twisted belief systems that they're willing to literally die for and catch life sentences for. So this is a perspective from the inmate. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, acts of violence are real. Someone lost their life in the 7th of January, and this is a really big moment that someone just lost. I'm not sure if it was New Folsom or Old Folsom. Yes, there was another murder. I didn't report on it. There was no pictures. There was nothing on it. So I didn't know what that was. He was affected by that. Imagine the family members, the friends that are literally suffering right now as a result of incidents and casualties that happen within the
old issue with me and the NF. You know, I was one of the originators of the Northern Riders, and before it was a movement, it was a revolution against all NF politics. You know, I did this on the streets in 2002 to 2003. Paroled as a Northern Rider and took control of the 2 neighborhoods and had them doing Northern Rider business on the street. And you know, I got busted. For murder and whatnot, killing somebody that, you know, who was part of a hood that had just killed one of our little homegirls, and that they had attempted, and you know, she died in the process. So I went in and killed one of their homies. And it was what it was. I was 19 years old. I was killed myself, and you know, that was that. I was going back and forth.
So bad.
In
So bad,
2005
bro.
and
So
2006.
fucking bad. This guy's still level 6.
I had just stepped
This guy
out
doesn't know how to jungle.
in January of 2006 in my county jail. Officer, and the county kicked me out. They're like, nah, this guy's going back to prison. He's not even going forward. If you guys want him down here, you're going to have to subpoena him and do this and that again. And I had been a known WITSEG informant named Capone from Norwalk, a bunch of women in Los Angeles County in the 90s who was hiding up north. And, you know, we found who he was in the county, and we got him. well, I got it, because he had disrespected. And we were just tired of this dude. Like, man, we ain't trying to be around this dude. But so I'm heading back to Delano after all this. And I had never been to Delano before, so I didn't know you could have cellies. I didn't know what it was. It was a reception for, you know, the lower part of the Central Valley. And I get there, and I say that I'm an active Northaniel, because on paper, and we were active Northern Riders, but I was a validated Northern Rider. There was no SNY for us at that time. That didn't exist. There was no SNY gang like everybody likes to believe. That's a common, you know, mistake to think. We all were active at one point as Northaniel Riders. You know, we were pushing against the NF. It's pretty much like Southerners would, you know, I would relate it to saying the Southsiders telling them, you know, if we don't want to listen to you no more, we're going to do our own thing, we're bigger, we're the ones that do all the work out here. And if the Sureños revolted against the MN, that's what happened to us, the Northanios. A good portion of us revolted against CNS and said, you know what, we no longer want to be governed by you. We don't want you to tell us what to do. We're out here making all this money for you, doing this and that. And you're sitting back on your hands in a box up there in Pelican Bay or in Corcoran Shoe, running all the show, reaping all the benefits, getting all the hard-earned money we make. And you know, so that was that. But our demonstrations had to have been on their terms because we had no yards yet. We didn't have hydrogen yards. So that was the threes that we had. So what happened was,
you can do it.
I go to the hole and they're like, who can you sell up with? You're still active, right? You're doing the fellas. Yeah. I made everything seem, you know, seamless. So we're coming through out the court from Tennessee. I had a 7-year shoot term for, you know, a few stabbings and getting off on the cops in San Quentin. So they're like, okay, well, can you sell up with this guy? And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It was a dude. I said, man, look, this dude it doesn't matter who it is. Like, I'm an active Northerner, so yeah, he's a homie. Now, mind you, I really had to say, so Delano has North Current East side where all the dropouts were at, and some active blacks that just weren't with, you know, stuff on B side. B side was all active MS, Sureños, all Northanios, ABs, BGF, everything. So what happened was, there was an individual who came with me from San Jose, and he was active too. So he gets moved over before I do to B side, and when he goes to B side, he tells him, hey, I think this individual is this and that. I see him fishing with all the non-actives and all of these people over there. So that's who he is. So when it's my turn to move to that side, they kind of already figured who I was. And, you know, I did my recon. I asked the homies, hey, who is this guy I'm moving in to sell 252 with? Or, I think it was 252 or 254. They're like, who you moving in with? And I was like, this guy. And they were like, damn, fool, like, that's fool, big brother. Matt Rocha. You know, he's from Salinas, and, you know, he's done a lot for the cause, and, you know, overall, I heard he's a good cat, but, you know, that he carries a lot of power throughout the state. So, very well revered in California. That who you're moving in with is an up and coming he's a prospect right now. He had just ran the county jail and yada, this and that. And I'm like, bro, I ain't tripping on none of that, bro. I'm gonna go up in there and I'm gonna do my thing. Mind you, I'm a little cat at that time. I'm over 200 pounds now, but that time I was little, I just had a lot of heart. I'm gonna go in and get this fool, man. He ain't even gonna know. I didn't know that this dude Lokes that had they didn't know, they didn't correlate Scrappy with the Scrappy that I had with all their homies and this and that I had used in Northern Rider Affairs. So I move over there. I tell the homies, look, man, I'm going over there, and they're like, man, fool, just get off as soon as you get in there. I said, look, I got to do what I got to do. I'm trying to pick this dude's brain for all intel and information, and once that's done, bro, I'll go. But if I feel anything, like, you already know, I'm getting off on the spot. So when I move in there, I have my Bronco, and it doesn't look like there's anybody there. Behind where the lights at, where I turn the light switch in the toilet, there's like a little wall right there. And he pops out and he's like, and the cops close the door, and he uncuffs first. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, what's up? I tell him my name is Charlo from Sanho. Charlo was an old NF name from Leon from back in the day, from LA, one of the first names, like, as people don't know, you're not in for the fame, the name is like wrong for the results. Like, a lot of people will use their names like other drop outs or names, or use your name to get in with other people or to certify who they are because they've been around you. And we don't like that. I mean, we don't want that because a lot of people are like, well, this guy been around this guy, and it all checks out. And that's something that we try to avoid because, not only that, canines, the cops like to, label this guy and that guy, and if you give them a false name every time, you can't. It's harder to be like, oh, well, this individual, Charlo over here, is doing this and that, but the cops are like, well, that's Scrappy, like. So the information is wrong. It's misinformation. Anybody who's snitching or anybody who's trying to drop dimes on you and get you validated is putting out there. So getting back to the cell, I'm in the cell with this dude. And he's trying to drill me like, hey bro, like they're saying you're this guy and that guy, and I'm like, look bro, this is who I am. Here's my paperwork. Here's all my stuff. Man, you take it as it is, and here goes, I'll write my NAQ, my NA questionnaire, and I'll let people know, I'll let the homies know exactly who I am. And there's a few carnales there, there's a few bros as well. Time there, Viejo from Sanho was there, Motorcycle Rick from Tulare County, Pistol Pete from Tulare County. There was a homie, I can't remember this cat's name, he was from Palmas, so I ended up running into him later. Oh, Bandit from Sanho. From Palmas was right there. There was a bunch of dudes that had been around. Willow from Sanho, Fernandez, who I'd been in YA with, who was, never any good in YA. But, all of a sudden he comes to join. He's a carnal now, and I don't know, one of those dudes. But I'm in the cell with dude, and he's like, man, here, just fill this out, and I can see this. He's got a little fat little ice pick. And I'm like, I just got my blades. Got a bunch of blades on me. And I'm like, look, bro, like, if it is that, then, let me know, bro, because, I'm just passing through. I'm going back to the shoe. So they have a lot of information. Others share a lot of information. So they're asking me, hey, who was at the shoe with you? What homies were you with in the round? And I'm like, I was right there with the homie C from Sanla, Sharky from Sanho, this and that. And I was there with them. But I was a Northern Rider. And when I was in the shoe, I had just tried to sell up with a few of them, which had denied moving them to my cell, because I'm like, look, bro, I'm active, bro. I'm pushing this Northern Rider, bro. You guys are pushing with the NF, but check it out, bro. I'm GP. And they're like, oh, we can't sell up with you, this and that. You know what time it is? I don't know what time it is, but bro, like, I'm trying to catch that thing. What's up? And they were just denying it, man. It was weird. All the other groups used to see it, and they would hear it. That these dudes would deny coming into my cell. So it was what it was. I didn't think I was bad because of it. I'm just like, man, like it kind of startled me because I'm like, I Ready, go! Look, I'm in the cell with this dude for like 6 days, picking this dude's brain. He was running parts of Salinas at the time in Monterey County, in the name of his older brother, Mateo. So, I'm picking this dude because that was our thing at that time. We used to want to get all intel from not only the dropouts that would come from the NF, but also from them themselves. We had a whole process and a whole skill of how to infiltrate and how to cause dissension and discord, and just that was us. We put ourselves in life in those situations all the time to try to get information and try to disrupt their whole organization. Because we wanted to reclaim Northern California and have it restart as just Norteños and not live under the NF, and under their family, because we didn't need them. So here this dude's over here giving me so much intel. Like, he likes to brag about himself, brag about all the dope he had, brag about all the females that got his job because he's brothers with so and so, and he's an upcoming carnal, and I let this dude entertain himself. He's over here giving me the whole rundown. That's what's up, bro. Mind you, as he's telling me all this vital information about the Monterey County Salinas Regiment, he's in violation. I haven't even been fully cleared yet. You have to go to the yard at least once to be fully cleared. So I was cleared partially because my whole fable that I had crafted, there was probably like 30 Northerners at the time. They get into it. They're like, okay, well, where I was in the county, on an overflow pond that I had never even been to, and I had just whacked one of these dudes. I had whacked Sapo from Daly City, who was another hermano, Northern Structure, no Raza, from Daly City, and I don't understand why these guys seem so up to par, and they knew exactly who I was, or maybe they did, and they just was waiting for me to go to the yard, which was my whole intentions, was to try to get as many as I could. So my neighbor at the time was a BGF individual named Grego from Los Angeles, and me and Güero were in the cell, and we were cutting it up, and this fool's guard got all the way down pretty much, because as a new arrival, if I'm not fully cleared, I can't fish. I can fish, he can't fish, because he's back in the river to be turned when we go to the shower. He can't even go to the shower. He has to be posted up because I wouldn't trust anybody, because he's not used to it. They couldn't trust nobody because they couldn't pick off on, and they never wanted to be in vulnerable positions. So basically, like me that night, I was asleep in my bed, and I could just move this food like pop awake, like it's scary. He had a big old piece, whatever, but. I got to liking the dude, even though he was a little braggadocious and he's a little out there with all his his title and whatnot, and who he was becoming, and who he later became. And he did run Salinas, the whole regiment, and he was one of the highest NF out there, and he's still one of the highest NF. He's still, to my knowledge, but why did I try to cut that video? They would do that. But we had a little bit more integrity in that. So I was like, look, man, this dude's not a bad dude. I'm not gonna try to dog him out like that. So I was supposed to move on Super Bowl Sunday. They didn't run showers that day. So my whole thing was, I'm gonna hit him in the shower, because all his homies are gonna witness it. Every single carnal, every single regular in that cell watch their homie get whacked. And then the way the shower is situated, so were all the dropouts. So everybody would see it. It would be like, just an event in the whole, like, what the hell happened? How did we do this? Yada yada, and what? It would have been a trip. And that's what ended up happening, man. They were waiting. I guess they wanted me to go to the yard or whatnot, but I wouldn't have made it to the yard. The next day, I was supposed to transfer because Grego had got his ticket to go to Tehachapi Picchu, and I was supposed to go back to Tehachapi Picchu because I was just out the port from there. So I asked the cop, hey, am I on that list? He goes, no, but I think you may be an add-on. They may put you on the bus, because he said, I did see your name, but it's a possible alternate. I said, you ready? He's like, do you have any property? I was like, nah, I'm just out the port. So, okay, what did you do? cell today, I'm not going to the yard, I can move. Even if I had stayed, he really would have taken me out of the cell because I was validated for normal life. He would have taken me in the cell because so like, it would have been like, well, what are you doing in there? Like, you're not going back to that cell. So, yeah, everything you do is according to my plan. You know, I took a shower with this individual. I didn't think he was going to take a shower because I hadn't been to the yard yet, so I hadn't been fully cleared. But he was like, here, stand over here. And he went in the shower real quick. And I didn't hit him in the shower. He wasn't taking a shower. He had gotten dressed. He had put his shoes on. And the writer says he was backing up to the port. Well, if you know in your and you're in the school someone who hasn't been cleared, who cannot handcuff first? I have to handcuff first. So in that point, the writer took it off. He said he backed up to the selling point, the little hole where you put your handcuffs. And he was in handcuffs. Not that's out. I have not been cleared. So he cannot leave the handcuffs on before we come out. So that's out. But he was standing over by where they put the razors, and I had given the cop my razor to put up because I had to use the razor. I found it. I go put in a little block with our cell number on it to show that we put the razor there. So the cops telling him that, and I'm like, hey bro, hey, who's that over there? And I close rank. I start walking up on him. And as soon as he turns back to look at me, I say, hey bro, it's personal. And I whack him across the face. Like all the way, I could feel like his. And this individual, like I said, he was a lot bigger than me. He was probably like 185, 190 pounds. I was 40. And he grabbed my hand with both of his hands and was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, bro, man, you ain't know what time it is. And I start checking off on him. And this dude's big. Like, I mean, he's a big boy. Like, he ain't tall enough. He's probably like 5'8" or something, 5'7", but he can't fight. I'm like, what the heck? The shower and we start slipping all over the place. And finally, we fall to the ground. And I fall to where I'm on top of this fool. Like, when we were wrestling, this dude was like trying to like go behind me, and like he was like trying to bite me in my back. I was like, but he wasn't. He couldn't because it was too slippery. So I turned around, bombed him, then we fell.
The final stretch.
His hand was like fell like by his mouth, and I was punching him with my right hand. And this fool bites the heck out of me. What the hell? Like, this dude ain't got no squabble. This dude just. He's like humiliated. I don't know, man, but he did it. He's doing good. And I just keep bombing on this dude, bombing on him. We got hit with, I think it was 5 or 6 cans, something like that. I'm orange. I had long hair. Like, my hair was cut all the way on the side. And, you know, I had all the top really long. And this fool bald. But we were orange, man. We were going at it. Bam, bam, bam. And this fool were on the ground. Finally, they come because they came with 2 of the big, the water hose ones, the big, backpack. I need to sow dissension. I need to create chaos and you know, an unsettled state of mind. So, man, it just comes to me in my head like, hey, bro, that guy had a love for you, bro. And he was like, why, bro? What happened, bro? Who ordered this? And I said, Willow, bro. Willow did. And I knew Willow. I knew Willow. And this individual had actually used the bathroom on A side one time when I was over, and I seen him. He see him. And he was like, when did he call the shot? And I was like, bro, I don't want to say too much from the cop, bro. But when he used the restroom, he was like, why? He kept saying why. Like, this fool was hurt. His whole pride, his everything was just. He didn't understand it. And I was like, look, bro, I got love for you, bro. The homies told me to do it, and you know that's it, man. And he was like, I didn't do nothing. I said, bro, take it up with the homies, bro. And
Go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
His face was open really
Eyes up.
He didn't want stitches because he didn't want the mark like that. I mean, you can still kind of see it in his face, but you know, he got steri strips and he treated it very well. But you know, and me, I had nothing. They, you know, took me to get a shot like 3 days later for my little bite wound on my finger, which really wasn't nothing. But hey, I'm gonna tell you that crap hurt, man. Getting bit ain't no joke, but I guess we ain't got no hands. That's what you do. But yeah, man, that's when I got Joe Jeff, man. I suppose nowadays big time AF, but you know it was nothing, bro. Like I said, man, what we used to do as riders was we went everywhere, and we did not refuse, because it was our goal to pretty much send the battle cry to every Norteño that we don't need to live under these fools' oppression, that we don't need to be, their puppets, and that these individuals are just men and they bleed like anybody else. So that's what we did everywhere we went. We butchered them, and we made an example out of them that, we are the manpower. You are nothing without the Norteños. And, that's why I got Joe Jeff, and he is my that was that. And that was in February of 2006.
Ready, go! Final stretch. Don't give up. You can do it! What a goal! What a goal! What a goal! Five, four, three, two, one. Time's up. You win.
It's cold as fuck today. have no backup. No backup.
Hey Saints fans, how are you? Welcome everyone to the channel. Already subscribe to our channel so you don't miss the next New Orleans Saints updates. We publish videos daily to update you, so let's go there. Entering the combination, Carr was scheduled to meet with the New Orleans Saints, Carolina Panthers, and New York Jets. Details are now emerging of the meeting Derek Carr had with the Saints on Tuesday. Luke Johnson of the New Orleans Advocate provided details. The Saints met with Derek Carr at his Indy hotel yesterday. There's still a lot that needs to be ironed out, but it looks like New Orleans likes Carr right now. Already leave your like in this video to continue following the latest news from the New York Knicks. Continuing. Given that we're talking about trades, it seems logical to think that the Saints, Panthers, or Jets would say that the free agent meeting went well. Maybe the meeting with Carr actually went well, but if it didn't, the team probably wouldn't publicize it. It's all about maintaining leverage and pressure on your opponent. Carr, on the other hand, is looking for a new team after being released by the Las Vegas Raiders, the team that drafted him in 2014. In his last season with the Raiders, Carr threw for 3,522 yards, with 24 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. He was
Hi dropshippers, it's time to focus on what you do best. So go to Wix.com.
Hello everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw. I'm live on stream and I'm going to show you two codes here for Pokemon Day that will give you some really cool rewards. Head on into the gift exchange section, enter the gift code Pokemon Day. You can do it along with me as this is happening. Pokemon Day. We might need this in caps, we're gonna find out very soon. Looks like Pokemon Day, but it's not. It's Pokemon Day. Exchange. We might need the Pokemon gift code Poke that will give you some really cool Pokemon Day codes here for Pokemon Day. You can do it along with me as this is happening. Pokemon Day. We might need this in caps. We're going to find out very soon. Looks like Pokemon Day, but it's not. It's Pokemon Day. Exchange. And by doing this, you will get a gift code. It will be sent to your mail. There's also, I believe, Pokemon Day 23. Boom, boom. Exchange. That's another gift code exchange. Head on into your mail, and you will receive your rewards. Oh, as soon as they pop up. Mine are not here yet, but as soon as they pop up, you're gonna get your rewards. That's another gift exchange. That's another gift exchange. Boom. Exchange. 23 sent to your mail. There's also, I believe, Pokemon Day 23. Boom, boom. Exchange. That's another gift code exchange. Head on into your mail, and you will receive your rewards. Oh, as soon as they pop up. Mine are not here yet, but as soon as they pop up, you're gonna get your rewards. And oh boy, they're gonna be good. Let's see if my my thing popped up. Oh, it did. Oh, my gift codes popped up. Okay, sweet. There we go. We got our gold Zacian, and we got our piece of Hollowware. Thank you.
and you know, they took him. He went to the medical to get his face. He refused to get stitches, even though his face was open really bad, and he didn't want stitches because he didn't want the mark like that. I mean, you can still kind of see it on his face, but you know, he got steri strips and he treated it very well. But you know, and me, I had nothing. They, you know, took me to get a shot like 3 days later for my little bite wound on my finger, which really wasn't nothing. But hey, I'm gonna tell you that crap hurt, man. Getting bit ain't no joke. But I guess when you ain't got no hands, that's what you do. But yeah, man, that's when I got Joe Jeff, man. I suppose nowadays big time NF, but you know, it was nothing, bro. Like I said, what we used to do as riders was we went everywhere and we did not refuse, because it was our goal to pretty much send the battle cry to every norteño that we don't need to live under these fools' oppression, that we don't need to be, you know, their puppets, and that these individuals are just men and they bleed like anybody else. So that's what we did everywhere. We butchered them, and you know, we made an example out of them that, you know, we are the manpower. You are nothing without the North. And you know, that's why I got Joe Jeff, and he is my. You know, that was that, and that was in February of 2006 in North Kerr State Prison. But yeah, Tony, man, yeah, like I said, man, this went a lot deeper, man. A lot of people like to run their mouths online and this and that. Oh, the writers, yeah, a lot of them came to this side, and it wasn't because of me, it was because of Snoop. I sat in the shoe for almost 9 years and came over here in 2012, because where would I have been, the only rider left on the main line? Like, nah, man, I had sat all that time back there, and everybody ditched and came over here, so hey, might as well come over here and see what it is, man. But
can I have a quick show of hands? Who's heard of Tencent? Great start.
If you look at the world's most valuable companies, you won't be surprised to find the likes of Apple, Microsoft, and Google. But one name does stand out: Tencent. The company is worth more than the likes of Facebook, MasterCard, and Samsung. And yet, if you ask the majority of people what Tencent does, you'd be met with a confused look. The truth is that Tencent does everything. Because whilst Tencent's mascot is a friendly-looking penguin,
I'm playing a
what
Tencent game.
animal to embody this conglomerate would be a giant octopus, with tentacles reaching into almost every industry you can think of all over the world. In most places, Tencent operates from the shadows, hence why it's not a household name. But whether you realize it or not, you almost certainly use products or services Tencent is involved with. However, in Tencent's home country of China, it's a very different story. Everyone is aware that Tencent dominates their lives. And that's because in China, Tencent has achieved the seemingly impossible: one app to rule them all.
I'm most worried about is Tencent because of
In China, it is sort of impossible to live without WeChat. It dominates every aspect of life in China. Banking, gaming, shopping, social media.
It's so essential to their daily lives. One business executive compared it to me, saying that it was like water or electricity.
You see, Tencent created an app called WeChat that's been dubbed the Everything, or the operating system of China. And that's because almost all of China's 1.4 billion population use this app for an average of 4 hours every day. That's more than the average American user spends on all social media apps combined. And the reason people in China use WeChat so much is because it's basically every app you can think of rolled into one. It's essentially Facebook, PayPal, WhatsApp, Netflix, Google, Spotify, Uber, Yelp, Tinder, Zoom, YouTube, Deliveroo, Amazon, and lots more, all in one single app. Now, there's no doubt that this is extremely convenient. Everything connected in one app and one profile. You pay your bills through it, call your friends through it, and essentially live your entire life through it. However, one single company having access to literally all your data, every aspect of your life, from your exact location, your entire bank history, to every message and call and search you've ever made, it's a lot. And then it gets worse when you realize that the line between where Tencent ends and the Chinese government begins is blurry. Meaning the Chinese Communist Party, known as the CCP, has access to all that information as well, making WeChat one of the most powerful surveillance tools ever created. Not just that, but private messages and images that are sent through Tencent's apps like WeChat are scanned to see if they need to be censored. If you say anything that the Chinese government doesn't want you to, the best case scenario is your message just doesn't get delivered. Worst case scenario is you end up in jail or simply disappear. For example, one citizen literally just made a light-hearted joke to some friends about a government official and soon found himself jailed for a text. And it almost seems like the CCP wants people to be aware of this in order to prevent them even trying to say anything they don't like in the first place. Because the Chinese government has even openly confirmed that it can access deleted WeChat conversations as well without permission from the user or courts. Now, of course, as we know from Snowden's leaks, countries surveilling their citizens with technology is certainly not just something that happens in China. However, China has definitely taken it to new levels. Amnesty International is an organization focused on human rights and carried out a report of how messaging apps handle their data, and they concluded the worst offender by far was Tencent, the only company to literally score 0 out of 100 for its treatment of data. This is because of massive problems about transparency and what they do with data, where it ends up, and not even denying that it gives the CCP a backdoor to access all encrypted messages. Now, of course, pretty much all Chinese companies have to have some ties to the CCP in order to be allowed to succeed. But Tencent is unique because it has been allowed to monopolize entire industries in China and use brutal tactics to wipe out competitors without any interference from regulators. But in exchange for that freedom, some would say as a result, they've been turned into a weapon for the Chinese government. It's estimated the CCP has thousands of members inside Tencent, including party officials on the Tencent executive board who can influence decisions. For example, during the initial COVID outbreak, the Chinese government used WeChat for population control, assigning color codes to determine whether people were healthy and what they were eligible for, like if they were allowed to leave their homes or not. Another example is ordering Tencent to change their games to conform to Communist Party values, as well as making Tencent add facial recognition to their games so kids can only play them for a max of 90 minutes per day. But before you think this doesn't affect you, think again.
The vision of Tencent is to connect people and connect everything.
You see, once Tencent built their monopoly in China, they began expanding abroad and essentially went on one of the biggest shopping sprees in history. They've invested heavily in companies like Reddit, Tesla, Discord, Spotify, Snapchat, and Universal Music. And those are just a couple of the many hundreds of companies outside of China that Tencent are now involved with. They are also the largest gaming company in the world, with revenue significantly higher than any competitor. This is particularly crazy when you consider that gaming is just one of countless different industries Tencent operates in, and yet their gaming division alone is bigger than the entire company of Nintendo or EA. And the reason Tencent is so dominant in gaming is because they own 100% of Riot Games, creator of League of Legends, 40% of Epic Games, creator of Fortnite, not to mention stakes in Ubisoft, Activision Blizzard, and so many more of the world's most popular games. The same is true in other industries. For example, Tencent's payment division is nearly as big as PayPal's entire business, and it's reported WeChat Pay generates over 1 billion payment transactions per day, more than Visa and MasterCard combined. They've also got Tencent Music, they're huge in esports, and are even now involved in making Hollywood movies like Men in Black.
I think if you look at Tencent Music, the company makes about 400 million, 500 million profit.
In other words, it's hard to fully grasp just how large Tencent is. But it's only recently that the West has started to realize the influence Tencent, and thus China, actually have. One small example was how Blizzard, the World of Warcraft studio partially owned by Tencent, banned a gamer who endorsed the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. In other words, China seemed to be using Tencent as a weapon to influence decisions outside of China. This caused many people to ask, how is this one Chinese company seemingly now dictating what people in the US are allowed to say? The same is true with the NBA. You see, Tencent Video has a deal with the NBA to stream their matches, but in 2019, Daryl Morey, head of the Houston Rockets, tweeted, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." In response, Tencent said they would not be streaming any Rockets matches in future. So, soon after this, the manager was forced to delete his support for Hong Kong, backtrack on his stance, and apologized for his inappropriate tweets. Players then came out stating that they love China.
Yeah, we apologize. We love China. We love playing here.
So, whilst in recent years some have started to wonder if China could use Tencent to influence things abroad, the answer seems to be that they already are. Multiple governments, from the US to India, have now called WeChat a security threat, and others have suggested it's a monitoring weapon in your pocket.
And turning now to the major decision by the Trump administration banning the popular social media apps TikTok and WeChat from U.S. app stores.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued an executive order last month targeting the app as a security threat.
But what's perhaps most fascinating about Tencent's story is that you can look at it in two ways. On one hand, Tencent is one of the greatest business success stories ever. At one point, the company had only $1,000 in its bank account. And so the journey of how a group of friends turned their struggling startup into one of the world's largest companies is remarkable and filled with useful lessons and genius business strategies. What they have achieved is ridiculously impressive, and there is definitely an argument that Tencent has been unfairly caught in the middle of a political storm that they didn't want any part of. But on the other hand, Tencent is often surrounded by controversy. This includes their brutal monopolistic practices to crush any competition, their blatant plagiarism of just ripping off other companies and apps, their extreme censorship and violations of privacy and freedom of speech, accusations of poor working conditions, and the fact multiple countries now see it as a national security risk because of its close ties to the Chinese government. But I do want to be clear. To just dismiss Tencent as a puppet of the CCP is not true. In fact, right now, the Chinese government is actively hurting Tencent's business, and is responsible for wiping hundreds of billions of dollars off Tencent's valuation, which, of course, just raises even more questions. Why would the CCP be damaging one of its most useful assets? As you can see, the Tencent story has a lot of different pieces to it. There is both good and bad, and several plot twists along the way. Honestly, I've covered lots of different business stories, but Tencent is one of the most fascinating. In this video, we're going on a journey through Tencent's insane history to find out the truth behind this gigantic business empire, a company that influences so much and is so rarely discussed. How did they get here? What are they planning next? And what does it mean for all of us? So buckle up, because I assure you, the story of Tencent is going to be a wild ride.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
If you walked past Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Mark Zuckerberg, I'm pretty sure you'd notice. But when it comes to Tencent's founder and CEO, despite running such a gigantic, influential corporation, it's quite likely you've never even seen him before. He goes by the name of Pony Ma in English.
Our next guest is the founder and CEO of Tencent, Pony Ma.
However, this is his actual Chinese name, but since in English his surname translates to horse, he goes by the name Pony as a bit of a joke. The fact we don't usually hear much about Pony Ma, or know much of his story, is mostly by design. Tencent tries to walk the tightrope of keeping both China and the rest of the world happy, and since that's very difficult to balance, he opts to not speak out publicly much at all. It's better to just say nothing rather than cause controversy and headlines. The other reason we know so little about Pony is that unlike his arch nemesis Jack Ma, the founder of China's other dominant company Alibaba, Pony is introverted and simply doesn't like being in the spotlight. And this has always been the case. Growing up, Pony Ma was a quiet kid who mostly went unnoticed throughout his school years. The only time he did get much attention was when he hacked into his university's computers and got a reputation as a great coder. In fact, for his university thesis, he created a software program that could help forecast stock price movements. And this software was so useful that at age 22, he sold the program to the company he was interning learning at for a price of about 3 times his annual salary. By the time Pony graduated from college, the internet was in its very early stages, and whilst of course it was very primitive back then, Pony was excited by its potential and began thinking of business ideas to try and capitalize on this exciting new internet technology. However, although Pony was undeniably a very talented and hardworking programmer, the beginning of his future business empire did not come from some revolutionary idea that Pony himself created. You see, it's time for the first uncomfortable truth about Tencent. The business was started by just ripping off someone else's idea, and as we'll soon see, that has remained a fundamental part of Tencent's business strategy ever since. But it all began when one day Pony was browsing online and stumbled across something called ICQ, an internet chat platform that at the time was pretty groundbreaking. It was basically the first mass-adopted instant messaging system on the internet, letting any two people online have a private conversation in real time. So in 1998, Pony and his Tencent co-founders, which was 3 of his friends from school, launched their own duplicate chat service that was more catered to the Chinese market. Now, admittedly, it was a common practice in China to just clone popular Western services. For example, Baidu copied Google, Alibaba copied eBay, Weibo copied Twitter, and so Tencent copied ICQ. But just to demonstrate how much of a rip-off Tencent's chat product was of ICQ, they literally called their service OICQ. So they just added the letter O to the name. Initially though, Tencent's future looked bleak. They got the cheapest office they could in a chaotic and loud neighborhood full of street vendors peddling knockoff electronics. They were crammed into a tiny room, which bizarrely had a disco ball hanging from the ceiling. To be fair though, once Tencent had set up their internet chat service, OICQ, they did a great job of tailoring it more towards the Chinese market. One simple example of this is that because download speeds in China were so slow in the 90s, it would take ages for people to download most chat programs, whereas Tencent made sure their chat software had a much smaller file size, so downloaded much faster. Also, unlike other chat software where you could only message people you already knew, Pony made it so that on OICQ, strangers could connect if they wanted to as well, thus laying the early foundations of it becoming a social network. At first though, the problem was that very few people even knew OICQ existed. Pony himself later admitted, when users first came, nobody was in the chat room. I had to keep them company and talk with them. Sometimes I had to change my profile picture and pretend to be a girl. So you had the CEO talking to random people in the chat, hoping they'd like the service enough to keep using it. Now, to be fair, this was actually more of a side project for Tencent in the early days. Pony initially spent more of his time trying to work on a software that connected pages, or bleepers as they were also known, to the internet. Unfortunately, that idea was going nowhere, and so Pony was relieved when one evening he logged onto their chat app and saw a spike in users. 2 months in, they'd hit 500 users, and from that point, the user number began to rise faster and faster each month as people in China shared OICQ with their friends and family. Before long, the chat app was growing so fast that it became Tencent's only focus. They ditched the pager idea completely and went all in on OICQ. Thousands of users were now joining every day, and so you'd think Pony would have been thrilled. But in reality, he was more stressed than ever. That's because there were 3 major issues. Number 1, servers in China were expensive at the time, and they kept having to buy more, which was particularly problematic because of issue number 2. Tencent wasn't making any money. OICQ was taking off like a rocket, but it wasn't monetized, and so they were actually just losing money the more people used it. But then, worst of all, issue number 3. One day in 1999, about 9 months after starting OICQ, Pony received a thick envelope in the mail from America. It was a letter from the lawyers of AOL, a big American company who owned the original ICQ chat software that Tencent had copied. It said they were suing Tencent for violating intellectual property laws and demanded Tencent stop using the name OICQ immediately. By this point, OICQ had hit 1 million users and was growing rapidly, but Tencent didn't have the money for a lawsuit. They barely had any money at all. In fact, most of the small Tencent team were doing freelance work on the side to try and raise enough money to pay the rising server costs. They were all working crazy hours and getting very stressed out, so eventually Pony decided to try and sell the company. Unsurprisingly though, given the lack of revenue and legal issues, nobody wanted to buy it. people just kept saying they didn't see how it would make enough money to be sustainable. Then Pony learned about the concept of venture capital, investors who were looking for companies that weren't necessarily profitable yet, but had huge future potential. As soon as Pony learned about this concept, he immediately began contacting VC firms and managed to get a meeting with China's most well-known venture capital fund, pretty profitable yet, being very stressed out. So eventually, Pony decided to try and sell the company. Unsurprisingly though, given the lack of revenue and legal issues, nobody wanted to buy it. People just kept saying they didn't see how it would make enough money to be sustainable. But then Pony learned about the concept of venture capital, investors who were looking for companies that weren't necessarily profitable yet, but had huge future potential. As soon as Pony learned about this concept, he immediately began contacting VC firms and managed to get a meeting with China's most well-known venture capital fund called IDG Capital. In the pitch, Pony used an unusual tactic: brutal honesty. He told IDG, if you don't fund us right now, Tencent will probably die. And even if you do give us the money, the future is still uncertain. Pony also admitted they weren't fully sure how they would even monetize their chat software. But what he did know is that millions of Chinese people liked using it and that there could be real value there. Now, you'd think that this would be pretty underwhelming to investors. But surprisingly, IDG Capital agreed to invest in Tencent. Years later, one of IDG's decision makers said that Pony's total honesty, rather than the typical overconfidence and false promises that founders often make, is actually what made him think Pony was a really down-to-earth guy who could be trusted, which encouraged him to invest. So, IDG Capital, along with another VC firm, together invested $2.2 million for 40% of Tencent's business. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the deal had not gone through right then, Tencent probably wouldn't exist today. Not only were they nearly out of money, but the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, and investment in cash-burning internet businesses all but dried out. Luckily for Tencent though, they'd got the money just in time, and so could continue operating. There was still the lawsuit threat from AOL to deal with though, and so Pony was forced to shut down the OICQ domain names and rebrand their chat app as something else. Eventually, Pony decided to rename it as simply QQ. So, their legal trouble was sorted, they had enough investment to carry on running, and their user number continued to grow at an insane rate. After hitting 1 million users in year 1, they reached 50 million in year 2, as more and more people in China shared the software with other people so they could chat. Tencent had perfectly adapted the original ICQ chat to fit Chinese consumers better. Now, just one issue remained: making money. Whilst you'd think having lots of users would make monetization easy, back in the early 2000s on the internet in China, it actually wasn't. Pony tried multiple monetization strategies, including placing banner ads on QQ, selling QQ's chat software to companies, and charging a small membership fee to use the software. All of these failed. And in fact, the membership fee in particular backfired horribly. People in China hated the idea of paying a fee to use any internet service, and so this allowed some competitors to gain market share from Tencent. On QQ's 3rd birthday in 2003, Pony scrapped the subscription fee and made QQ completely free again. But of course, they had to make money somehow. Luckily, it was around this time that some Tencent employees had discovered a Korean website called Sacred.com, which allowed people to create personalized avatars with customizable appearances and clothing. It seemed really popular in Korea, so Tencent decided to once again copy a popular feature from elsewhere and launch their own avatar feature inside QQ called QQ Show, thus giving Chinese citizens a way to express themselves by having their own unique character to represent their profile. For a very small fee, you could buy designer clothes, accessories, and styles for your character. Whilst buying things for your avatar was cheap, equivalent to just a few cents, it cost Tencent nothing, and those microtransactions added up fast. This feature quickly became very popular, especially amongst younger users. Your avatar became a signal of your status, and the feature worked particularly well because many people had started using QQ as a dating app, adding strangers randomly and chatting with them. And so the avatar function was a way to express some personality, and in some cases establish themselves as being rich by purchasing the most expensive avatar items. Finally, Pony could relax a little. Tencent's chat software QQ was now making money by selling these virtual items, and they soon crossed 100 million users in China. Pony even met his future wife through QQ. For 3 months, he was chatting with a girl on there before they met in person. Funnily enough, when they first started chatting on QQ, she had no idea she was speaking to the founder of the service. She reportedly messaged him asking, "Who are you?" And he wrote back, "I'm Penguin Dad," a reference to the fact that Tencent's mascot was a penguin. But she just replied, "I'm Penguin Mom." Their relationship began from there, and 6 months after meeting in person, they were married. Unfortunately for Pony, that happiness would be short-lived. as little did he realize his company was about to go to war, and their opponent was a $100 billion corporation called Microsoft. In 2004, a chat service called MSN entered the Chinese market as a direct competitor to Tencent's QQ. MSN was run by Microsoft, which was terrifying for Tencent, as Microsoft had such vast wealth of resources. And Microsoft had decided to double down on its efforts in China, given it was such a massive market. And since their chat service was much more professional and streamlined than QQ, MSN quickly attracted businesses and students. QQ seemed more like a casual chat application, but less of a serious communication tool. On the other hand, MSN was becoming more widely used in offices in China, and thus it was quickly eating into QQ's market share. Tencent really just had one big advantage over Microsoft though. MSN's decision making was much slower because of their bureaucratic corporate hierarchy, where every big decision had to be signed off by their American headquarters.
Keep getting caught,
For example,
bro.
it was actually MSN's China team who suggested the idea that users should be able to still receive messages even while offline and be able to see them when they came back. But the suggestion never went anywhere. Meanwhile, Tencent managed to incorporate the same feature in just a couple of weeks, and it proved to be hugely popular. And so even though Tencent had grown into a fairly big company by this point, they still acted more like a scrappy startup. This often meant their apps were a bit buggy and had some issues, but they were able to launch new features really fast, get real-time feedback, and just fix issues along the way with very regular updates. Another issue for Microsoft's MSN chat was that initially they kept all their data on their servers, which meant Tencent's QQ chat service that ran on local Chinese servers was much faster to use. But the biggest mistake for MSN was that they later incorporated their MSN chat into their platform MSN Live. And this just confused users, as now to use the chat they had to go to a website instead, and it was just unnecessary extra steps. Ultimately, despite having greater resources, MSN lost the fight to Tencent. In truth, China hadn't been a main priority of theirs. Microsoft had bigger battles going on elsewhere, like Google in the US, whereas Tencent at the time had just one focus, which allowed them to go all in. But this victory over Microsoft was a critical turning point. As after defeating a much bigger company, they went on to completely dominate the chat market in China, passing 500 million users in late 2005. And it was this dominance that would be the springboard for all of Pony's other plans. You see, Pony had a vision of being much more than just a popular chat platform, but instead a whole network of integrated internet services. This would make it much harder for anyone else in the future to try and compete with them. And so Tencent began adding several other features into QQ, like the ability to access news. And after seeing how quickly Tencent was growing, a South African company called Naspers had decided to invest $32 million in Tencent and become their largest shareholder. In fact, they still are to this day, meaning Naspers got one of the highest investment returns ever. But back when they first invested in Tencent, this gave Pony the influx of cash he needed to begin the next stage of its plan. And this is where things start to get crazy. Tencent had realized that a lot of people used QQ whilst playing games, as people would chat with their friends whilst they were all playing. So Tencent decided the next logical place for them to expand was into both acquiring and building games of their own. Since they already had such an active user base, within just a year of integrating games into QQ, Tencent had added another $50 million in annual revenue. Now, Tencent's quick expansion into the gaming market was aided massively by the fact they were a Chinese company. As you may know, the internet in China is restricted by the Great Firewall, which stops people within China accessing many websites the Chinese government don't want them to, including the likes of Facebook and YouTube. And that's largely because it wants to censor what its citizens can see, but it's also because it wants to promote local Chinese companies instead. And as a result, in many industries, China has a policy where foreign companies have to partner with a local Chinese company to be able to sell their products or services in China. And so this meant Tencent could simply team up with makers of successful games in other countries, and then adapt and distribute their game to the Chinese market. These licensing deals allowed Tencent to make a lot of money quickly without even having to produce any games themselves. They could just partner with makers of popular games in other countries, bring their game to the Chinese market, and promote them to their massive QQ user base. Since international companies were reliant on finding a Chinese partner if they wanted to enter the Chinese market, Tencent knew they had a lot of leverage and an unfair advantage in negotiations. If game makers wanted to bring their game to China's gigantic population, they needed a Chinese partner, and who better than Tencent given their huge user base? One example of Tencent's power is illustrated by an anecdote from the American video game developer Zynga when they were trying to agree a deal with Tencent. An ex-Zynga employee said, "Negotiations go on for months and months, and then by the time you get to the red line stage in the contract, all of a sudden at the last minute, they change everything. It's a business tactic they use to wear down their partner." But as well as licensing games for the Chinese market, Tencent did make some of their own games too, normally by just replicating fairly simple games that were working well elsewhere. For example, QQ Speed was very heavily inspired from Mario Kart. This of course was even more lucrative than licensing, as it meant they kept all the money for themselves. And it was low risk as they were using game concepts that were already proven to work well abroad and just making their own version of it for China. However, since China had a major lack of digital piracy enforcement, Tencent realized if people weren't paying for games up front and were just sharing them for free, why not make the games free for everyone and make money through in-game sales instead, like paying for extra lives, features, and upgrades. Nowadays, of course, microtransactions within games are extremely normal, but Tencent were definitely one of the first to push this so heavily, and it worked. Tencent's revenue continued to rise. With monetization now going so well, Tencent IPO'd in 2004 on the Hong Kong stock market, which provided them a war chest for Tencent to invest heavily in more expansion and growth. However, that growth would only be possible thanks to Tencent's culture. Now, most Chinese tech companies are notorious for their long work hours. The schedule is often referred to as the 996 schedule, meaning you work 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week.
And that includes hours of unpaid overtime.
That's illegal, but the government turns a blind eye because long hours like that built China's tech giants. His day at one of China's tech giants started at 8 AM and should have ended at 8 PM. But he says nobody wanted to be the first to leave or you'd be labeled unprofessional.
像每天下班这么晚，你说要开心哦，要快乐肯定是没有。
如果是下半年的话，大概基本上是11点钟下班。然后基本上没有午休，现在已经有点麻木，就是下班就赶紧休息吧，然后可以。
And certainly at Tencent, the culture was very demanding, with internal meetings often going on past midnight. But Tencent also had a strict hiring process, as Pony believed that 5 A players were better than a team of 50 who weren't fully committed, as even one person lowering the standards and not working hard can reduce team morale and drag down everyone else to their level. Not just that, but one of the key culture decisions Pony made after their battle with Microsoft was to ensure that almost everyone in the business had freedom to pitch new ideas and work on new projects. So rather than having a specific research and development division, everyone was expected to innovate. As a result, the whole of Tencent's workforce were actively monitoring the market for new apps and ideas they could essentially rip off and incorporate into QQ. Even Pony himself said in an interview at the time, "I don't blindly innovate. The smartest approach is to learn from the best examples and then try to surpass them." Pony pointed out that this is exactly what American tech giants like Microsoft and Google did as well. But in China, it really was the Wild West where anyone could just blatantly copy anyone else with no protection. And to be fair, this wasn't one way. Whilst Tencent copied others copied Tencent as well. But because Tencent's QQ software gave them access to hundreds of millions of Chinese users, it meant they could then divert that attention to the new features they launched, giving them a huge advantage. Before long, Tencent had a notorious reputation as a killer copycat.
At one point, its reputation fell so low, it was embroiled in a full-blown media controversy, and peers openly accused and scolded it for violating copyrights.
And Tencent's reputation took an even bigger hit after a battle with a security company called Qihoo that offered a popular antivirus software with 360 safeguards. Tencent had decided they wanted to get into the security market as well, so they created their own very similar version of Qihoo's security software called QQ Doctor. And because they could simply integrate it into the already very popular QQ software, they almost immediately gained a 40% market share in China. So Qihoo decided to fight back by launching a big media campaign accusing Tencent of spying on its users, saying Tencent accessed user data and files on people's devices it didn't have permission to. Tencent sued Qihoo as a result, but in the court of public opinion this backfired, as it looked like a bigger company just trying to silence a smaller company with legal threats, rather than actually trying to demonstrate their innocence. And then Tencent made an extremely bold move. they informed users that QQ's software was not compatible with QQ, meaning users had to choose either keep QQ's security software or keep their beloved chat app that connects them to all their friends and family. You couldn't use both. If QQ detected Qihoo 360 Safeguard on your system, QQ stopped working. But Tencent's gamble paid off. Tencent knew that ultimately, most users were too connected to QQ to abandon it. So Qihoo were mostly the ones who lost users instead. People just switched to QQ's antivirus software, which was very similar anyway. It was yet another victory for Tencent, and proof of how easily they could launch a new internet service and almost immediately become the market leader. In the media, headlines such as Tencent Empire out of control started to appear, as this was clearly monopolistic to essentially ban your users from using a competitor's products. But interestingly, the Chinese government showed no interest in intervening. They seemed quite happy to sit back and let Tencent grow, only later when it became clear why. But with no regulations or laws to stop them, between 2005 and 2010, Tencent's revenue went from $200 million to $2.9 billion. However, as Tencent continued their expansion in China, opening up more internet services and then leveraging QQ's massive user base to make them popular, eventually they realized a new strategy might be needed. For a while, Tencent had simply been trying to work on everything, competing in loads of different sectors, making clones of all different internet services, and just seeing what worked. Basically, they tried to compete everywhere, rather than playing to their own strengths. And really, Tencent's biggest strength was in leveraging its QQ chat platform with hundreds of millions of users to direct traffic to other places, like they've done with news and gaming. So as their copycat reputation got worse, one Tencent executive said, "There's a lot of great entrepreneurs outside, but if you turn every single one of them into your enemy, it's not a good thing. As a company, you can't actually hire those entrepreneurs, so what are you going to do? Investment is actually the best way to get a piece of their action." Thus, Tencent began shifting its strategy towards investing in Chinese companies instead of always trying to directly compete against them and crush them. For example, Tencent paid $448 million for 36.5% of China's third largest search engine, and merged their own search product into that, rather than competing. Tencent was now willing to back a champion rather than do everything itself. Essentially, Tencent's new strategy was almost to become a startup incubator. It would invest in businesses and take some of their equity, and then build an ecosystem of connected companies that it could help grow using its existing user base and infrastructure. Another example was when Tencent combined with China's second largest online retailer, JD.com. Tencent had no real expertise in e-commerce themselves, and so they figured it made sense to just back one of the most prominent companies in the industry in exchange for equity, and then leverage their own internet traffic, experience, and capital to help the company they backed succeed. As a result, Tencent became a kingmaker. A support from Tencent could help ensure a company was successful, and from Tencent's perspective, it meant they massively reduced operational complexity, as they weren't doing literally everything themselves anymore. Before long, Tencent was one of China's biggest investment companies, and QQ was now much more than a chat software. It was a portal to many other internet services Tencent had either created or invested in, and thus, QQ seemed unstoppable. But interestingly, the one app that would eventually surpass QQ was also created by Tencent. Tencent had already succeeded with QQ's desktop chat, which had now evolved into a website portal with online games and other internet services. But in 2010, mobile internet was beginning to rise in popularity very quickly. Many Chinese people began using a smartphone, but not a computer. Pony was paranoid that with the switch to mobile happening, a new startup could displace their dominance. So he decided Tencent needed to create this new startup themselves. Internally within Tencent, Pony created 3 separate teams to work on a new mobile messaging app, meaning they were competing against each other, and also competing against Tencent's desktop app QQ. This practice of teams internally competing with Tencent is normal. In fact, the culture of Tencent has been described as a shark war, referencing how some unborn sharks cannibalize siblings in the war to ensure their own survival. So basically, rather than put all their eggs in one basket, multiple teams at Tencent work on concepts like chat app in this case, and the best survives. Or as Pony himself has said, you either wait for someone else to kill you, or you do it yourself first. So Tencent began work on their mobile chat app that they wanted to essentially be a clone of WhatsApp and Kik. A free mobile chat app where people could send messages to their contacts using Wi-Fi or mobile data. Interestingly, Tencent had actually tried to buy WhatsApp for $10 billion, rather than starting a new app from scratch. But because Pony Ma had to have back surgery, the discussions got delayed. In that time, Mark Zuckerberg swooped in and bought WhatsApp for $19 billion. And some think the possibility of Tencent buying WhatsApp prompted Zuckerberg to close the deal so quickly. Either way, after the WhatsApp deal fell through, Tencent decided to pursue their own chat apps instead, and in January 2011 they launched WeChat. Although in China it has the name Weixin. Unlike QQ, which had been developed for desktops, WeChat was specifically made for mobile. Despite this, the app was not a massive hit right away, but it did start to gain traction in China when Tencent added a feature called Push to Talk, which allowed people to easily record a voice note and it would convert what you said into a text message. This was immediately a very popular feature, but once again, it was copied from someone else, an app called TalkBox. You see, at first, Tencent had offered to buy TalkBox, but whilst negotiations were ongoing, Tencent just replicated TalkBox's app within WeChat by themselves, and inevitably beat TalkBox with their superior resources. In later years, companies in China would learn that an offer from Tencent was actually an offer you couldn't refuse. You either lose your company by selling to them, or lose your company by then copying and crushing you. At least if you sell your company, you make some money. When Tony was asked about this at a conference in China, he said, in America, when you bring an idea to market, you usually have several months before competition comes up, allowing you to capture significant market share. In China, you can have hundreds of competitors within the first hours of going live. Ideas are not important in China, execution is. So WeChat was now gaining momentum in China, and just like QQ, Tencent did not want to keep it as just a chat application. In fact, because WeChat was a mobile app that people would always have with them wherever they were, Tony quickly realized that the amount of services they could connect to WeChat was seemingly limitless. For example, within WeChat's app, Tencent introduced a feature called Moments, basically their version of Facebook or Instagram, a real-time social media feed of posts, images, and articles. Following the success of this, they added a blogging service called Public Accounts, so people could write articles which would go to minutes. There was also official accounts, allowing publishers to distribute content and businesses to distribute products and services.
This would be like the equivalent of following their newsletter, for example. But nobody in China really uses emails very much, so they're more likely to use WeChat to follow that.
By 2012, WeChat had 100 million users. Remember, it only launched in 2011, thus making it the fastest social media growth in history, taking only 443 days to hit 100 million users. For context, it took Facebook around 5 years. A year later, in 2013, WeChat was at 300 million users. The key to WeChat's Tencent just kept adding more features in the same app. For example, they added quirky features like Drift Bottle, which was a service within WeChat to help people find new friends or dates. You essentially put either a voice or text message in a virtual bottle, throw it into a virtual sea, and then another random user picks it up and decides whether to reply to your message or throw it back for someone else to get. This actually became a really popular feature, with many Chinese people making genuine friendships and relationships. And for some people, it became a hookup. Tencent also created Friends Nearby for a similar purpose, which was like an early version of Tinder and helped WeChat go even faster. But one of the most crucial developments for WeChat came about kind of by accident. You see, in China, it's a tradition that during the Lunar New Year, people charitably give away red envelopes and packets containing money. So WeChat decided to create a red packet function within their app, so people could digitally send red packets to people, which transferred real money to their accounts. During that holiday, over 75 million red packets were sent via WeChat. This led Tencent to a clear realization: mobile payments were the future. This feature that was meant to be a fun little temporary thing over the holidays ended up leading Tencent to create WeChat Pay, their mobile payments platform to digitally transfer money. Before long, WeChat's wallet feature was not just used to send payments to other people, but as a way to pay for things in shops. And in fact, basically anything where money needed to be sent or paid. Rather than carrying around a credit or debit card, it was easier to just use WeChat since their bank details were already connected.
They won't ask for cash because nobody's really paying for anything with cash nowadays in China. In fact, even if you give them cash, they might not actually be able to accept it.
Once again, this may seem like an obvious feature today, but back in 2013 when it launched in China, this mobile payment function was an incredible feature and hence helped WeChat become even more popular. And as more people in China started predominantly using smartphones, eventually WeChat surpassed QQ. Even though they were both started as chat services run by Tencent, WeChat was definitely better for mobile, and mobile was becoming much more widely used in China. By 2015, WeChat crossed 500 million users. Of course, whilst the app name hasn't changed, chatting is now just a tiny fraction of what WeChat does. Which leads us to the most crucial feature of all for WeChat, the feature that turned it into the super app it is today that dominates the lives of almost everyone in China. In January 2017, WeChat launched a feature called Mini Programs that allows users to access tens of thousands of other apps within WeChat's own app, completely bypassing the need for an app store. So for example, instead of you having to download a separate app for every single restaurant, hotel, or shop you go to, they'd all just have a mini program within WeChat. This not only allowed WeChat to connect itself to people's offline lives as well as online, but it helps cement WeChat as the everything app. Even before this, Tencent had created so many of their own services bundled into WeChat, payments, games, and dating, but this mini programs feature meant there was basically no need to even have other apps on your phone, because services from other businesses were now available via WeChat as well. For example, China's dominant ride-sharing platform Didi have their own mini program within WeChat, so if you want a taxi, you don't need a separate app. Or there's a mini program within WeChat for food delivery or tracking parcels and pretty much everything else you can think of. So to demonstrate this, let's imagine for a moment you're a Chinese citizen and you're meeting a friend for dinner. You call them through WeChat to confirm the plans, you book your taxi to the restaurant via WeChat. In the taxi, you play games and browse the news via WeChat, send your friend your location via WeChat, access the restaurant's mini program via WeChat, which means you can view their menu via WeChat. Then take a photo of your food and post it on your social feed, which is on WeChat. Pay for your meal via WeChat. Then afterwards, if you want to go and watch a movie, guess what? You book your tickets through WeChat. Essentially, imagine your life without a smartphone at all, and in China, that's what life would be like without WeChat. Okay, I think I've said the word WeChat too many times. But anyway, as a result of this mini programs feature, Tencent has essentially become the gatekeeper to the market for other businesses, since people don't really need to use the App Store when WeChat has everything inside of it. So companies almost have to partner with Tencent in order for their services to be used. But this means Tencent can effectively tax all other companies by taking a percentage of the revenue generated through their mini programs.
WeChat is linked to other companies, so you go through WeChat to another app or website and you buy through there, but you pay with your WeChat.
Now, what's interesting is that an all-in-one everything app like this has been suggested outside of China as well. In fact, even quite recently, Elon Musk talked about X, a super app similar to WeChat.
If you're in China, it's basically, you kind of live on WeChat, does everything, and we don't have anything like that outside of China. Such an app would be really useful.
But it was quickly shut down. We have enough concerns about big tech and social media without one single company controlling everything. But now you can see why Tencent has become a money machine. Because unlike many of the big tech giants in the West, such as Facebook and Google, Tencent doesn't need to rely so heavily on advertising revenue. In fact, some Tencent staff joke about how Facebook's business model is very primitive. There's a quote from a Tencent employee saying, "When you have 1 billion users, the last thing you should be thinking about is how do I sell them ads. What you should be thinking of instead is how to ensure you keep these users happy so you don't drive them away because you're annoying the hell out of them." And that's what's notable about WeChat. It has kept a pretty clean interface. It doesn't spam users with ads. It doesn't need to. They make so much money through microtransactions since they're involved in so many aspects of people's lives. When you have over 1 billion people using your app for so many different parts of their life every single day, those small fees on every transaction add up in a massive way.
How would you describe it to you? How important is it?
Half of my life.
Basically, everybody there uses it. At least everybody I know that is age 70 or younger in China uses WeChat.
Actually help you with all aspects of life, literally, in China.
However, given that WeChat dominates people's lives in China, you may wonder why it's not so popular outside of China. Whilst we don't have confirmation of exactly how many people use it outside of China, estimates suggest possibly up to around 100 million, which is decent, but it's a tiny fraction compared to the well over 1 billion people inside of China who use WeChat. And most of the people who use WeChat outside of China are Chinese expats living abroad, or people needing to connect with others who are in China. So, if WeChat is so useful in China, why didn't the rest of the world adopt it? Why doesn't Tencent expand more in other countries? Well, this is where things get dark. The simple answer is that the same reason Tencent's apps are so big in China is precisely the reason they're not so big anywhere else. It's time to look at Tencent's complicated relationship with the Chinese government. Before we get into Tencent's current relationship with the CCP, it's important to understand how things all began. In 1979, the then leader of China designated an area called Shenzhen as the first test zone of his new economic plans. empires. This would be the first part of China where capitalist business was. This began China's rapid ascent to becoming a global superpower. Nowadays, Shenzhen has been dubbed the Silicon Valley of China, as it's home to many of China's tech giants, including Tencent. But the Chinese government's plan was essentially to give some Chinese companies a huge amount of freedom as long as they were benefiting the country overall. So when companies like Tencent and Alibaba capitalized on the internet and built massive user bases, China was happy to allow them to build such dominant companies by any means necessary without any real regulation, as long as they were benefiting China and the CCP overall. They felt it elevated the image of China and Chinese entrepreneurship by having these hugely successful companies. It also meant that rather than foreign companies succeeding in China, like the big American tech giants, instead local Chinese companies would dominate, as the government made it mandatory for foreign companies to partner with a local Chinese company. And finally, the CCP knew that if some Chinese companies became huge empires, then they could invest in lots of other companies, both in China and abroad, thus by proxy allowing China to have a lot of influence on the world and control the narrative they want. So basically, for the Chinese government, Tencent was an appealing prospect. Having access to so much data was great for government surveillance and censorship, and understanding the psyche of its citizens.
Physicians who were on the front lines, who were warning about the pandemic even before it had a name, had their information.
WeChat routinely blocks accounts for discussing issues like the pandemic or human rights abuses in Xinjiang.
My father threatened him and said that if your daughter doesn't stop talking about him, we're going to persecute your family like an ultra-revolution.
After their accounts are blocked, users say that the beliefs come into question.
说白了就是集中营，这个就通过监控来决定抓什么样的人。很多人他不知道对什么被抓，不知道把他送到哪里，不知道什么时候放出来。
The problem is the app is so crucial for existence in China that users cannot even give it up.
So China was mostly happy to not interfere and let Tencent continue to grow its dominance, even if it sometimes used anti-competitive tactics. Of course, the CCP were wary of how much power this gave Tencent, which is why their relationship is not as straightforward as you might think. They knew it was important to make sure Tencent was very closely aligned with the CCP, and give them reminders that if Tencent stopped being useful to the Chinese government, Tencent's power could just as easily be taken away. But anyway, let's talk about what this partnership actually means. Tencent's stance is that in order to comply with China's legal and regulatory requirements, it can process and handle private information without requiring user consent in certain situations. Those situations being if the Chinese government wants us to. The CCP reportedly have a direct line to the desks of Tencent product managers and are able to order deletions whenever they want, or monitor specific accounts and specific phrases in both public and private posts. One particularly intimidating policy change in 2017 was that group admins on WeChat were made personally liable for whatever was said in group chats they run, and then you simply deleted their groups as a result. Tencent also feeds data to China's social credit scoring system, which can affect what citizens can do. All that information they have, like payment history, real-time location, who you're associated with, can allow the government to create an incredibly detailed picture of who you are, what you buy, and how you behave, thus allowing the government to give you a score of how trustworthy you are as a citizen.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras and are able to instantly put face to the name. Now the Chinese are also right. Aggregating data gathered by banks, private companies, and the state. Rate if someone's a good or bad citizen. Good score brings benefits. People with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens. Among them is this journalist Liu Hu. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. He was blacklisted. He only realised when he tried to buy a train ticket and was told he was banned from travelling.
But as Tencent grew larger, it seems the CCP became more demanding. Tencent has to employ hundreds, possibly thousands of their own censors, whose job it is to block anti-government posts. Tencent then began deleting lots more posts and suspending accounts that stepped out of line. There are multiple examples of creators, such as blogger Laura Lian, who had hundreds of thousands of fans reading her work, but after making one comment the CCP didn't like, her account was deleted without warning, and her income gone. And thus, whilst Chinese citizens clearly enjoyed a convenience of WeChat, which admittedly is such a useful app, in the back of people's minds, they're aware that their every move and comment is documented, something which the CCP openly remind people of. Whatever Tencent can see, the Chinese government can see. And so it's kind of crazy that over 1 billion people have opted to sacrifice all aspects of their privacy and free speech. The final stretch! There's apparently a joke in China that if you order too much food via WeChat, you might get the police tracking you thinking you're harboring fugitives. Now, to be fair here, I really do not believe Tencent set out to create a government surveillance tool. This wasn't some evil plan. Tencent was started by some entrepreneurs wanting to build a business like anyone else. But they wanted to create something so popular that the only way the CCP would allow it was if they had some control. So Tencent didn't really have any choice but to fall in line. Pony is a pragmatic businessman and knows he has to keep the government on his side. Hence, when a reporter asked him about censorship at a tech conference, Pony seemed to side with the government by saying, "Lots of people think that they can speak out and that they can be irresponsible. I think that's wrong." Now, to be fair, we have no idea how Pony really feels, but he knows what would happen if he spoke out against the CCP in his way. And the reality is that China's laws require all companies to hand over data if requested. In fact, it's reported that many companies in China have a special office at their headquarters called the Internet Security Police, where Chinese public security forces can intervene in company operations or track certain users. Which brings us back to the question, why isn't WeChat as popular outside of China? It's not like Tencent didn't try at all. They do have an English version of their app and even ran big marketing campaigns, like this advert with Messi to try and promote WeChat to the world. However, one of the most fundamental reasons for its limited international appeal is clearly because of this surveillance and censorship. Research from Citizen Lab found that the Chinese government does monitor and censor confidential information sent via Tencent's apps, even from users outside of China. For example, I saw a story where one person in a private group chat had sent some news about pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong and was confused when nobody else in the group responded. Jeremy later found out nobody else could even see her messages, as her private messages had been censored without her knowing it. Any taboo issues like mentions of Tiananmen Square or Tibet censored on Tencent apps, regardless of if they're in China or not. So basically, just because you were using a Tencent app outside of China doesn't mean that Tencent wouldn't still have to supply any of your data to the CCP if they requested it. Remember, Tencent have to stay on China's good side. And thus, many people understandably have some fear about one company, especially a company with ties to the CCP, having all of their info on every aspect of their life. Thus, whilst surveillance and censorship is what allowed Tencent to become dominant in China, as it meant the CCP let them grow so big, outside of China, that has scared users off. But it's not the only reason WeChat isn't as popular outside of China.
I'm not naive. I'm optimistic. And optimism isn't a passive state of being. It's a constant battle against the world that wants to pull you into a downward spiral of cynicism. To me, optimism is freedom. Freedom to think, to act, to build, to help, at times in the face of impossible odds. As I often do, please allow me to read a few lines from the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating.